YouTube, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I am going to be hanging out doing some code, like very code, like super code, because I am going to make my own procedural generation system. I'm reinventing the wheel today because I think it's fun. I think it sounds like fun. I started to work on it yesterday, but I'm not really super happy with it. But I did, you know what I did come up with? I did come up with some ideas. Just like, he's like in the middle of the night, I just woke up, rolled out of bed. It's hard, I know. Rolled out of bed and just like typed up some stuff on my phone, and I have it here. Yes, I type things on my phone in Markdown. And which VS Code apparently is like very unhappy with. It's actually probably prettier. Heading should be surrounded by blank lines. Like, I didn't know that. That's true? Okay. Anyway. Yes, welcome Frank. Welcome Mervkins. So yeah, so I want to make my own procedural generation. Now, we might be wondering, why do this? Because of that! This is the Game Like Jam. The Game Like Jam is a jam that happens every other month starting in January, where we make games like other games. This is the 7th one that we've done. We've done Tamagotchi, Granny, Puyo Puyo, Ski Free, Balloons, and Frogger before that. But this month, this January, this new year of 2026, the game that we are trying to replicate is Rogue. Now, we don't have to make the game exactly the same as a frog. We don't have to make it exactly the same as the original, but it is the source of inspiration and an opportunity to learn the mechanics that the original Rogue had. Yesterday, I not only started working on this little procgen, I also played the original game, which is embedded on the Jam page. You should check it out. There's links in the description, on the panels, wherever you are, whatever platform you're on, there's links. And it's pretty fun. I got incredibly addicted to it because it just makes you want to keep playing. You can like attack enemies and it's different every time, and there's potions, and it's really cool. And I want to make something really similar. I'm committed. For my past Game Like Jam entries, I've gone a little more creative, but this time I want to stick a little bit more to it. Your favorite parasocial YouTube. Welcome to the parasociality. Let's parasocialize. So, yeah, I want to kind of stick to the original. Not because I think the original is better than modern roguelikes, because here's the thing, right? You've heard roguelikes, probably. You've played Spelunky, you've played Hades, whatever the frig. You've played these games. But, have you played the original Rogue or tried to make a rogue-like? That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm just gonna dive into the code. So this is gonna be coding heavy today. I'm just gonna put my fingers to the keyboard and do my best to make, because here's the thing, and so just to like add more context, the way that this game, so that room, and I just walked through, and I'm going through here with my little character. I'm gonna refresh it. Yeah, we're gonna refresh the page, and I'm gonna play it again. And this time, it's in a different place. So this is part of what makes the original Rogue kind of special, is that you can have a different experience every single time you play it. It's very exciting, different levels. And so I want to make that. I want to make it so these rooms show up in different places, they connect together, and you can, I don't know if we're going to get to the discovering the rooms and uncovering them and all that stuff, but what I do want to get is a way to just spawn all the rooms and stuff. Welcome, Dungeon, good to see you. So that is my ambition on this day. So yeah, so I rolled out of bed in the middle of the night, and it just dawned on me, because we were doing it yesterday, and I was just sort of like coming up with ideas, and I had a better idea. And I see potential flaws, but I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna be pretty good. So the last time I had to do something like this was for the Puyo Puyo like jam, where we made a game like Puyo Puyo, and I started making the algorithm from scratch, but it was kind of painful. And I ended up looking up how to make such an algorithm, and it just saved it, and everything was better. So I'm hoping that I'm like remembering how to do that stuff this time around, and I don't need to worry about the fact that I haven't looked it up recently. But if it happens, then we just re-refactor, and that's the way it is. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Let's lock in. And also, by the way, if y'all are working on your own roguelikes, I'm interested to hear about how they're going. I just am. It's cool to share in our joys and successes. And, you know, when things go wrong. Mervkins, you scrapped your whole room because you shared yesterday, like, an example where we press the button and it would wow. Well, that's the thing. I think so. That makes me happy to hear because I feel like that's part of it. Is iterating, because I feel like once you start building like the foundation and you get a little further, if it's not, once you get further and it's not exactly like what you want, at least in my experience, I gotta go all the way back to the foundation and build it anew, because like the whole path there is a mess otherwise. Expanded viewers learning how to use a wave function collapse plugin. Ooh, we're kind of working, but you might just scrap it and use a different solution. Interesting. I don't even know what wave function collapse means. What was it? Flood fill? I think for the Puyo Puyo like game, and just for the added context. So I have not been able to finish games until I started doing the Game Like Jam, and I finished so far 4 games through the Game Like Jam and started 2 bigger projects. But this, my Puyo Puyo, like, this is the one I was talking about, where, because you have to match 4. It's kind of like Tetris, or like, what you call them, Dr. Mario, these kind of games where you have pieces and they line up, and then, or even like Candy Crush, except to match 4 instead of match 3. And so it has, the pieces are on a grid, and they have to be able to know what's around them, what's above them, what's to the right of them, what's to the left of them, and all that stuff. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure what I ended up using was a flood fill algorithm. And I started making it on my own, but I missed like some really key things that made it necessary to function. Primarily, there's like a something that I wasn't doing, and I am gonna do this time, is to make sure to mark the ones that have been like checked. So it's gonna check every time a piece lands. It's gonna iterate through all of the pieces that exist and check to see which ones are near other pieces. And something that I had been lacking when I was trying to reinvent the wheel was a way to make sure that it's not gonna double check one. To say, I've checked that one, now I'm checking this one. So I've implemented that. And there was another thing too, there was like a queue. I don't remember what the queue was for, but there was definitely a queue for queuing up pieces, maybe like the next piece to check. I don't know, it's something like that. So I'm a little scared that I don't remember that. But wave function collapse, I don't know, maybe that's a different one, and I should think about that one too. Let me just beat this level. I love this game. I think that this one I'm definitely going to continue one day. Okay. Wave function collapse. Whoa, and if you wanted to check out that game, by the way, I put a link in the chat, no pressure. But if you do play it, leave me some feedback. It's helpful because, again, this is a game that I want to continue at some point. It's only got like a bug. It's got like one bug. So let me look this up. I'm kind of curious. Maybe it'll inspire me and I'll be happy. Wave function collapse. I don't want to get too into it, but quantum mechanics? What are you talking about? You can't do quantum mechanics in game dev. What are these words? Eigenstate? This is chaos. Parthon, I don't think I'm up for this. Oh, look at all these coding languages. Look, it's... Wow. The coolest algorithm they've ever used. Yo, what? I feel like Wikipedia was the wrong thing to look at. Generating tile-based images off simple configuration or sample images. Oh. Interesting. So like you give it like something and it digests that and turns it into something else? Is that kind of the idea? Whoa. Is this how LLMs work? Yeah, I gotcha, Dungeon. I know, but like the term intrigued me and it made my brain be happy. Sudoku. Fill in each empty square with a number, but Sudoku is a wave function collapse? That's crazy. I don't know if that's true. Each tile, you make a list of what can go there, then you pick the tile with the least options and select one. Got it. Then recalculate tiles around and then pick another tile. Interesting. That's very interesting. It's really cool. Wow. Keep a track of blocks which you haven't checked yet. Oh yeah, that is what it's for. That is what it's for. Yeah, and the infinite flood fill. Right. Wave function collapse is computer magic. It's the physics process used to collapse a wave into a single particle. Oh my god. And the same process is used to procedurally generate stuff based on an input. Interesting. You want to play straight, but the aesthetic is you are an antivirus inside a computer going from chip to chip, and the landscape is full of 3D around the outside of the box. What? That sounds... I didn't quite, like, digest that, but I enjoyed the way you said it. Interesting. Yeah, but you're right. The Q, that is what it was. Hey, Halloween Ghoul, welcome. Duck, welcome. Duck, by the way, I want to congratulate you for being the only one who used the word rogue. You were the only one who guessed it ahead of the jam. Some people, like, I could tell Dungeon kind of knew, but you said it. You were like, rogue. I don't think I'm going to make it an ASCII. No, I'm gonna keep it very simple though. Like, I don't want to try to detect if there's a wall on the left side or the right side or on the top or on the bottom. It's just gonna be like one block, and that is the wall. The path, I don't care if the path is, you know, an elbow or whatever. It's just gonna be one block, like one tile. So in that sense, that's much more similar to the original because, so like for example, this art right here, so this is the one that is more like the original. So when you play the one that's embedded on the jam page, you can either, I think by default, it's one that has like some effects on it, some extra like icons, but you can see it's like the walls, actually no, look, because it does, I'm lying. Look, this knows if it's a corner. Look at that. I guess I could detect if it's a corner. So what I was, okay, I'll get into like the code I have in mind, but I guess you could just, because what I was thinking was it's a wall if there are any non-room pieces touching it. But I guess you could know it's a corner if there are two non-room pieces touching it. Then you know it's a corner. You know, maybe you could do corner pieces. That just like occurred to me that is totally doable. Huh. Well, in any case, the path certainly is just one tile. There isn't like a border around it. It's not detecting edge, which would be maybe harder. So that's that. And then, so if I refresh it, sorry, I know the colors are kind of blasted, but it just makes it easier to see the, okay, I'm gonna change this to, but these don't work when it's full screen? That's crazy. Okay, ASCII. Do that. So this is like what Duck is asking about. Super original. And this one does not detect corners as far as I can tell. Right? Let me see. I guess it does, because it gets like walls. It detects the side walls versus the top, the ceiling. That's interesting. Well, in any case, I guess that wouldn't be hard either, because you could say if there's, like, okay, detect if there is a non-room piece next to it. Is that piece below it? Is it to the left of it? Is it to the right of it? But I, you know, just to start off with, I kind of, like, don't want to worry about it. I'll leave room for that to be possible, but I would rather just get the friggin' code written, and if it turns out I didn't make it in a way that adding in the corner checking and stuff is easy, screw it, I don't care. Like, it's fine with me. But anyway, all that to say, Doug, no, I don't think I want to do ASCII, but it'll be simple, right? It'll be basic shapes. It's not going to be very complex stuff. And then just to punctuate this whole thing, so the final version that you can play here embedded on the jam page is this one. which has much more detailed assets, slightly more detailed assets. You know, it's very clearly using a different, yeah, it's high. It's clearly using a different like tile set or tile for the ground, for the one on the bottom versus the ceiling. Then it has the corners. And then look at these paths. These paths are crazy. Like, it knows if it's an elbow. Screw that. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna make these walls around the paths. That's too much, as far as I know. Yeah. So I'd say I boosted it so that way those ASCII graphics would pop a little better. Alright. It was obvious when I said it was iconic. I'm glad it was a clue that, like, through, because a lot of people were thinking, like, games that were iconic to them, not necessarily what would be, because it was kind of a riddle. So the clue that I gave for this game before the jam was announced was, it's the most iconic game-like that we could do, the most iconic game-like jam game we could do. So it's kind of like a play on words a little bit. So you say it's obvious, but you were one of the only ones to guess it. The list of tiles is based on what tiles can go in other tiles, like ocean, beach, grass. Oh, yeah. And we'll put mountains. Yeah, gotcha. That makes it click. I see. That's what the wave function is doing. Understood. Got it. Okay, so here's my idea. I'm just gonna talk it out. Please, no help unless I ask. If it sounds awful and wrong to you, it just has to be the way it is, and I have to find out the hard way so I can learn and grow and make mistakes, because mistakes are my favorite things. Thanks for the hydrate, Fanny. Welcome, Fanny. Cheers. Are you still researching? Hello. Shotgun. Yeah, let's get in the passenger side. No, not in the back seat. Get in the front seat. Sit right there next to me. That's so cute. Like, chat's just like right next to me. Okay, so I want this like base function. Hey, Sable, that like everything is going to connect to ultimately. All the other functions. Walk over tiles. I think I'm gonna have a dictionary of dictionaries of dictionaries. I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I think we're gonna have a dictionary of dictionaries. I have a feeling, I have a really good feeling. So this is gonna return either, probably, a vector 2 or a node 2D, because all of my tiles are gonna be node 2Ds, I have decided. And it's gonna iterate over, a 2D dictionary. I guess it's 2D because it's like, this is the 2D dictionary and this is just a dictionary of the 2D dictionary. So it's a dictionary of 2D. Stop. It's a VS Code. I'm busy. It's a dictionary of 2D dictionaries. That's the idea. So it's going to iterate over that, and then it's going to mark each iteration, each dictionary iteration as walked. So that makes sense, right? The queue. So yeah, I thought so. Thank you for confirming that, Parthon, honestly, because I was like, I know that the marking them as having been walked was essential to making that last algorithm I made work. I forgot that the queue was like literally the same like it was one and the same. You mark them, so the queue are the ones that haven't been marked. So we'll try to set up something kind of like that. I'll probably make it wrong and have to do it again, but it's fine. So this will be called by a variety of functions like generating the tiles, placing enemies, items, paths, etc. So all this is going to do is it's going to look through the entire board, right? Every tile. It's going to check them, and it's going to do different stuff on those tiles depending on which function is calling walk over tiles. So I want that. I want that base ability to just, iterate through every tile. And then when it's done, it's going to unmark all those walk tiles as unwalked again. So who's going to use walk over tiles? My idea is that we have something, let's say, generate tiles. So for the beginning, right, to set the board at the start, So this is going to have a lot of stuff. So I want to add some callables in here. So potentially this could be used to generate the starting board. It could also be used to generate the rooms. It could also be used to generate the paths. That's where the pre-generation callback comes from. So a function that it does before it actually does the generation. So when it comes to its first iteration as it's walking, it's going to run a function, and then based on the result of that function, I believe it's going to return truthy or falsy. I think that was the idea. Pregen sets as true. Yeah, so it's going to evaluate true or false if the tile is the one that is supposed to be generated here, right? So is there not a tile here yet? Great, let's put a tile there. Is this tile allowed to be a room? Yes, okay, we can put a room there. Is it allowed to be a path? Yes, put a path there. So that's what the pregen callback function will do when it arrives at each tile. And then the post-generated callback. So after it puts the tile down, what's it gonna do? So in theory, what this could do is, let's say, spawn a queued enemy. So on the pre one, maybe it like rolls a dice. Like, is there gonna be an enemy here? I don't know. Maybe not. So if it did roll, yes, enemy spawns here. Then after it generates the tile, that's kind of confusing, isn't it? Because like, why would it? Wouldn't spawning the enemy be generating the tile? So I don't know if that makes the most sense. I guess, well, you know what would, because we could say that okay, no, that would make sense, because all that generate tiles does is it literally puts a node 2D on that space, right? But maybe spawn queued enemy will make sure it gets added to an array or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm not sure the post-gen callback makes sense. So we'll see. We'll see. Middle of the night, Lee's did her best. Okay, so we'll circle back to if that's going to be a thing. So then another thing that could call walk through tiles, generate room tiles, we talked about that. Activate walls. Okay, so this one would do what we were talking about earlier. It would check to see if any adjacent tile is not a room. If so, we know it's a wall. Maybe that could be pretty easily complexified to say, is that adjacent tile on the top, the bottom, or to the side, or both to the top and side, so we know what kind of piece it is. I don't know if I will do that, but it allows that possibility. Yeah, so this was the big mystery for me, was deciding how many. So even though there's gonna be like one tile at a time, I'm kind of thinking that, and this would even be earlier, so this isn't activate walls, but this would actually be back on generate room tiles. This isn't really for activate walls. I'm thinking, and it's just an idea, I'm thinking maybe it generates 6 room tiles at a time. And the reason I'm thinking that is, if my mind is thinking correctly, any less than 6, there won't be a room. Okay, I told myself to do a spreadsheet to make sure I actually understand what's going on here. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna follow through with my own suggestion. Had to sleep. Research continues after you return from socializing today. Fair. Yes. It'll be waiting. Does a roguelike need the same stats, you think? Need the same stats. I don't know what that means. Oh, what do you mean? Like strength, health, hunger, like that kind of stuff? In my opinion, I don't think it needs anything. I think it's up to you. For the one I'm doing, I'm probably going to adapt as many of the original stats as possible. 9? Wait, what stats are you talking about? Health, strength, hunger, attack. Oh yeah, defense. That's a good question. That's something to think about. When you make Zelda 2, Oh, the one that like, Zelda 2 is the like platformer one, right? Something to think about. Okay, I'm gonna make a new spreadsheet. So what I wanted to do was use this to try to imagine the player can't walk. Then what do they do? Dark always trying to get some super creative twists. So like if I generate a room that is, here's the thing. If I do it one tile at a time, right? So let's say that's a room, okay? If I do it one tile at a time, then it could potentially have a room with just one, and you know, it goes all the way through the full iteration. You know, maybe that one turned out good. But, you know, now we get these weird rooms. And where can I put walls on this? Well, it's all gonna be walls. It would be 100% walls. Oops, all walls. You know? They'll all be walls. It's just all walls. So that's not good. So I'm imagining it has to have, and there's a lot of ways to do this, but the way I'm deciding to go forth and do it, it has to be more than 6. 6 isn't enough. It has to be 9. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, it has to be 9, by my guess. Because look, boom, boom. So these would all be walls, and that's the tiniest possible. That's just one little room. Yeah, 9 exactly. I think that's what I gotta do. So that means that's a little less convenient because I guess I have to expand my grid size to not be by 60, you know? We'll see what happens. Unofficially participate! Yeah, the spreadsheets are so helpful though. Like, it's like a grid. I have a grid right here to play with. Ready to go. No coding necessary. So, and it wouldn't necessarily all be walls. It wouldn't decide the walls, because it would do one iteration at a time. So the first thing it would do is try to generate the rooms. So if it's 9 at a time, it would just be, is this gonna be 9? Yes. Is this gonna be 9? Yes. Is the next 9 gonna be 9? Now that's where it gets weird. So we do, okay. We do, because here's what I don't want. I don't want it to now skip 9 if it's not gonna do a room, right? I would want it to, yeah, because we can have just a one tile path, why not? I would still want it to be walking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like through each one, right? So it'll hit this, so, okay. It'll iterate through the first one. It'll iterate through the first one, and let's say it does it. So there you go. It's did it. Done. Chose it. Goes to the next one. Says, oops, this has already been claimed. Right? That's where we do our pre-gen callback. You know, is there already a tile here? Oop, there is. There's already a room here. Don't need to worry about it. Mark it as walked. Come here. Check it. Is there a room here? Oh, there's already a room here. Great. Mark it as walked. Next one. Is there a room here? There's not a room here. Roll the dice. Am I gonna do a room here? Nah, let's not do a room here. Mark it as walked. Come to the next one. Say, am I gonna do a room here? You know what? Let's do a room here. And then it just slaps down the entire thing right there. Bam. So it would know that all the next, the 2 below it, the 2 next to it, and the ones below and next to that also. So that's gonna be interesting, right? I think it won't be that hard. As long as I know the size of the tiles, it's just math. It's just like, you know, times 2 times whatever. It's not gonna be that bad, right? And so it'll smack that down. Goes to the next one. Oop, there's a room here. Oop, there's a room here. Oh, there's not a room here. Roll the dice. You know what? Let's do another room. Bam. Now we got a big room. Blam, blam, blam. Now it comes back to the next row, right? So it'll say room there, room there, room there. Now this is where it gets weird, right? What if it gets there and it says, let's do a room? Then I guess it can slam 9 down. What do we think about that? Well, this is a super big weird room. Who cares? It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't really matter. Showing the R&D of procedure generation without cheating and taking R&D as a team. Yeah. Title. It should all be in the title. I feel like the title tells you everything you need to know if you're on YouTube. Wait, what is my title on Twitch? I actually have no idea. I always forget to do one or the other. It's two things. I can't remember two things. Game Jam Rogue. It's actually day 2 devlog. Oh, that wasn't too bad. You know what? Not too bad. Yeah. So, because I enjoy reinventing the wheel. So here's the thing, Sable. I think you maybe were around when I was doing the Puyo like. You certainly play tested it, which I really appreciate. And I did have to learn a flood fill algorithm for that, and so I'm taking. And I tried reinventing the wheel and making that from scratch myself, and there was something really key that I forgot, which was the walking and checking and queuing. So I'm bringing that knowledge with me. That's it, though, for now. And if I get into, like, a huge problem, you know what I mean? If I get into a mass... Oh, yeah, the YouTube title's good. And now the Twitch one is, too. If I get into, like, a big mess, okay. Then I'm going to say, you know what, let's go... Let's go look this up. but I want to give it a good try. Okay, so I guess I'm okay with that if it comes down here, because I could also say like skip these, but I don't see why. Okay, let's keep going and imagine what this will be like. So it slaps 9 down. Now that's the other thing. What if there's already a room there and it slaps? So how is it gonna slap them down? So it's whatever. So I feel like something that's missing here is the slap down. We have generate tiles. Well, that's what the pre-generate does, because you have the walking. So you're doing the walking. When I'm clicking, that's the walking. When it's generating, it's not just going to like. There's no slap down. The generate is going to also iterate. So what? Okay. Let me start actually writing this down. I'm gonna forget this. This is good. This is good stuff. Okay, so this was the one I did the other day. So here's the thing. I don't think it's bad, but I don't want to stress myself out with it. I want to just borrow from it. I think that's going to be easier on my brain if I start fresh and then pull things from this so I don't have to redo everything. So I'm going to rename this as Manage Levels 1, and then I'm going to create a new script and call it Manage Levels. This is going to be the real one. And then what I'm going to do now is just comment in some stuff so I have it written down. What I want to say is generate tiles. Iterates. It doesn't simply slap anything down. It itself... Okay, I know what I wanted to say. I wanted to say generate tiles calculates the 9 tiles that it's going to iterate through to verify if they have a room already or not, whatever it might be. Gary Game and WebGL. Nice. Tomorrow good? Well, I don't stream tomorrow, but at some point we should check it out. We should pop into it and give it a little, maybe I need to weave in a break at some point and give it a little play. Thanks for letting me know so I can plan. Generate tiles calculates the 9 tiles that it's going to want to pick a room size, make sure it doesn't overlap. No, I'm okay with the overlap. I'm open to the overlap. I like the overlap. We'll see. And if I don't like it, we can always change it. Generate tiles calculates the 9 tiles that it's going to iterate through to verify if they have a room already or not. But what this is, there's 2 different things happening. There's the walkthrough. So the walk over goes tile by tile to decide if something will generate there. Generate tiles will calculate the 9 tiles that it's going to iterate through to verify if they have a room already or not. So I might even be recursive here. I might have the walkover call, or the generate tiles call walkover. No, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna think about it. I'm not gonna think about it. This is stressing me out. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep going. So it spawns all 9. Keep going. Iterates. Room there. Skip. Not a room here. Skip. There's a room here. There's not a room here, so I'm gonna spawn one. Right? I'm just gonna randomly doing it. I think one problem, and this is just me typing and experimenting. Oh, look at that. What if it's at the edge? Right? What does it do? Does it just skip it? Does it put the wall right up against the edge? Does it cut off? One thing I'm thinking is I need some way to decide if it ends up. Well, at least what all you have to do is change the percentage. Oh, so just make sure you have the odds that it's going to choose. Like I'm kind of I feel like I'm doing like a 50-50 here. I'm like guesstimating a 50-50, but you might want it to be something like there's a 10% chance it spawns a room or something. Maybe a little more than that, because we also have to make sure there's not no rooms or there's not too few rooms. So it does. There needs to be perhaps a check. How many rooms did we end up with? If not enough, cycle through again and try to see where rooms could be added in or something. So we'll certainly see. You can if you drag the divider between the A and B to the left. Whoa! I did not know that. That's nuts. I have no idea. And then it will just like. What's the point of that, though? Why did I do that? What does that do for me? Why did I do that? I didn't know that. But what does it do? So... Oh, did it just remove those over there? Oh, I dragged the wrong thing. What other thing? There's other things. There's too many things. There's too many things, then. It does look like it removed... Oh, yeah, it is. No, it's working. It's removing it. I dragged the right thing, maybe. But here's the thing. I'm glad I didn't do that because now I see that there will be these leftovers. So if it does get to an edge and there's not if it gets to a, let's say it gets here, right? And it ends, and it will say that my grid ends at J. Does it check ahead to make sure there are 9, right? So if it gets here and it's like, oops, no more left. A couple different things we can say. We can say, well, it'll use, no, because we don't want it, no, it has to give up. Because what if there was not anything up here, right? If nothing had been there and it chooses here, well now, if it does it anyway and cuts off these, well now it's gonna be too small of a room and it's gonna be oops all walls again. So I think if there's not enough room, it has to decide to cut it off, right? If there aren't 9 tiles available, 9 adjacent tiles available, the spawn is skipped, or the generation is skipped. I think that so we'll see. I'm sure there could be problems, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna see what happens. So, all right. So imagine one goes there, blah blah blah. Sometimes it spawns them, sometimes it doesn't. We have different room sizes. It'll skip that. So then what I'll have another walk over do. So after that's done, we'll have a function like add walls or whatever, or spawn walls. So what it'll do is it'll iterate through again, and it'll ask, is there no room above or, to adjacent to that tile? Here, yes, there's no room to the left, there's no room above. So this would then say, yes, I'm gonna be a wall. Come here, is this a wall? Yep, because there's an adjacent no room tile. Yep, I'm a wall. I'm not a wall. Wall. Each one, because they all have not a room above them. Comes here, has not a room to the left, it's a wall. Now this one has a room on every side. It is not a wall, not a wall. This is a wall, not, blah, blah, blah. Here has no room to the right, is a wall. So that is, yeah, same thing here, that's fine. Comes here, adds a wall. Goes through, adds a wall there. Whoops. We'll see, we'll see. This is such a great way to test it out before I actually, like, commit it. To see, like, where my issues are. Oh, these are all walls, too. My bad. And then this would be a wall. Hopefully it will work better than my attempt. Comes here, goes there. Wall, wall, wall. So then that ends up being the room size. Then another algorithm, or another function, would be like add doors. I haven't thought about that one, but I'm sure we could figure it out. It could check to see, is there a wall to the left and the right? Or a wall to the top and the bottom. As long as it knows that there's a wall on either side, above, vertically or horizontally, it could be a door. And so it could, well, not only that, it's also gonna have to check one more. There has to be, it can't, so, okay, so we have to know if it's, like, out of the grid, too. Because here, this is not a room. That's okay. So, yes, I see that there's there's one to my left, there's one to my right. There's a room above me, and below me, there's a not room. So, therefore, yes, this can be a door. Here, there's one to the left, there's one to the right, there's a room below me, and there's a not room above me. I can be a door. Wrong. I cannot be a door. Because this isn't a not room above. This is just not part of the grid. So I kind of need to keep track of these, like, different types. Different types of tiles walk over checks for, or something. You know what I mean? It's going good, Zax. I'm like from scratching a procedural generation situation right now for fun. And so I'm just trying to figure it out. I don't have, like, the game made yet, so I'm just, like, playing around in a spreadsheet trying to see if, like, the concept I have for a procgen, I guess it's like flood fill type of setup, if it's gonna be viable, and just, like, planning out what I'm gonna do before I actually start, you know, coding it. Different types of tiles walkover checks for. We have not in grid. We have not a room. Is a wall. I might name these, I'm sure I'll name these differently. I mean, you only need to know one, like room. Looks for a room, looks for a wall, looks for in grid, looks for, I guess we wouldn't want two doors next to each other. Thanks for the hydrate, Fenny. I have a feeling that this is actually, like, our list of tiles, in a way. Obviously, I don't need to generate an in-grid tile. So I go about planning it and making sure to reach all the milestones for a particular project in a timely manner. Hell no! Absolutely not. No way. Absolutely not. I don't like to do that. You know, I'm very ADHD. I especially emphasis on the DHD. So, you know, for me, it's like, it makes me unhappy. I rebel against the deadlines. I don't know her. I rebel against the deadlines, and yeah, I feel like that's enough. It just makes me miserable the whole time, and I start to be like, you know what, screw you, I'm not gonna finish this on time. Whereas if I just, like, do my thing, no, I will say this, right? Obviously, this is a game jam, and so there is an end date, right? Maybe someday. I will say this, Zax. It's possible that someday, as I practice making games over and over again and finishing games, I might start to see a pattern emerge. and be like, wait a minute, usually by the first or second week, I have this much done, and maybe then, but even then, I wouldn't, like, set them as hard and fast rules. I think I would just, like, consider a baseline and ask myself, how close am I to the baseline? Oh, look, I'm taking a little longer on this than I usually do. Why is that? Should I consider that? Does that make sense? That kind of thing. I'm just kicking this off the top of my head, but that's what comes to my mind based on the things you're saying. You struggle to stay on top of schedule, or at least getting things done. Yeah, I mean, that's real. That's so real. I guess you have to figure out what works best for you. I think for me, having the pressure of the Game Like Jam being 1 month is pretty good for me. The last 2 Game Like Jams, the project ended up being a lot bigger than I imagined it was going to be. Whereas the first 4, I was able to complete them in time. And I don't know how I did it. I just did. I just did. I think that's where scope comes in. I think for me, the single most important thing is how big is the scope before I even start making it? You know, and I want to get a better sense for that scope. Because I could set milestones along the way, but if the project is too big, maybe making those milestones is going to lead to some crappy code and some really bad stuff. Hence, was the milestone worth it? Or should I have just planned a better project to begin with? I don't know. I just don't know, you know? I don't know. I'm still figuring that out. It's fun to think about. I enjoyed thinking about that, though. You tried a milestone planning, though, which doesn't work with time at all but features. I don't know. I don't know if I have. I'm also, like, not, like, a software developer. I don't really have... I'm not doing this, like, in a professional sense, right? So, you know, there's not, like, those pressures. I've never tried to put something on Steam, you know, and make sure I'm meeting certain deadlines, so I haven't had a reason to even learn really about these types of things, or much motivation to care, honestly. Focus on making it exist first, then polish it. I guess. I don't know. I don't even know. You need to figure it out for yourself, because you're not finishing anything. Your ADHD is hard to work with when it comes to games. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be different for everybody. All I can say for myself is having... If I were to try to describe the way I'm handling things, it's like, make sure I have a scope, you know what I do? I think of a stretch goal version. I plan out what's the small scope version of this. Okay, a few enemies, these 3 mechanics, 2 levels. Then I think about stretch goal stuff. Well, obviously, I would love to add those extra 4 mechanics. I would love to have 10 more enemies and 16 more levels. But that's stretch goal stuff. So I wouldn't even say, like, polish later. I would say, make it exist, polish along the way, but make sure that what I'm making exist and what I'm polishing is within that non-stretch goal scope. This is just what was working for me. And then if I have time, which I never do, I had a little time for Volcano, which was like a ski-free-like, because that was such a simple one. You do that for balloons? Oh yeah, I remember you added the roguelike feature, which is exactly what I was going to do for ski-free. It was exactly, that's so funny, yeah. Exactly the same thing for Volcano. So this was a game like ski-free where you just, like, you know, ski down a hill and you avoid obstacles, and that's pretty much the whole game. So really simple scope. And that's, I think, why I was able to finish it. And I had extra time, because it was such a simple scope. Such a small scope. And I had extra time, so I started to implement a roguelike feature or a I shouldn't even say roguelike anymore. I should say power-up feature, where you could collect power-ups, and it'd be randomized, and it'd give you these abilities and stuff like that, and you could use these special abilities. I got, like, maybe a third of the way through setting that up before time ran out, and so I just had to cut it, and it didn't make it into the final game. So I think that was, for me, the stretch goal method in action, where I just had a simple game. You're moving down a hill, Oh, you know what else though? Wait, I'm lying. The gems. The basic, so in Ski Free, you just avoid obstacles and go down a hill. It does add tricks. I didn't want to really do tricks, but so I cut that out, right? So I even like reduced the scope a little bit, and then I had some extra time, and I was like, let's do gems. I want to do collectibles. So that was a stretch goal thing I added in. But I didn't need the gems. I just wanted them, and I had time, so I added them. I really wish I got the roguelike feature in here. I think it would have been cool. I had so many ideas. I wanted to add a shopkeeper who was like riding an emu like down the hill, and you could like try to catch up with it and then like trade gems. That's why I wanted the gems. You could trade gems with the shopkeeper. So I think that's another thing is the how does losing the stretch goals be okay? You know? I set up a system where I collect the gems, and in theory, I could spend them at the shopkeeper. But if I can't get the shopkeeper in, the gems still function as a scorekeeping metric of some kind. And they still are all set up to function even without that. So I think there's even like some skill there. But I hear you. When you're dealing with your own distractions and stuff like that, it's hard. It's really hard. But small game scope, and then the bonus stuff. So even if you have a big game idea, how can you synthesize this most basic mechanics into a really simple basic version that you definitely can pump out? Think about the stretch stuff, and as you're going, this is how I do it. How can I make sure that if I have time, I can put those in. I can make those happen. And also, if I don't have time, leaving them out won't break everything. And I guess it comes down to priority too. Like I could have modeled the emu for the shopkeeper. I could have started setting up the bartering trading system, making the menu for that. I could have started doing all of that. And then I would have wasted all that time because it was unlikely I was going to put it in. So making sure to prioritize, well, what do I need to definitely have at least, and how to not create dependencies to make sure that let's see an example. I guess with the maybe like the system that I have that spawns the gems and the rocks, it also was a system that would spawn, there was like backpacks that you could find, and that would be what would give you your special items that you could use, or the power-ups. So making sure that the system that I built for generating those power-ups wasn't too tightly coupled with the system that generates the rocks and the gems, such that if I do take out the backpacks, well, now nothing works. So yeah, I think prioritizing having the base systems, the things that are most important, and then allowing for stretch goals. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's an interesting question, and I wanna be able to help, but that's the best I got. That's the best I can do. Have a baseline that can be used as a demo and add on to it when you've gotten them. Yeah, pretty much. I think when it comes to my games, my scope tends to either be very large for one person or not fully defined. Define it. Like write it down. Like, I'll show you even... I hope I'm still logged in. I think I will be. Probably still logged in, right? Nope. We don't live that login life anymore. No cookies on this computer. Wow. So I just have to remember that for like every freaking jam that I do. This is my Tamagotchi. Like, you want to watch a cat walk around? Well, I want to get my password. I've been getting like crazy about privacy and security. So I have like a separate profile on my phone that is just for like my passwords and things. And it's the only place that I can go get my passwords for stuff because they're randomly generated. And I don't save cookies anymore. So if I want to log in, I have to do it every single time. It's kind of the most. It's basically the absolute most. Okay, accounts. And then password. Oh my god, it's just random characters. Normally on my other computer I use a secure password manager, but I feel weird putting a password manager on here, on the stream PC. It just doesn't feel right. Okay, did I do it? Did I do it? Haha! Alright, thanks for your patience. So, what I wanted to show you was that plan. You said you were, you know, you don't usually make the plan. Oh, it's not gonna be full screen? Cool, 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 cool. And the title bar doesn't show? Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. No. I'll just spend a few extra seconds making sure the title bar shows. Okay, no problem. No problem. Got it. So I want to show you what my plan was for that game. Let's see, ski free. Because it was crazy. It was the big scope. It was the hugest scope. It was giganormous. Look at this. So I just typed up these huge lists, okay, of things I wanted in there. Into the ski free like. Let's see if we can find. There's merchants, which appear in the first section and semi-randomly but repeatedly after getting all the gear, especially if there's something to actually purchase. Cosmetics. Oh, another. Oh my gosh, there was multiple merchants. There was a cosmetic merchant, a gear merchant. I feel like a casino merchant. 3 different merchants I had in mind. Jesus. I even had personalities. Olga with blonde pigtails. So much. You know, I needed to allow myself to imagine the whole thing, you know? Because otherwise it's not interesting to me. Yeah, I have to let myself. It's almost like if I don't get it down, maybe I'll be doomed to accidentally start going down that path. Smiley stripe suit guy, just so much lore for this game where you're tumbling down a freaking volcano. But as you saw, none of that got in there. Absolutely none of it. And that's okay. That's okay. I also like to break down like sort of the general, like a mind map of like, I had modes. I wanted to do different modes. You know, just didn't get to all that kind of stuff. But yeah, breaking it down and then making sure you know. I don't know that I wrote down the basic non-stretch goal things. Yeah. Allow the scope creep. Allow it to happen. Don't suppress your scope creep desires. Do try to rein it in after you have that temper tantrum, that explosion of ideas. At least that's the way I've been doing it. Yeah, I feel like I had some like more intentional like stretch goal stuff too, like where I would type out. Oh yeah, so even on the ski free stretch goal stuff. Well, that's funny. Actually, the stats page made it in. You never know. You never know. Wow. Yeah, right. The stats. That didn't have to be there. But I got it in anyway. The records. Wow. I really wasn't giving enough credit to the stretch goals I managed to fit in there. It's like a whole thing. It had an animation, all that stuff. Total distance. You can reset the records. Wow. I did get a stretch goal in there. So, you know, and I try not to get too bogged down with, like, checking off boxes as I go and stuff, because personally, that just stresses me out and bores me. You know, I don't want to read over a list. It's more just, like, for my own knowledge and to help me focus in on what I'm getting started on, at least for now. It's like your Umbrella Man game. Do I know your Umbrella Man game? Trying to find an in-between for your process. Yeah. Ski-free Wikipedia article is considered a good article. Whoa, interesting. Who's a bad influence for ideas? Me? All the shopkeeper stuff? I know. Something you tried for Bloons Tower Defense, which worked very well, was task listing, but with retro task listing, so that whenever you go full chaos, you make the list afterward. It helps with the digressing guilt. I'm not sure I fully understood. So, like, is it kind of what I was saying? Like you would just let yourself have, like, a super long list? Your falling game is like your Umbrella Man game, and then, when the 3D space opens up, you have to start fighting 3D monsters. Let it happen! Let it happen! But be realistic after you've, you know, written it all down. You don't know if you can participate, but you're going to look through some of the free assets and see if anything inspires me. Yeah, see if anything inspires me! Duckonomics is referring to the assets on the page, by the way. If you did go to the jam page, link should be everywhere if you're watching at any point. Description, chat. Jam is sponsored by Craft Picks, who's offering to the top 3 winners a year-long premium subscription to their asset library, but they have a bunch of free stuff too. I tried to pick some that would fit with like a top-down roguelike game, but they have so many more, and you can like do all kinds of stuff. So that's what Duck is referring to, by the way. Walt Disney approach. Dream big, find out what's possible. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, we're Walt Disney. We're Walt Disney. Right. I was kind of defining, like, so I was, like, messing around with a spreadsheet and trying to imagine, like, what this is all going to be. We're Walt Disney in the ice chamber. I was thinking, like a screen name. Walt Disney Thawed. Thawed Walt. And I was thinking about, well, what if we want to set down doors? If I want to set down doors, I can check if there's one to the left, one to the right, a room on at least one side, and a not room. But if we go here, this technically meets all of those criteria. Hey, Barts, welcome. So I need something that is going to check to make sure it's even within bounds. I guess we could do like an out of bounds. Maybe we say out, well, I kind of like affirmative stuff rather than being like, not this, not that. It just confuses me less. So we could say inbounds. Inbounds. Inbound tiles, room tiles, wall tiles. We should probably look for door tiles. Maybe we should keep track of the enemies and stuff. If an enemy's already there, I don't know. I don't know why I'd go over the enemy spawn again. I feel like that's a one-time thing in the loot. So I'm just gonna keep it kind of minimal, but in theory, it could be expanded. E.g., if 2 walls are parallel or on either parallel side or on an either parallel side of the current tile, and if 2 wall tiles are on either parallel side of the current tile, and the other two tiles are a wall and are a room and in bounds. Well, it would have to be a room. I mean, we do kind of have to know that it's like a not room. I feel like you need a not room. So kind of, what do I call that? Like a, I don't know if I want inbounds. I think what you want is like a darkness space, like an empty space, like a, yeah, maybe we'll just call it empty. Let's just call it empty. And the other two tiles are a room and an empty. And this represents inbound, non-room tiles, basically. So like everything has to be a room tile first. Like that's the base tile is a room tile. Except though for the path. A path is not a room base, so that's wrong. So it'd be kind of like a room or a path. Like these, first everything, but the first thing that happens is it iterates through all the empties. First it makes all the empties. These are the grid tiles that actually make up the whole thing. Then it goes through and it adds all the rooms. Then it goes and adds the walls, then it adds the doors. Well, but the path, I feel like the path, no, it does, because yeah, you would, because that would, but that doesn't go on top of a room, though. Technically, that goes on top of an empty, right? So it'd be like, empty, and then it could also do a path. So what goes on top of an empty? A room or a path? Those are the only things that go on top of empties. Room or path. A wall goes on top of a room, a door goes on top of a wall, and a path goes on an empty in between doors. There's also stairs. So we could say a stair gets a little tricky to map out this way. Path. And then we could have a wall or a stair. Or an enemy. So these all go on top of a room, right? So we could do it like this. Here. Yes, I'm drawing this here and not using a mind map because I don't want to have to look in two different places. That sounds annoying. I'd rather have it in one spot. So, room can generate a wall on top of, or a wall can be on top of a room. A stair can be on top of a room. An enemy can be on top of a room as well. Not sure how to, I guess, oh, equals, I like equals. Easier to see. No, I don't like it. Path. Put that there. Get another one. Space that out just a little bit. Yes, I'm doing this. It makes me happy. How you gonna do that though? I guess we would put it like this. It doesn't look right. I think a mind map would be really nice. Maybe I'll just do it like this. It's good enough. So a room can spawn a wall, or on top of a wall, on top of a room can be a wall. On top of a room can be a stair. On top of a room can be an enemy. On top of a room can be an item. I could just use a comma too. Sounds like all the things. Traps. There's traps. Ugh, do I want to do traps? I mean, in theory, but that is straight up stretch goal territory. There is no doubt in my mind. I would not call this a design doc. I would call this comments at the top of a script to help me remember what I need to do. But I did make sort of a design doc that, I don't know, whatever. It's text. That is not code. If you mean text that is not code that contributes to the overall game, yes. Really, I'm just trying to sort my logic out. So I don't know that I would call this a design doc. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't show this to anybody. This is just to help me. I think what I would call this is an ADHD assistive device. It's a device to help me, my executive functions, not fall down. So on top of a room, we can have a wall, a stair, an enemy, an item, or a trap. On top of a wall, we can have a door. I think that's all. I think that's everything. Neat. Yeah. Hey Rosa! Just finished paperwork and boy does it feel good. Does it feel like a feat? Paperwork. Ugh. Good job. Honestly. Like, nice work. That sounds like one of the most procrastinatable things. When you digress from a plan or have no plan, you just do things. Then you'll create a task list of what was done to kind of help the brain realize that even in this YOLO moment, a lot was done. That is nice. Oh, I like that. I like that. That's nice. I wouldn't do it, but I like it. Because what I would see that as is more work. Like, ugh, now I have to write down what I did. But I see, you just, for you, it's something you want to do. It's something you're like, I would like to do this. So I get that. For me, that is looking at the game, seeing a result, which is maybe not the best, or maybe it is the best. I like to be able to step away from my work at the end of the sesh and run the game and see something that I did. Often things are underneath the surface, and so that's not always like the best way to gauge it, but maybe it kind of pushes me to get more done so that way I can see something at the end. I don't know. I like that for you though. Fun fact, people who work for Disney never said no to anything he asked for. They just said yes and tried to slowly and subtly reduce his ambitions later. Whoa. That's crazy. You need to plan your game out first. Oh, yeah. Fair. Reasonable. You're able to play some Rogue today. It's pretty fun. It is. It's fun, right? Level 8. Nice. Level 8's good. Wait, is that further than I forgot? Good job. Rogue, it's fun, right? Like, for such a game that's kind of old, there are lots of fun old games, okay? But I'm just saying, in computer years, it's very old. In video game years, it's very old. And it doesn't have the benefit of a lot of modern things and knowledge and experience. And yet, it's super addictive. I love that. You found an asset pack that's good for the jam? Which one is it? Is that copy current address gonna be the right address? No, I didn't think so. Give me the home message. I could click it, but I don't trust it's gonna open it in the browser I want it to open it in. Free to and roguelike game kit, pixel art. I gotta. Yes, cropped pixels allowed. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, I love this one. That's why I put it on the page. I think it's so solid. Like, it looks great. It has exactly the fundamentals that you need to make a roguelike. Yeah, this one's great. I love this one. And they probably have, like, others. I didn't want to put too many roguelike things in there because I would give it away too much. Really, any of the... Oh, that's not a free one. Any of the top-down ones are pretty solid. Oh, here's one. So yeah, if you just search like roguelike, you get all kinds of stuff. I kind of like the other one more. But then again, this has like a different art style. It's a different vibe. It doesn't feel like classic Rogue assets, though. I feel like the other one has much more classic Rogue assets, what you'd expect to have if you're keeping it just the same. Thank you for the hydrate. Cheers, Kaze! Alright. Chat, I'm locking in. I'm locking in. So I think I have enough planned out that I can just start coding and seeing what I missed. What I'd love to have by the end of this sesh, which I don't necessarily expect, but I'd love, would be I could at least generate rooms. At least rooms. You know, and have the system be set up to have walls, stairs, enemies, items, paths, traps, doors added in. But really the thing I'm gonna hold myself to is the room. I would like to be able to press a button, start the game. That's the other thing. Oh my gosh, that's the other thing. This is why I have a dictionary of 2D dictionaries. Why I planned a dictionary of 2D dictionaries. Because in Rogue, there's multiple levels. And you have to go back through those levels. So when a entire grid is generated and you go down the stairs, that grid that was generated, I don't want to just throw it away. I don't want to just delete it. I want to store it so we can go back to that level. So then the other thing too is to make sure that I'm keeping track of what level each generated grid goes to, and that I can keep generating more of them. Okay. So yeah, I would love to be able to generate a level with at least rooms. Those rooms will not be explorable or anything like that, but that's okay. I feel like, I'm not sure, honestly, Flip, technically, I'm not sure, but here's, but here, look at this. So I haven't actually gotten that far, but I think I could be wrong. So on the community tab, I've shared some resources that might be helpful. Please, if y'all find other cool things, slap them in here. But there's this blog post from someone who beat the game recently. They were just like, I tried it. It was interesting. And in this post, so the objective of Rogue is to find the, what is it? The amulet of something? The amulet, some kind of amulet. You're trying to find an amulet. And when you find that amulet, I think, again, I just think, when you find that amulet of Yendor, you go back through the levels to escape. But I could be wrong. Once I found the Amulet of Yendor on level 29, the game was embarrassingly easy. Once you find the amulet, you have to head back up the stairs on each level to get back to level 1. Now, that's unless this person is lying or mistaken. This is where I'm getting the information from, that you go back through it again. Instead of exploring the levels, you can just head up the moment you find the nearest stairs. Right, you don't have to explore anymore. And then it's funny because they talk about how the monsters get easier as you go back up, because it's still like the leveled enemies on level 1, 2, 3, so it's not even like hard. The very like last part of the game is not like super difficult. So yeah, I think you do go back through the levels. Again, assuming this is accurate, but it seems like they wouldn't make that up. Really making your game design all text-based. Ooh, like text-based, like truly text-based, or like visually text-based? All right, I'm locking in. Oh, maybe flip. Oh, I don't know. I still want to store the levels. I kind of like... You're right. Good call. Okay, let's check. Let's just at least look it up. Let's see. SQR time? Somebody. Not me. Somebody. I think Derek. It's neat to store them, but I'll be honest, Flip, if I don't need to, maybe I won't. I don't know. The only reason I would need to store them is if the player was gonna go, like, why else would I need them if the player wasn't gonna go back through them? What's the point? You know? But I don't know. So the only reason I would store them would be so the player can go back through them. And if the player doesn't need to go back through them because, I mean, I don't know. Because I guess for me, what I like about the game like Jam is I don't have to think about like, oh, well, what would be a better mechanic? How do I want to end the game? What do I want the player to experience? Like, I can just let go of that and say, well, Rogue already figured out what the end game should be. They already figured out that you go back through the levels and it's decreasing difficulty, and that's weird, but that's what Rogue did. Maybe I say to myself, you know what, let's make it increasing difficulty instead of decreasing, right? But generally, I try to stick to what they did so I don't have to like ask myself, what do I want to do? So that's the only reason I would save the levels, is because I'm putting faith in that being what Rogue did, and that's an interesting way to go about it. But if they didn't even do that, what's the point? Rogue Epic's full playthrough, we'll say. This would be a good resource too. Nintendo Switch. Oh yeah, somebody, that's really weird. Like somebody like is making money on the original game. It trips me out. But do they beat it? Walkthrough. That seems like they're gonna beat it. I guess what I'd be looking for is if they have the amulet. Get your weird AI features for me? No? Thanks, YouTube. Good job. Because sometimes you can like ask it a question and it'll take you to a certain part of the video, but I guess not this one. So I'm trying to ascertain, I don't know if they talk in this video, but there's no transcript. I'm trying to ascertain when they get the amulet. It's kind of tricky. It was kind of tricky. But I mean, they're right near the end. Now, is that going down the stairs or going up the stairs? That's what I'm not sure of. Here come right near the end. I mean, I think it's what you said. If this is anything. Oh, that was a winner. It said it was a winner. I think you're right. Oh, good call. Oh, you're right. Look, it's going up. You're right. Nice. I think you're right. Because look, it's not explored. Okay, let's even do one extra confirmation. So level 5. It just went up from level 6 to level 5. So that's what level 5 is looking like. Came out of there, it's going down here. I'm gonna screenshot it so I don't forget. That's level 5. Now we come back to the first time they went through level 5. I almost just clicked right at it. Does it look the same? I think you're gonna be right. Doesn't look the same. Wow. Yeah, that's different. I think. Yeah, that's different. Huh. Well, that's kind of weird. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Are you, like, canonically, are you going back up the same stairs you came down? Or is it a new, I don't know. I guess I could go look. 24. This is important because this is gonna. I need to know this because if I don't have to make a dictionary of 2D dictionaries, I'm not gonna do it. This is important. I must know this. Okay, 26. Okay, so they started going down here. There. This is the last level that they play. The highest level. You feel a wrenching sensation. Okay. Wait, what? Maybe it was before that. Oh, that title covering up the text is killing me. Maybe we just watch this person play the whole level. We'll just enjoy it. We'll just soak it in. Yeah, I don't understand what you're talking about, Flip. Medusa. Ooh, Medusa's got some status effects. Getting hungry. It's funny how much it looks like a Tamagotchi. Like, since we just came out of the Tamagotchi jam, it looks like a damn Tamagotchi. Alright, they're chilling a little too long. Can't carry anything else. I feel like that's not an amulet. That's something else. Maybe that's armor. It's doing a ring. Where's the amulet? What happens when you get the amulet? Oh, that looks like the amulet. Look at that. There it is. That's it. That's what it looks like. It's just there. You get it, and it says you got it. Okay. Cool. Then what? Just like the next stairs you go through when you have the amulet starts taking you the other direction. I guess that then makes sense. So you're not actually going. You're not going back up the stairs you came down. You're going to a new set of stairs that happen to be just taking you in the other direction. Neat. Okay. Wow. This is important. Endgame design. Okay. Wow. Well, screw it then. I don't want to keep the levels. Why would I keep the levels? I see no point. It's tough because, like, if I change my mind, am I gonna be in danger? You know, is it gonna be like a mess of refactoring? I don't know. I think I'm going to not save the levels. I think we're not gonna do that. That's what I think. All right, let's do it. It's code time. Let's put this at the bottom, so that way we're coding this out of existence into actual code. I will borrow some things here. You know what? I'm not going to. Let's just start it from scratch. Using the rat from the roguelike kit as a player character. Right? I always think that when I have an asset pack. I'm like, you don't tell me what kind of character this is. I decide. I love that. Do it. So what do I need first? Well, I want my function, which is walk over tiles. That's like the main crux of everything, or a big important thing. I need to look at my doc to get this off its feet. Walk over tiles. Now that's pulling in the level data. which makes sense. It only has to be the current level. That's all we care about, is the current level. So I'm gonna make a dictionary. Rogatui! We'll still call it level data, but it's like current level. So level data is a dictionary of dictionaries. Okay, let's think about this. This represents the columns, or the rows. First dictionary is the rows. Second is each cell in that row. But here's the thing, if it's a dictionary of dictionaries, I have to be able to refer to that somehow. Like, I always trip myself up here. Like, let's say I do a string. You don't need a string. Because it's like, really you're just gonna go through with numbers. We're just gonna iterate through which number it is, right? So what would be the next thing? Because the dictionary is the key. What does that key unlock? A node 2D. Do you want to store any other kind of data? You could store the data on the node 2D. I guess then I ask myself, why is it a dictionary? Why did I want it to be a dictionary? Why not make it an array? I'm not sure. If I'm being honest. Level tiles array. I guess it was gonna be in this dictionary. It's the first building block. In this dictionary is where the arrays were. Originally, it was gonna be level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3. This would be row 0, 1, 2, 3. And then this was going to be, I don't know. I think what I'm gonna do is just wing it and then sort it out when it's wrong or not wrong. Because if I do it like this, it has to immediately be a dictionary. So a dictionary is the key, which feels weird. Like, that doesn't seem right. I feel like this should be an array. But that's not the key. It's frustrating because it requires me to pick 2 collection element types. Like, I could do integer, right? Feels like a waste of a key to have it be an integer, since this could just be represented numerically anyway. But let me imagine this. If I say 0, and then imagine this has a node 2D, or we'll just say new for now, just so it's something in there as a way to visualize it. One, 2, right? So, like, I could do this, but this feels kind of weird. If the key were the array, I feel like you're not going to be updating the key. You're updating the value. That's what we want to update. The key just gets us to the value. So that makes me think I want to do this. There's one more thing I'm going to check, which is my Puyo Puyo like. Now, in my Puyo Puyo like, I remember I didn't actually have a variable of the dictionary like this. And I don't think I'm going to do it here either. It created the dictionary in the code. So I feel like this is just going to be empty, right? And then the code is going to fill it out, basically. There's not meta progression. No. When you die, you die. The most meta progression is your high scores, maybe. The fact that you can see the leaderboard. But that's it. It does, doesn't it? Okay, I just want to take a quick look at the way I set this up. Yeah, it's the player's knowledge. So I would create an array of dictionaries. Oh, an array of dictionaries. That's interesting. Huh. Oh, yeah. Wait, I like that. I like that. That makes a lot more sense. Because then I don't have to do this pointless integer. Now, why did I make it a dictionary? Oh, I know why I made a dictionary. So we could have, if it was walked or not. This is the way. This is the way, yeah. So the dictionary can let us check if it has been walked over. Oh my god. Yes. Prior code is the best. Okay, so here's what would go into that dictionary. It would have a piece. So what was the node character body? What was the color of the piece? Which apparently I was representing with an integer. And then a position, which is a vector 2. Wow. This is the way. This is the way. Okay. Look, I gotta learn to my past self. And I mean, I'm thinking I should just lift this whole freaking function. There's the Q, and then the directions. So in this case, I needed to be walking vertically and horizontally. Now, technically, I do want to check what's above and below, but I don't necessarily want to walk like that. So it appends start X and start. So find connected match. Where does that come from exactly? Whenever the countdown, so again, if y'all missed it, the thing I'm looking through right now, just to like put us all in a sense of place, so things make sense. This is from my Puyo Puyo like game, Blocky Dig and Match. Did I pull this up over here? I think we pulled it up over here. Where there are like pieces that are falling down, and when the piece falls down, it does this walkthrough to see where the matches are. So, as soon as that hits the ground, now it's checking, and it's doing all of that right there. So right here, it's checking. It's creating that dictionary in that instant. It's creating the dictionary. It's iterating through all that stuff. As soon as it hits the ground, it does that. On timer pop countdown. I don't remember exactly what this is supposed to mean. I'm guessing this is like indicating like that it's the moment that the piece was placed. Creates a visited grid. It's iterating through the colors on an x-axis, then this on the y. Oh, it's a font in it? I thought about using it. Intriguing. I would just get it for the font. Shoot. I mean, other things too, but you don't have to use a whole asset pack. You can just pull things. So this is like very specific to checking colors. So it's not exactly relevant. But when it goes to find connected matches, it's checking the X and the Y position of the piece that I guess is not yet visited. Because it continues it if it's been visited, I'm guessing. I'm not sure. Then it runs find connected matches, which will say this is where you're checking. Is this X and Y? I think what this is doing is it's saying, hey, I'm a purple piece. That's my color. And I'm trying to see if I can find any other purple colors. Any other purple colors? Any other purple colors? This is where I'm at. I'm looking for any purple colors. Whether or not I have a purple color, I'm gonna mark myself as visited into the visited array. So I wasn't actually creating like a dictionary entry. I don't really know why. Like, why not create a dictionary entry that just marks it? I guess the array is like maybe easier to manage. Feels like tomato. But it feels like a little more abstracted. I think I'd rather put it in here, honestly. We'll see. Let's make the mistake and find out why I did it the other way. And then for the directions, it's a little inscrutable. Okay, I'd rather still put it from scratch though. I'd still rather do it from scratch. But this is very interesting. So I think what I do want to do is think about how we append this in. Piece is part of a wall. Piece is so like literally see that green block, the grass block, or the moss block? That's a piece. The purple obsidian, that's a piece. The gray stone, that's a piece. I think. Well, actually, it looks like I'm also calling the piece the pair. So I think it depends on the context. I think in this context, it's referring to a single one. Although in a different context, it's referring to the pair. I'm gonna have to revisit all that stuff because I want to remake that game one day. One day. It's nice to go through things. I like it. Also, if you're watching on YouTube and you like the stream, you can press the like button. It helps more people find out about what we get up to here, and it lets me know I'm doing okay. So if you meant to hit the like button and you forgot, this is your reminder. Have you smashed the thumbs up? Thanks, YouTube. Hit that like button. Hit the like button. Have you done that? This is your reminder. General identity object procedurally? I don't know what you're asking there. I'm not sure. Alright, so level data Is that even what I want to call it? It's more like, let's keep it let's keep it that level data. But what I want to borrow from over here is that dictionary. So we do piece position this. This is what I want. Is that. So that's an array. But this is a dictionary. Append value at the end of the array. What is chain? Chain is the array of dictionaries. So what we're appending, I see, that's the dictionary. Yeah, got it. Okay, so this is what I want to keep over here. So I'm gonna call this something like tile data. It's kind of like a template. Tile data template. And this is just a dictionary. And it would equal this. Hey, Epic Photon! Welcome! How was your stream? Good to see you, good to see you. Working on the flight sim, I presume. Productive. Let's go. Epic Photon is working on a flight sim. It's a pretty cool game. It seems very cool. It's going good. Yeah, so we just started it. It's a roguelike jam. We're making games like Rogue. And I am digging deep into my brain to try and set up my own procedural generation system. I'm also borrowing from a previous project I did where we stack. Yeah, it's a roguelike, exactly. It's a roguelike jam where you stack all these pieces. It's like a Puyo Puyo-like game. So I'm borrowing it with me. Is it gonna be what's in each square? Yep. So this is sort of my reference point, but also I'm sort of just flying solo on my own here. Because I enjoy it. It's fun. It's a nice challenge to just like on my own like have to like not only try to put my brain on it, but reconnect to the stuff that I did before. I feel like that's very specifically is really helpful to me. Because oh, it's secret. It's a secret VOD. I see. I respect that. I respect that. I completely respect that. But it's a cool game. You should see what the game looks like. It's neat. And because otherwise, it's like I did that like 8 months ago, and what I just let it be something I did. I never go back to it. So it's nice to go back to it and try to remember the technique. That has to mean that next time I do it better, right? That has to mean that I get more memories of how to do it. So yeah, it's nice to go back, but I also want to make sure it's tailored to it. So the idea, the general idea for this is going to be, we're gonna walk over every tile in the grid. And this walkover function will be called by different, hey Staria, by different other functions, like generating tiles, spawning enemies, stuff like that. So it walks through and it's gonna make a decision. Do I spawn, or do I generate 9 room tiles? And it's doing 9 because if I don't do 9, where do you go? Is that you taking? Are you watching GScript tutorials, or what research are you using? I just kind of dig in and figure it out, and then I use the documentation as needed. I do a search online as needed, and sometimes that brings me to videos. I tend to avoid videos and tutorials. I don't really like them. I just don't like them, so I don't usually use them. So yeah, I'm just doing my thing, figuring it out as I go. Basically. We're doing procgen for stuff, it can be heavy. For grid-based stuff, you try to think about the most performant way to organize the data, which is usually flap over. You won't even use a 2D array. Nice. You said some words. I know you did, Strofe. I know you did. So yeah, are you also learning Godot? For me, tutorials, they just distract me, because tutorials are never about one thing. They're always about, you know, a lot of things. And it's very, very unlikely that the tutorial is going to be addressing exactly what I need to do for my project. It's always like in a vacuum. Like, here's how to make a procedural dungeon. Okay, but that procedural dungeon isn't the procedural dungeon that I necessarily need for my project. And sure, I can just adapt it. I can look at it and adapt it. But then I would lose out on the joy that I feel when I try to, you know, solve the problem on my own. I enjoy, you know, having an idea of how I would solve it, slapping some code together, finding out it doesn't work, trying again, and then doing a search for, you know, procgen algorithms. So it's not necessarily a GDScript tutorial, it's just general algorithms. And I look at the algorithm and I think about how is this similar to what I started doing and what am I missing? And then I'll fill it in. And then in terms of just like, well, what methods exist? I mean, Godot has just amazing documentation, right? Such good documentation. So like often, things I often forget are like the different methods that help me use arrays. So, you know, I'll just control click on it and there's this huge list. I'm like, okay, I know I wanted to return an integer. I'm trying to find this. Oh, okay, we have count. What does count do? Returns the number of times elements in an array. Okay, that's not what I want. And I just do that and use stuff. And then, you know, if I'm stuck, I'll ask for help. Because when you ask for help, you can get a really context-specific answer. If I don't have people around, I will often ask a chatbot. When I ask the chatbot, I don't ask it for code. I only ask it to explain conceptually, sort of like when I go to find the algorithm, you know, and I pull from it and I adapt it. I ask it to like explain like the concept that I'm missing, and then figure out how to implement it in myself using these methods. That's like my general learning approach. But I don't think it's gonna work for everybody, but it works for me. You start a tutorial and then immediately want to be building the thing. Yeah, same, Photon. Oh my god, right. And so I'm like scrolling through the tutorial, like trying to find the one bit of data I want, which is just so annoying. When I'd rather just be at least typing on a Google search and seeing if I can find a Godot forums post or a Reddit post where someone asked nearly a specific question that's similar to mine. At least then I can search a little easier. But like having to like dig through the video and like maybe search the transcript, it's just like such a pain. But same, if I actually sit down to start it, I totally don't watch the whole thing at all. I'm just like, all right, I get it, I gotta think, here we go, let's get back to it. Well, that's just me. I think when I first started, there were videos I watched just to like osmose concepts. So I'd find like a nice long video, like, you know, all of Godot's nodes explained in 20 minutes, in an hour, whatever, and they just like go through each node and explain it really fast. You know, I just like listened to that while I was doing dishes or something, you know. But in terms of like actually sitting down and learning, for me, have a project I really want to make, break it down into problems I really want to solve, try to solve them, and use resources to do so. Rinse, repeat. That's just me though. Also, welcome, Blurry Sun, of course, if I didn't say that. We need your map gen for a roguelike. Love the original NetHack, original ASCII. Nice, nice, nice. You've been using BSP 5 or 6 divisions to randomize your room and placement size. I don't know what BSP is. I don't know what that is. Blue super people. Back some particles. Blasphemy, Satan, philanderer. Why would you use a blasphemous satanic philanderer? Big silly pants. Oh, big silly pants. Gotcha. Okay. I just don't know. I don't know what BSP is. I'm not sure. Balloons and pixels. Got it. Wait. So binary space. No. I feel like it's big silly pants. Oh, I see. Binary space. That actually does make more sense. Okay. True. And I will say, now that I know those words, I still don't. I don't feel any closer to understanding what you're talking about. But all right. Search tutorial, and then immediately want to be. I love like discovering little algorithms to use. I mean, I don't want to discover an algorithm right now, but I can appreciate that joy of like implementing something like that, because there's so many things people have figured out already. They show you the end process of the path that they wound up on. You bypass the internalization of why you choose certain things and listen, learn along the way. Well, what are you talking about? They show you the end process of the path that they wound up on. They show you the end process of the path. The end. They show you the end. That's not computing. You bypass the internalization of why you chose certain things and the whoa, man, that is a couple sentences. Have you used BSP? I have not. Go read documentation is the most important pointer. I agree. I mean, it depends. Like, something like Unreal Engine, right? Notoriously bad documentation. So it depends. For some things, the documentation isn't that useful. So that's why I think it especially works for something like Godot, because the documentation is really, really good. Yeah, go to the source, if it exists. Yeah. I know that's right. Get the authority. Yep. You see, with the big silly pants method, you fill the pants up with rooms and then dump them onto the world and clear up the ones that don't fit. Makes sense. You're trying something different? What you trying, Willow? Someone's been an entire summer trailblazing through a forest, then makes a tutorial where he's just vlogging, walking along the shortest, cleanest path. Doesn't teach you how to blaze a trail, it just shows you the end result. Right. So you like to skip to the end of the tutorial and look at what they did. So you just want to get the answer, which I relate to. Like, to me, it's like, hey, what if it was a blog post or a GitHub repo and you just send it to me and it has the answer and I look at it and I get the info and I get back to work, as opposed to having to watch a 3 to 15 minute video about things I don't care about just to get the answer you could have given me in 10 seconds. So I think I understand where you're coming from. Oh, YouTube, you can't post links on YouTube, unfortunately. You can go to Twitch and try to post a link. Or Discord. Yeah, sometimes, Duck. I think that's why you don't like them. The tutorial stuff does not transmit the valuable part of the process that helps you internalize the junk. You gotta bump into the walls. Yeah, gotta bump into the walls. I see. Willow's making tiles that are a little big and added 8 exit points on it. Gonna use a random number from 0 to 255 to determine which exits are active, then generating some small arms inside the tile. I like that. That's so clever. I love that. Wow. I want to keep hearing about that. I want to keep hearing about what that is like. That sounds really neat. Okay. Heard. Yes, right. So I think I see what you're saying, Strof. You're saying, I know what you're saying, Strof. I getcha. Okay, Strof is saying that if you just get the answer, you don't learn the mistakes along the way. I mean, to me, this is why I don't allow backseating anymore, and I don't want y'all to give me help if I don't ask. It's exactly the same reason. This is why I don't have chatbots just solve problems for me. And give me the code back. To me, it's identically the same problem. Completely the same problem. Tech debt. I'm adding in things I don't understand. I'm adding in things that aren't necessarily going to fit into my overall project just because someone else came up with it. I'm not picking up the skill along the way, so I can't repeat it or blend it more into my project, hence the tech debt. And I become dependent instead of being able to, make things myself. Yeah. Yup. Sometimes I still like to go find code out there and search for it and pull out influences. But wholesale grabbing something and slapping it in, don't like doing that. Comes dogmatic, you don't learn when to break the rule. Don't push code on a Friday. You get the knowledge, sure, but you don't get the wisdom. Don't push code on a Friday. Use Godot's hex tile map as the basis of random generator. Oh, that's cool. Neat idea. Y'all got some ideas. I love that. I love the creative approaches, for sure. Git adds tech debt if you don't use it. Yeah. Wouldn't Git remove tech debt? You're gonna pre-make rooms and have triggers that show a certain random next room. Ooh, nice. I think that's the like most small scope way to do it, is to pre-make them. Code analysis is a useful tool. Yeah. It's what you're doing now with your prior project. Yeah. And I'm very generous with harvesting my own past projects, right? Very generous with harvesting those because it's just reinforcing what I've learned, and I get to refine my systems and hopefully make them better each time, or learn about how they can morph to fit a different context. Code analysis, love that. It's fun to do it programmatically, right, Willow? See that movie where Brad Pitt is Achilles? I don't think so. Troy, he's teaching his cousin how to fight, and he's like, I thought you said never switch sword hands. Brad Pitt is like, I did. And when you know how to use it, you won't be taking lessons from me. I bet that makes a lot of sense. I bet that does. I bet that's so cool and sensible. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna lock in chat. Alright, so here's what I need. I need to set up, this is basically what is going to go into the dictionaries that get programmatically created. So what kind of information do I want to have? I want to know, what is the tile node? So I'm just going to say node in goggles. I'm going to say node. And this will equal, so I want to know what it's going to equal. So it's tough because I would want to update this depending on the scenario. So I don't know if I can actually use this here. I feel like I have to put it in the context because it needs the context to go into it. Actually, now that I think about it, like I mean, I don't think I can just do like an empty node 2D like container. You know, that would be weird. I can't just create. I mean, you could. I mean, yeah. Wow. So I do. This is more for reference. So what things do I want in there? I want a node. I want to know if it's been walked. Or visited. I like visited. That's actually a nice word. If it's been visited. And we don't need to keep its position. The node has a position. In the other case, I did need the position because it could be different. Well, I guess what was nice about the position, I am noticing as I look at this other project, I use these vector 2i's everywhere. So that way there isn't like float to integer conversions, and because it was supposed to be on a theoretical 3D grid. So, and I didn't want to have to use floats, I wanted to make sure we were always using the exact values. So if I were to pull it from the node, I would get floats. Whereas if I used the vector 2y, I know it would always be, it was almost like I was simulating the position and then assigning the piece to that simulated position. Do I still want to do that? I don't know. Because it would be nice to fetch the position of things. I mean, you can still add them on. I think so. I don't think it's important, because here it mattered more because we were doing it in 3D. And not only that, I think here's why I did this here. This is why I did the integer for this project, because this was physics based. So like these pieces are actually falling in the physics engine. These pieces are actually stacking on top of each other. They're actually they're holding each other up. So, and I needed it to fit on a grid at the same time. So by creating this like fixed vector integer situation, it could help me ensure that I'm realigning it and it's not like shifting one, 0.04 left or right. It would always realign itself back to that grid. Because obviously with the physics, it's going to go one way or the other. It's cute. It's like it's like Minecraft Tetris, like Dr. Mario. Yeah. So this is for the Puyo Puyo like jam that we did. The third game like jam is what it was for. I love Dr. Mario. Actually, let me rephrase that. I loved Dr. Mario. Kind of until I found Puyo Puyo. And I'm like, wait, actually Puyo Puyo is more fun than Dr. Mario. But yeah, Dr. Mario is really, really nice. And the music, dun 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 dun. That's a friggin' jam. But yeah. That's why and you might know this as like Kirby's Avalanche or Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Okay, anyway, so 10 years ago I was explaining this. So the way that this is going to work is it's going to walk through each cell one by one. Go through the next cell, go to the next cell. So I'm going to need to design it to actually do that, right? Design it to behave this way. And then when it lands on one, it's going to make a choice. Do I put a room here or not? Do I put a room here or not? How about here? You know what? Yes. It's going to slap down 9 pieces. We're doing 9 because if it's any less than 9, it'll be oops all walls. I do not want oops all walls. So this is what I need to figure out and why I need to lock in, chat. So all of this can later be iterated over by the add walls algorithm or function, which will also use the walkover, and it'll check to see, is there a room, is there a non-room tile touching it? If so, then it must be a wall, and it just goes through and adds the walls in. So that's what that's about. And then what it's gonna do is it'll continue through this one, and it's not, so it's actually, I lied. It's not only asking, do I wanna add a room here? It needs to also ask, is there already a room here? If there is, skip it. Already a room here, skip it. Not a room here. Do I wanna put a room here? You know what? Yes, slap it down. Room here, skip. Room here, skip. Now, when it gets to here, it'll say, do I want a room here? Oh yeah, I do want a room here. But we can imagine this is the end of the grid, right? And it's gonna need to know, well, I need to make 9, and I can't fit 9 in this section. So what I want it to do is to then skip it and say, never mind, I can't put a room here. It goes here, hey, insane. It goes here, it says, can I put a room here? No, so it skips it. Comes here, can I put a room here? I can. Do I want to put a room here? Sure, why not? It slaps it down. So now this merges. It did it through all of these, which means we're not really slapping things down. The slapping things down is it, again, checking each one. Checking this one. So I'd almost want to have a function that creates a new array based on the 9 that it finds. Oh, okay, I need to write this down. I must. It's the most important thing right now. So what I want is, when a room is being made, a room because it's tough, because I'll want a function that already exists for generate rooms. So if we have generate rooms, really what that's doing is it's actually saying decide thanks for the hydrate. Can put room, will put room here. Room will be here. If room will go here. If room will go here, which will return a Boolean. If room will go here, then I would like it to generate room generate room try generating room, right? I'm chat goggling. I'm sorry. I see you posted that, Randolph, but I gotta chat. I gotta block y'all out unless it's the most casual thing. I have to. I gotta just cook. I can't distract myself. But I'll circle back. Try generating room, and when it does that, that's not going to return anything. But what this will do is check if a room needs to go there. Oh, okay, no. So actually, this would take in the 9 possible room tiles, right? I would hopefully rename that, but knowing me, I won't. 9 possible room tiles. Iterates over 9 possible room tiles. That would be an array, right? An array of... Well, I mean, I'd really want it to be something that we can search in the dictionary for. So I guess it'd be an array of integers that would correspond to what goes in there. Thanks, Verma. It's just ADHD stuff, you know? I gotta stick on it. Hey, Toeman. Well, Toeman, you're lucky because it's embedded right on the jam page. If you go to the link and you read the page, I think you will find out. Alright, I gotta ignore you guys. You're stressing me out. So I'm just trying to debate whether I actually want to sort it this way. Because when it's going to send the array of room, so it's going to pick 9 room tiles that it's supposed to iterate over and decide, iterates over 9 possible room tiles to decide if they are, if a room actually needs to go there. Really, I would say just like, i.e. runs room will go here. You know? I feel we would just do room to go here. Because remember, it's going to be running, so it would run room to go here on the one that it's on. So right here, does the room go here? Let's say here. Does the room go here? Let's do here. Actually, I want it to be nice and visible. Does a room go here? Yes, a room goes here. Okay, great. So before I slap down 9, I actually am asking, let's now run will a room go here on these 9? Will a room go here? Yes, in theory a room could go there. Well, we already know, no, it should do it anyway. In theory, a room could go there. In theory, a room could go there. In theory, a room could go there. And it just keeps doing that for each one. These are all good, no problem. And so once it confirms that all 9 of them can be rooms, bam, it turns it into a room. So let's say it gets here and it decides to put a room. So once again, it'll send an array of these 9 positions, right? And, I don't remember what color, green. Probably should have done different color, but whatever. Green is, we're imagining it thinking about which ones do I want to do. Let's check this. This one looks good. This one looks good. This one, nope, not good. This one does not work because this one we're imagining is outside of the grid. Therefore, it cannot be a room. And once it hits that, it's done. No more. Forget this. No room here. Goes to the next one. If it, say it starts to put a room here, I don't know why it would, but just for the sake of example, it comes here, it queues all of these up to be iterated over. So it checks here. Can I put a room here? Yes. Can I put a room here? Well, there's already a room here, so I don't need to. Don't need to put a room here. There already is one. Yes, I can put one there, blah, blah, blah. Okay. That's kind of what I want. So if it's doing that, what is the data, I'm asking myself, do I want it to, how do I want it to access the data that it's going to use to check all of this stuff? So remember, the array is, or array indices are rows. Dictionary keys are cells. So this is really a cell template. Right? So therefore, the information that I would send along would literally just be an integer. It would just be an integer, right? That's it. Okay. We'll see. So an array of integers, which, yeah, that's what it'll be. Okay. So iterate over 9 possible room tiles to decide if a room actually needs to go there, i.e. rooms will go here. Thanks for the follow, cutie. Cutie comb. Okay. Okay. And let's just start. Let me start. Okay. Walk over tiles. I'm gonna make, comment this out. I'm gonna make the generate tiles function. Okay. And generate tiles will let me look at my last generate tile. Now I'm ready to look at that. Before I was saying how many tiles do I want to generate? And which tiles do I want to generate? In my document, I imagined only passing in the array. Well, this is when I thought they were going to be multiple levels. But this isn't what this is for. This is for generating the base tiles. Yeah, so this is the opposite. I don't know that I want to do it that way anymore. Okay. I just gotta get in the right positionality. And then I'll cook, you'll see. What's it gonna put in there? Node 2Ds. Which node 2D? So if I go back to here, I think a really good thing that was already in here is this. This I want. We already started setting up tile data. No reason not to harvest this. Very useful stuff. Preheat phase of the cooking. I don't know that I need a debug tile. Instead, or a not room, we have, we say inbounds. Was that the concept? Empty. All right, empty tile. That makes sense. Empty tile, room, path. I'm just gonna copy this. Put this up here. Empty, room, path, wall, stair, enemy, item, trap, door. Alright. We'll just make it a little less chaotic. Okay. Then in here, instead of tiles debug, that's going to be tiles empty. Tiles room, not room was going to be empty. Array not room tiles. Right. So I was also creating these. I think that's good. Yes, I do think I should have a separate array for each type of tile. 100%. That way we can just iterate through and walk over only the rooms. Why would I need, if I'm checking for walls, what's the point in checking these if they're not rooms? So if I have a separate array that already has all of the things that are only rooms, I can check through those. Now I could also iterate through the dictionary and skip all of the nodes that aren't marked as, but I think I'd rather do it this way. So let me go harvest those as well from here. These, yes, I like these. These are good. We have the grid tiles. I don't know about the name there. Empty tiles. Can I prefix it? I would love to. Tiles empty. I don't care if it doesn't make the most sense. Tiles room. And in theory, I would make one for every single one of these. Tiles path. Tiles wall, right? Every single one would get its own array. At least for now. Anything could change. But the more I start to lay this out, the easier I can spot what is actually not what I want. Okay, so imagine all of these arrays existing, potentially. It's really bothering me that that doesn't say stairs, so I'm gonna, yes. Okay. And we don't even have to think about whether it's an up or down stairs, because once you have the amulet of Stendar, is sketch code. Once you, or not Stendar, that's freaking Elder Scrolls. When you have the amulet of Yoda, whatever the hell it is, whatever. When you have the amulet, every stair is now an upstair. you heard the Elder Scrolls. Which, to be fair, they do all take a lot of Baby Yoda. They take a lot of inspiration from D&D. Okay. So then for this one, it's array, and this is great. Now we have, yeah, this is optimal. So this will be tiles empty. I could even infer this. I don't know. I mean, I could construct it. I don't need a dictionary for that. I probably should, but I don't have to. I could make it a function that just returns what the name of the property would be and uses a set get. I could totally do that. But nah. But I could. We'll see. Who knows? At least I have that option if I want to. Okay, tiles room. So this, okay, and now earlier I said about chatbots. Let me tell you something else I'll use chatbots for. And I think this is an optimal use case. To not have to do rote, repetitive things that I learn nothing from having to do over and over again. Fill out the dictionary with all of the tiles and array variables in the format of the first two in the tile dictionary. Use the same path, same everything, except different array in each that corresponds to the correct one. Don't comment anything, just return the filled out situation. I'm gonna save myself that time. Oh, come on, you're not gonna put it in a code block? Let me do this again. Put it in a code block. DeepSeek's nice. It's slow and it can be a little goofy, but I prefer it. It is slow though. Gemini would have been done so long ago, but I don't like Gemini. Gemini's creepy. It's Google. All right, so now all I gotta do is just paste this on. I didn't prevent myself from learning anything. I just saved myself a lot of busy work. Sketch has other connotations. Oh, it's like sketchy. Ooh, code's a little sketch. It's kind of sketch. Amulet of Yen. Oh, it's Rodney Bat. What? Is that true? That's what Yendor comes from? That's fun. That's a fun fact. All right, so this, I mean, this is pretty awful, bunch of data, but we're gonna leave it like this. It's nice to see. I would even maybe, you know, consider putting this somewhere else. I think, I hate it. We're putting it somewhere else. I'm gonna make a new manager. This is gonna be called the manage tile data. We're not gonna leave it there. Come on, look at all this crap. This is a mess. Get it out. See ya. Clogging up my whole script for what? Okay, so we make a new script called manage tile data, put it in the scripts folder, and slap it on in. I want it to be accessible from anywhere, of course. Yeah, no, we're not using. Well, okay, we'll get to that. So I'm gonna make it a. This is me. So I don't like to sketch too much. A little bit, because I don't want to have to do this later. I want to set the system up as soon as possible. So I'm gonna set up it as a static singleton variable reference that I can access anywhere. So we're gonna give it a class name, which is simply manage tile data. Extends a node. I am going to create a static variable called ref that is typed to itself. And finally, we initialize it to be itself indeed. Now we have a static reference. So after that, you'll see this is warning me because I haven't used it anywhere in the project. Well, we're gonna use it. I'm gonna create a public function called get tile data, and what this is gonna want is a tile, which is typed to tiles. That's it. Probably. It's probably all I need for now. We'll see. And that can be a dictionary. You can also ask. It might be nice to just ask for a specific thing. We could say, why not? Tile and then a data string or something, you know? You could say data key, maybe, but string, we'll know it's a string. Say data key, because it's going to be typed as a string. Although, if I wanted to make this even nicer, I could make an enum, which is just called like data. And in here, I could have one for array, one for scene, wait a minute. Do I want anything else? I mean, we might. Yeah, we might want to add other ones in here. Array, scene. Are we going to worry about position? No, because we're going to use the nodes themselves as our positional reference. Why is this an array of arrays? Shouldn't this be an array of nodes? No, because, well, I think this is a mistake. I think that's supposed to be an array of node 2Ds. That's what I think. So let me actually save myself the trouble. Use the chatbot, what it's really good for. And retype these as array node 2D. I'm not gonna do that. I mean, it wouldn't take that long, but I kind of want to race it. DeepSeek's pretty slow. I bet I could do it faster if I, like, used replace. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna put this right there. Now, we have array and scene. I might want to have others, but for now, we're gonna use the data. And what that is gonna do I am going to ask that y'all do not backseat. I would appreciate it. Helps a lot. I don't want to get a glance at something that confuses me, stresses me out, or makes my thought process go off. But I like to chat with you. So if you could just not make me have to put on chat goggles, I would appreciate it. Tile. And then it's going to also ask for the data. It's very annoying. Genuinely. Okay. So this is not going to return void. This is going to return whatever is contained in there. So it's a total variant. No idea what it's going to be. We know, but it doesn't know. Yeah, I will literally ban. I will literally ban for it. I'm not messing around. So I want to... Well, we'll start with a timeout. I want to have this return. Well, let's not do a return. Let's say variable data dictionary. And the dictionary is going to contain, or the type is going to be a dictionary. And it's going to equal tiles, or rather, tiles data tile. So that will give us one of those entries, one of those dictionaries. Then from that, I will want the data to get, which could be a lot of things. So we're going to say that it's a variant and it equals the data dictionary. Actually, let me be clear about this. Data key string, because we want to convert data, find key, data, which will return a string. Then we say that the data dictionary data key string is what we pull from. Finally, we return the data to get. Okay, great. So now we have this function. I don't have any warnings, and if I need anything, we got it. Now what if I want to update something? Very similar. So let's say I want to set tile data. We need to know the tile, we need to know which data, and then we need to know what the dictionary is, pull that. We need to know what the string is, but we're going to use it a little differently. Because and we do... I would want to say data dictionary. I think you'd want to do data to set as well. So we need one more parameter here. Data to set, and it could be anything, we just don't know. Get rid of that. Data dictionary, data key string, and what are we going to put on that? Data to equals data to set. We don't return anything. Okay. Great. Now we have a set and a get built in here. So I can keep all this data tucked away. And since we have the enums, it's very easy for me to look through all the data that's available to potentially use. Great. This is not what I want. We want this. Nice, much cleaner. Level data. Well, technically this is manage level, so we're even gonna call it level. We're gonna rename that. Let me detach that one, put our new script on there. Okay. So this is appropriate to have here. Got a cell template as reference. Generate tiles. Okay. So what do I want to pass in and generate tiles? Where do I call it from? Well, when the game starts, I probably want to say something like ready the grid. And then all this will do, for now, I could see other things getting added in here, but for now, all it's gonna do is called generate tiles. But it's gonna do a little more than generate tiles, because we wanna know what tiles. So this is gonna ask for a type, which is a tile, to generate. It's gonna be a little long. It's looking for a tile to generate, which we're gonna type to manage tile data, tiles. So we also need to know the grid size. This is important. So I'm doing 9 instead of 60 now. Before I was doing like a 60 by 30 grid. So maybe now I'll do a 90 by 45. Oh, I hate that. I don't like that much. I mean, yes, it's divisible, but they're not, they both don't end in 0, which is much cuter. Because 0 is like an even number, whereas 5 is an odd number, which doesn't bring me joy. So, if the stream brings you joy, you could press the like button on YouTube, which will help the stream grow and more people hang out with us and stuff, which is nice. But besides that, I would be joyful as well if the grid size, so like what would 90 by 45 even look like? Man, resolution calculator, resize, online. I forgot to copy the one I like again from my other computer. But, thank you, Derek, thank you. But before I forgot to write it down, I did get a look at its fave icon. And its fave icon was like a protractor. So maybe if I scroll through, because this one, the other thing I like about this one is it shows you what it's gonna look like. It's just nice. It just is nice. Tell you what, it's a gem, it's a diamond in the rough. It is a diamond in the rough. Alright, come on, give me Google, come on. See if you do better, come on. It's your one chance, Google. It's the same results. I don't know why I thought it'd be different. Where's that protractor? I wish I could search for a website by its fave icon. You probably can if you know the name of it. Reverse fave icon image search. That would be sick. Alright. So I guess what I'll do is I'll actually just come into Godot and just draw it. It's so good, you guys. I cannot emphasize enough how nice this tool is if I could just find it. Alright, let's just make a little scratch pad here. And I'm gonna do a texture, and we're just gonna give it something, yeah, sure, Godot head. And then we're gonna transform it to be 90. Screw you. Why you don't let me say what I want? It's like not 90. You can do anything but not 90. It can't be smaller. Can't allow it. It's too small. It's rude. It's very rude. If I had the tool I wanted, I could resize it and I would know what 90 was scaled up. You're a jerk for that. You're a real jerk for that. Okay, let me get a gradient. I can make that smaller. Thank you. 90 by 45. What does it look like? Alright. Okay. How does that fit if we scale it proportionately? It's a little big. So what if I bring this down? Like that? And then proportionally scale it down until it's around 90? It won't proportionally scale smaller than that. 64 is the small, because that's the minimum size. We can change that. Look, do it right here. Thanks for the follow. We could make this 32 by 32. Now you can go smaller. Okay, now it's almost 90. 90 by 50. Sold. They're great placeholders. I do wish it was divisible. That would just be like the icing on the cake. But I'll take 90 over 50. That's fine. 90, 50. Okay, so that's my grid size. Where do I want to store the grid size information? I mean, probably just here for now. So let's make a constant. A constant is going to be grid height, or let's do grid width first. Grid width. We'll make it a float, I guess. Ugh. I'd really rather it be an integer, but it's fine. Is there a way to like have like? It's fine. I don't care. Float equals 90. Constant grid height float equals 50. Okay, 90 by 50. But I would love if it was divisible by 3, because it's gonna mean that we'll never get a room on the bottom 2, the way that I have this planned out. It'll just never be a room on the bottom 2. Because if I'm stamping 9 at a time in a 3 by 3 grid, then bottom 2 rows are just nothing. That kind of sucks. I suppose I could shift it. We could like center, we could say always skip the top and the bottom row. At least it's even. And it just happens in the middle. And then what about, so it would work. We could fit 10. 90 by 51. But then it's not a cute number like 50. You know, 51, I gotta divide it by half and it's like stupid. And it's not gonna be, no. Wait, let me look back at that little scratch pad I had. What did it actually turn out to be? What if I make it exactly 90? It is, you're actually kind of onto something though. Because look, it's like 90.5 by 51. I don't want you to think that I'm bluffing. So, I do what I have to do. Okay. Because obviously it doesn't have to be perfect, like it doesn't really matter, but I just like cleaner numbers. So I think I would rather let those last two just be different. You know what I mean? I think that would be preferable to me. Let them be empty. Like, I would even be happy. Like, what if it was like by 48? I'm just not gonna worry about it. I just decided I don't care. But what if it was 60? If it was 60, then it would work. So let it be 60. What, Lise, what if you want to put, you don't have to make it, why not? What's wrong with that? Just make it 60. Do whatever you want. It's your life. It's your game. What are you doing? Just do what you want. Make it 60. Who cares? What? I don't know. It's just what I want. And then, so it's obviously going to be not perfect with the viewport, because I want this to be a mini game in a game that's 19 by 20. But that's okay. You could put UI over there. I don't know. It could be nice to have some gaps. Who cares? This is the way. Alright. I got it. 90 by 60. So. When we generate the tiles, I need to know how many it's supposed to go over, how many it's supposed to go down. Very important information. As far as the tile data goes, well, here's one thing that's missing, is the overall grid, right? So we kind of need the whole thing, like tiles all or something. Now in this case, I want this to be an array of arrays, because this keeps track of the columns and the rows, whereas this is just like, it doesn't, I don't care what the columns and rows are. Don't I though? Actually, I think I did this in the Puyo Puyo like, where I would fill them in with like just like an empty like sentinel, like just a blank value that it would skip every time. But that's not what this is for. This is not for checking positionality. That's not what these are for. These can be for other things. Or not, let me rephrase it. These aren't for checking relative positionality. We're just gonna keep going. So tiles all is empty. So I'll kind of want to add another function for that too. So func set or add tile to big array, main add tile to grid. We'll just say to grid. And this will ask for the node 2D. But it's also going to want to know the position. Right? No, we put the node 2D at the position and you put this in it. But, Lise, here's the thing. No, it's fine, because it's going to just sort it in there. We'll see. I could see this being problematic, but if I do it right, it'll be fine. Just do it right. Again, I just want to get the bones, and if it shifts later, we'll be good. This is why I had to time Randall out, because what Randall fails to understand is that making mistakes is the point. By me making a mistake, I can correct it later. If you do it wrong, just do it right. Exactly. Bones. Okay. So what I'll do is say, can I call it something tiles all? I don't like that. Can we just say grid array? I don't know. Makes more sense to me. We'll want to get for this also. Add tile to grid. for the grid array, append the tile. But here's the thing. It's like, is it a new row? We need to know one more thing. We need to know which row it's on. Period. We have to know which row it's on. A row, integer. Very important. So we would say grid array and then the row and append the tile there. Okay. I got it. So I also will want to say get tile grid. I don't think we need much other than the array of arrays. Pretty simple. Let's say get grid array. And all it's gonna do is return the grid array. That's all it does. Nothing else. Okay. Stupid snakes. Did I get to snakes? I don't think I even got to snakes. Do they like set a status effect or something? Dang, you got further than me. I think a lot of you got further than me. Okay, finally, back to generate tiles. Ooh, that could get exponentially very inconvenient. Okay. So now we know the height, the width of the grid. So when I go to generate the tiles, this is gonna ask for what tile. In this case, I want to generate the empties. So I will say manage tile data, tiles, empty. That's all, only parameter I've got so far. I know I'm gonna need more, but let's not worry about it. We need to do the walking. Can't generate the tiles if I don't know the walk. So we're gonna say walk over tiles. Walk over tiles wants to know which tiles are we walking over. So this would ask for an array. Array to walk, simply an array. We probably want a row if there is a row. I mean, you could just check to see if there is anything there. You just get the size. So I don't even think I need that. Probably. Now what does walk over tiles return? It returns different things. Right? I don't remember. What was the plan? Returns variance. Your boyfriend's happy to see you getting into it? Ooh, let's go. We're bringing people together over shared interests they didn't even know they had. Let's go. Calling function expects and I spelled that wrong. Oh, I see. That's why it does that. And utilizes the return data. Got it. So every iteration that the walk does, that doesn't make sense. So we would actually do the that is a little strange. So I think we would want, well, how do you even do that? I'm seeing the flaws in this. Really, it'd be like walk over tile, you know? Which, at that point, why even say anything about walking? And why not just say get tile? Well, then we already have the other thing. Well, the difference is get tile data. Oh, it's confusing. Oh, it's confusing. Get tile data. Oh, we already have that. This is looking for which tile. So this is different. This is not the same thing. I would almost want to differentiate between like a cell. So like a grid cell. And then the tiles are not the same thing. I think. Because the tile data is like fixed, constant information that's true for every tile, period. It's not something that gets updated and that's unique. Whereas the cell data, that's flexible. That can be different. So this will be for getting cell data. And if I iterate through for I in manage tile data dot ref get grid array, because that's going to just return the array. So we iterate through the array specifically the size of the array. Let me remind myself that. Didn't I put a... Here, put this... Where was that? This. Give me something like that so I can remind myself, because this is going to get confusing. Array 1, array, outer array indices equal rows. Inner array indices equal cells. So that way, since I did the double hashtag there, whenever I hover over it, it'll just remind me the thing I forget. So hover over this, and it'll say that outer array indices are rows, inner array indices are cells. So yes, first iterate through the rows. Then I would want to iterate through, so let's even call this a row, for row in manage tile data. Then we'll say for cell in manage tile data. We could make it a variable. Variable grid, which is our array of arrays, equals that. For row in grid, that gives us the rows. For cell in grid row. So now we're iterating through the cells. Now there's nothing in there, which is good. We want to know if there's anything in there or not. That's what get cell data is supposed to help us with. So actually, well yes, so when we do that, now we call get cell data, which is hard for me now not to think about 5G, 4G, etc. Okay, so we get the cell data. Could say contents if I wanted to confuse myself less. I don't think I'm gonna like it, but I'll try it. And what do I want to know? Well, does it exist? If it doesn't exist, since but what tiles? Well, here's the thing. Which tiles? That's what this does. So, Lise, didn't you have like a pregen? Yes, we did. A pregen callback. Okay. Get that in there. All right, this is part of the big idea here. So we have a pregen callback where this is going to run. So this way I can generate room tiles, I can generate wall tiles, I can generate whatever. This is going to be a flexible helper function. So we'll make that a callable, and that's fine. But then I want a variadic, so that way we can pass parameters in there. I haven't done a variadic in a minute, but I haven't even added my debug prints in here. That's how you know we haven't started this project. Wait, I think I can do fancy here. I started making a plugin. Barely, but a little bit. A plugin for my print setup that I can use between projects, and if I update it, I actually have the updated version across projects. Fancy prints. Give me that. Let's clone it. The reason why, by the way, the reason why I'm getting this is not so I can print something. I'm getting it because I use a variadic argument there, and I'm just gonna use it to remind me how to set it up. But I also want to set this up into the project, so it's also convenient in that way. Getting it out of the way. Okay, documents, documents, documents. Fancy prints. We just copy the add-ons folder. This is the first time I'm like installing this for something. Paste it. That's not gonna work. Copy the folder. Come over here. You could drag it. Here. Do that. Now we've got add-ons in here. Now if I go to project settings, I hope I set this up right. This will be this is a pilot test. Check that. And if I did it right, we should just have this now. Okay, let me see if I did that right. So I could do print.fancy. Yeah, print.fancy. Hell yeah, we got print.fancy, baby. And then for the effects, I can do FFX. Oh, hell yeah. Much cleaner than it used to be. And then I can do my print stuff. Wow, that was easy. Cool. Hey, David. Okay, but what did I really want? I really wanted to just go look at the scripts. Where I used the variadic. That's it. Okay. You just type ... in the thing. Alright. Pregen args. That's it. It has to go at the end if it's a variadic argument, which it is, so we're good. Okay. Now, let's go over this. When we call generate tiles, we're going to check for the grid. We're going to fetch the grid. Then we're going to iterate through each row in the grid. Then we're going to iterate through each cell in the grid's row. Once we are now in that cell, examining it, I want to get the cell contents. But in order to know what I'm going to do with those cell contents, that's where the pregen callback comes in. So Lee's, past Lee's, how did you imagine using that exactly? True. Oh. It has to be a Boolean. Interesting. Cool. All right. Well, we're also gonna need to tell generate. First param is always I. Second is given tile. Third is log an array. Is tile. Q enemy. So this would be the first one I'd want to create if it is a tile. Oh, and then we could do a conditional tile. Whoa. Neat. Can we type these? I think that'll be nice. In this case, that's an array. In this case, this is going to be a node 2D. right? This is dictionary. That's dictionary. So that's what I'd want to pass in there. If is tile, so let's make that function. Which we'll call with tile to check. Something I'm missing, but I'm gonna let it go. Thanks for the follow, Mike. Decided to try out the jam, though you're gonna do a lot less for this one. Fair. I mean, Orderly was unbelievable. It was like the best game like jam game I've ever seen. You have a cold? Oh, feel better. No. And work is crazy. Dang, that tax season. Post-tax season. End of year. Something. But you did like 10 minutes of work and got your little guy moving around. Little guy moving! Very important. That's half of the game. Well, I'll be excited for whatever you come up with. Even if you don't finish it, I'm always super interested in the things that you make. I forbid you for being sick. You lost? It was your best score? Okay, yes for best score! I'm sorry you lost. That sucks. That really sucks. I hate that for you. Okay, here's the video. Let me keep a queue of things I'm supposed to check once I can release my brain from this task. There was the link somebody shared. Was that Randall who shared that? I think that was Randall. It was probably more backseating. Maybe not. Oh no, it's just teaching me about BSP. Well, it's interesting. Okay, things that I would want to check up on. BSP link from Randall, which is harder to copy than I'd like. Oh, there we go. Got it. BSP link from Randall. Oh, Derek's New Year game and Flip's roguelike proc vid. Got him. Got him. And roguelikes losing is fun. It can be, because it's like, now I want to do it again. It was the damn snake. Maybe I'm glad I haven't come across snakes yet. Is it a roguelike if it's rogue? Are you asking if rogue is a roguelike? Is rogue... That's deep. Now that's deep. Whoa. Oh yeah, apples are apple-like. Good comparison. So I have the tile to check, and tile to check against? Kind of a weird way to say it. And then that's going to return a boolean. What are these typed as? Pray tell. Manage tile data, tiles. Manage tile data, tiles. Okay. So in this case, for isTile, we would want to return if tile to check is set to tile to check against. That's it. As for here, you don't want to say if is tile. You want to say if let's say if gen okay? Gen okay arguments. I think I'd rather refactor it to be that. David joined the jam! You'd say it's not, because the origin point, everything after is like... Yeah, I mean, logically, I agree with you. But philosophically, it's more difficult. Maybe. If gen is okay... Can we get an is? If gen is okay... Why did Nightbot do that? Why would Nightbot do that? What the hell? That's gotta be a bug. 100% that's a bug. Wild. If gen is okay, is your gen okay? If gen is okay. Now this is for generating the thing, but we're gonna have to pass arguments in here. And then I always want some parameters to be there every time. It's confusing. It gets very confusing. This is why I have to focus, because it gets very confusing. It probably has a rule to ignore itself, which is strange, I'll admit. Another booty one! Hold on, I actually have to use the loo. I'll be right back. Do whatever you gotta do. Take care of yourself, too, in this moment. I'll be super right back. I'll be super right back. I'll be super right back. You can be sure of that. Sure of that. I'll be super right back. Sorry about that song. I'm really sorry about that song. I apologize. Okay, BRB. Right. Oh god, what am I doing? If gen is okay, get cell contents. Oh my gosh, right. So you want to pass this callable. So can you construct it up here for me? Please, please. So what kind of things does it want? It wants the tiles. But it's also going to want... Let's comment. Well, it's also going to want the callable. So what callable do we want to do ahead of time? The callable right now is tile. So we're going to say, give me is tile as the callable. For arguments, it's going to want the tile to check and the tile to check against. So the tile that we're checking is we want to know is the tile, so actually we should put this in as array, is how you have to pass that in, since it's good for arguments. Manage tile data, tiles. We're only, so this is for laying the base layer down. So like over on my spreadsheet example setup situation, over here, this is like what we have, just endless possibility. So if I have like 90 by 60 or whatever, we'll say that's 90 and we'll say that's 60. So this first generation, the point of it is to lay down the empties, the things that are the basis, defining the grid and defining whether or not there's a tile on here. So it can be a tile. In Rogue, it's just like black. It's just darkness. So it would be similar. And that's it. So therefore, we would want to see. It's kind of. I guess I want like another tile type that's like none. Is it a none tile type? That's different from empty. Which I admit is confusing, but you know, it's okay. I know the difference, right? That's all it needs to matter. Write it down, come on. None tiles. Oh, you can do it for each entry, please. And it'll show up good. So if I put the double hashtags here, now it'll show up in the documentation on that entry. So none is no tile would ever go here, or no tile would ever be here. Foundation tile. We'll say that. It's not quite the most accurate, but it's good enough to get the point across to me. And indeed, now when I hover, okay, we don't actually get much hovering there, unfortunately. I want to see it. It brings me joy. There we go. So here you can see in the enum list, now it says those things. Rorik! Is everyone doing great? I hope so. I too hope so. It's a good hope. That's the right hope. I hope you're doing great. I'm reinventing the wheel. You know, Rorik, I will say, being neurodivergent, speaking for myself, hey Ray, I understand procrastinating things. Oh yeah, you have a child. Yeah, right, you have to clean. Oh, I was worried. I was like, okay, all right, be affirming, but also emphasize the importance of self-care. Wow, you threw me for a loop there. I enjoyed having to wrap my head around that possibility for you. Oh, thank you for explaining the joke. I'm so appreciative. Thank you. I'm too autistic to understand these things. But not autistic enough. I'm too autistic and I'm too ADHD. I'm too autistic to not take it literally, and I'm too ADHD to bother actually figuring out literally what that would mean. So thank you. I appreciate it, though. That's a funny joke. What did I do last year? I haven't, I don't know. I've done everything. I haven't showered since last year either. There you go. Did I do the joke? I'm funny human. Oh, humans and your funny ways. I definitely haven't taken the trash out since last year. The joke completed. Oh yeah, this is the array for the parameters. This would be manage tile data tiles is what we're checking against, or this is the tile that we're trying to, well, we want to know if, wait, what is this? This is wrong. This is totally wrong. This is not as wrong as it could be, but it's pretty wrong. Incorrect. Wrong. Wrong. So what you want to do is pass in. So I had planned that every pre-gen callback, or gen is okay callback, would have the current iteration, the given tile, and the array. I'm sure I'll need some of these, but for now, I'm just gonna start with one. I think all we need is the given tile. I could be wrong. Or just do the cell. Well, that's the iteration. They're one and the same. Cell is a dictionary, so. But what is the dictionary containing exactly? Dictionary is containing. Oh wait, it's over here. So this is like a sketch out of what it would be. Node. So the node 2D, whether it's visited, this doesn't keep track of it. We need to know what tile it is. Very important. So tile, which is going to be some manage tile data tile. The node is a node 2D. Visited is a Boolean. I don't know that I need position. Maybe, but for now I'm gonna assume I don't. Alright, So that's what it's gonna go find. In fact, well, no, it should always pass it, because we don't always know if it's, because this pre-gen, this gen is okay callable, we don't know exactly what it's gonna pass into it, so we have to give it everything it could potentially want. So the first parameter for isTile, and for any of these, in fact, I'm gonna do a code region here, so that way it's more organized visually. We're gonna say that this is the gen is okay callbacks. And these determine if generate tiles can generate a tile on a given cell. Okay. Great. Just so they're a little separate. So they all are going to come with the cell, which will be a dictionary. In this case, we have the tile to check against. So what it's going to need to do is it's going to need to find the tile to check, which will be typed to manage tile data tiles. And it's going to simply ask the cell. Now this is where things get a little annoying, because I am not going to be able to like find, I mean you could. Oh wait, we did do this. We made a data, wait a minute, I forgot I made a data enum. So can we actually capitalize this? Node tile visited. So that way it's the same, totally forgot that we made a data array scene. Oh wait, that's different data. Whoa. Oh, well, then I say put it here. I say get data here. Here, put it on manage levels and slap it in here. So enum, call it data as well. We'll see. Maybe I don't like that. Maybe I do. Node. Gotta try it to find out. Node, title, tile, and visited. Can we call it cell data? Can we just be a little... Oh, right, the cell data. Cell content type. That's long. That's very long. You sure you want to do that? Yeah, I think I will. So what this is going to do, let's say, used these fill out the keys of each cell's dictionary. So for tile to check, manage tile data tiles equals, so you're going to also want to create a get. Now for now, get cell. Hey, what's up, get cell? How you doing? Hello. Good to see you. Welcome. Get cell contents can return variant 100%. Exactly. What it needs to know is the cell. So we would pass in the dictionary. And we'd also want to know what content. And that would be typed to... You don't want to autocomplete for me? That's cool. Yeah, you don't need to. sometimes when there's this many errors around, it has a hard time being okay. With allowing autocomplete. So let's give it what it wants. Where do you want this dealt with? A closing bracket after array elements? Oh, here, yeah, I see. Oh my god, generate oh my goodness. Here, just do that for now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. Great. So can I get this now? I like autocomplete. It tells me everything's going okay. There we go. Cell content type. I'm happy now. So what content do we want? We want cell content type. When we go to get the cell contents, all it's gonna do is return cell content type. That's it. All it does. Pretty simple. Is style not declared in the current scope? There we go. Invalid index type array for a base of type array. Oh, I see. It wants it to be array. But the row is an array. But in the grid, it's array. Well, I guess I don't. I guess I want this to be an integer. I guess that's just our iteration. So I guess we'd want to do in grid size. That makes more sense. So so what we're getting is the array of arrays, and I'm iterating through the number of rows that exist in that grid by checking how big the grid is. However big the grid is, that's how many rows there are. And for each of those, we're finding the cell within that row, and we do that by plugging that row integer. I feel like it's just gonna make more sense to me if I call this number. We're gonna plug that row number into the grid. I feel like it's even more like grid rows, like all rows. You know, like this is all of the rows. Grid is just not clear enough to me. Personally, doesn't read as neatly. You've been playing Rogues. Isn't it fun? It's so fun. The original is fun. I got so sucked into it yesterday. It's crazy. I mean, this is not crazy. Like, yeah, okay. I see why. It's the echoes of it have endured for so long. So now I don't have to say that's Rose. Now I know that's Rose. Now it's pretty obvious. Nah, just keep it. No, let's get rid of it. I think it's pretty self-explanatory now. Okay, so we iterate through each of those cells. And we're gonna run the callback, which is basically checking to make sure that doing this generation is allowed. Gen is okay is gonna pass not only cell, but we're gonna wanna pass the gen okay arguments array into there, which then gets inherited down here. Now Now, I don't think that's quite the way you want to do it. You would want to do... I've done this before, and I don't quite remember how I did it, so I need to go look it up. I did this in... Was it the granny like? I don't remember. I don't remember at all. I think it was the granny like, where I distributed parameters from an array across a function that got called. I guess but I can't just do 1, 2, 3 because it depends on how many there are. I think I must have just done like an iterate. Well, if I could find the code and just copy it from my own work, I would love that. So, I think it was the granny like. I'm pretty sure. Wait, where's the granny like? Oh, we're not logged in. Oh, we're not logged in. All right. Well, I gotta go find the code locally then. Oh. All right. Damn. I'm not gonna log in right now. It's a whole process. So what happens when you don't save cookies? Inconvenience. So that was definitely Godot 4.5. It's the only way. It's worth it. Getting this code is worth it. I don't care. I want that code. I want what I want. I think it must have been the granny like. I don't remember what I used it for. But I'm pretty sure that's where I... What else would it be? Not the ski free like. Wait, what? Was it the virtual pet? It's the virtual pet game. Why do I think it's granny like? No, it was the virtual pet game. It was the game I was just making. That's crazy. I couldn't remember. It certainly wasn't the balloons like. But no. All right. I think I'm not kidding. No, it was the virtual pet game. I think I called it like a dispatcher. I guess we renamed it. Cool. Yeah, you renamed it. That's fine. Is this the right project? Oh, it's Puyo Puyo. I'm like, I'm all the way confused right now. Okay. I don't have that open right now. I have to open it. Then I can look at the files, if you can believe it. I know but I would just rather. I mean, okay, let me think. How would I do it? If I were to do it, I would need to check the size of. You can do this. You don't need to look, Lise. Here, I got you, girl. Here's what you're gonna do. All you have to do is say for. I don't need it. For arg integer n gen OK args size but how are you gonna get it put onto there? That's what I'm not sure of. Yep, nope, actually I don't remember. I'm glad it gave me a chance to like figure it out. Because it could be any number of arguments, right? And the only arguments, and I want to move them all to be appended to the end of the callable. I wonder if there's like some like special callable method that I use that I just don't know that well. Yes, action dispatcher. Okay. Okay, parameter array, pre-parameters. So these are the ones that go, like, from, in this case, the cell. And there's others, but the cell, the current iteration cell. That's the pre-parameters are, right? We have an array of them. I duplicate it. We check the parameters that we're adding, so our extra arguments. We make sure there aren't any first, so greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, we append the array. Oh, interesting. We append the array to the overall parameter array. And then I stick the parameter array on the end. And then how do we parse it? Whoa, call v. Calls the method represented by this callable. Unlike call, this method expects all arguments to be contained inside the array. Oh, it is a special method on callable. Call v. Neat. Wow. So instead of, you know, listing out each argument with call v, you just give it an array and it parses each argument. Okay, so that means I need to put, I wasn't gonna remember that. That means I need to put indeed the default arguments in there. So we could say variable default parameters, which will be an array. I guess it has to be array of variants. And for now, all that we need in there is cell. I guess we'll say parameters to pass on. Oh man. An array of variants. That'll be empty here. We'll duplicate and then append, right? If there are any, which there will be, we duplicate it. There were some things that didn't have arrays. In this case, they're all gonna have it, or didn't have parameters. In this case, they will. So we append it. Okay. Variable default parameters. Do we have to make that? You can also just plug in the duplicate. What if you do this? What if we say parameters to pass on, append, default parameters, duplicate. Probably fine. So those are going to be the first parameters in that array. In this case, it's really only going to be cell. But if I add more, I would make sure they go in here. Now I need to put in the variadic arguments from here on the end. And we just use append. We don't duplicate that, I guess. Well, that's this. The pre-parameters. Oh, we just make the, we make the array be, okay. So actually we don't append that at all. that becomes parameters to pass on. That was close. Okay. Would have found that out the hard way. Parameters to pass on. What I want to append here are the gen-OK args. Keep going the wrong one. Yes. Great. Now we have the array that we send to call v, which I think we're going to call v right now. So and we always know it's going to return a Boolean. For every... No, we're not doing that. If gen is okay, every single one of these get the parameters to pass on. Except wrong. Call v, do all those. If this returns true, now you're allowed to generate a tile there. The requested tile. Then and only then. So what does generating a tile look like? Well, we want to get the scene, and we want to place it at the position. If we know the height... What's up, Abmink? Hi. Well, originally the size of each cell was going to be 60 pixels. I don't know if I still like that idea. I mean, check it out. Go see what it's like. See what you think about it. Wonder if there's like just a grid tool I can make. Yeah, I could do a grid map. What about a grid container? A container that arranges its child controls in a grid layout. Give me that. Give me that. And then let me make this. This is just to like test it out before I have to finish all the code and generate it. We said 90 by 60. Then I want to drag it to be full sized. So that would be... How big is our project? And I'm gonna set my project size to 1920. Whoops. Forgot about that. 1920, 1080. Might have to restart it. I'm gonna call this a temporary scene. Oh, there it goes. Okay, now we have the big blue. It's kind of hard to see, but it's there. Okay, now we get this full size. So all we need to do is set it to 1080. Looks like it's 1624? 1620.5 by 1080? I wish I had my... It's okay. That makes sense, right? Like if I take away... If I bring that down to 0... No, I don't really understand. Let me check it. Let me check it. Let me check it. I'm sorry. I gotta look it up. I gotta do what I gotta do. I gotta use the halfway decent resolution calculator, which I should have saved the other day. I don't do history either. Looking good? What's looking good? The code? Resolution calculator. Online. Blah, blah, blah. Which one's halfway decent? Don't like it. What about this one? Yeah, it's fine. This one will do. Okay. Take your time. Thank you. 90 by 60. Until it equals... There's actually other ones you can set the, like, target. But whatever, I don't care. 1,000. 2,000. 10,000! I think you should use one of those, Lise. You're gonna be sitting here guessing numbers. I don't care. I want to guess numbers. I insist. It's a fun game. I deserve a little fun game. 4,700, 4,600, 4,500. We're getting there. 1920! But you didn't want width. You wanted height. You messed that up. You could just switch them. Put 60 here and 90 there. Should be the same. I think it's how numbers work. Well, yeah, you already know. It's 1280. Right? Am I smart or dumb? No, it should be something like this. This is hard. This is hurting my little brain. Find a different one. I wish I had the one I like. I actually need one that... Actually, if we could look for a ratio one, I think this will be better. This one. Well, no, not this one. Ooh, how about this one? This one looks good. With 190, height 160, and I want it to be a height of 1080, 1620. Okay, it's 1620. Great. That's what I wanted to know. Bam. Okay, 1620. Got it. By 1080. We got there eventually. Okay. Put it in the center. Okay, never mind. Right, this is a Node 2D. So don't make it a Node 2D. Make it a canvas layer. That's not a canvas layer. But I respect your moxie. Okay. Now I can comfortably center it. And the reason why I did this is so... Here, you can use this. Make it 60 by 60. Oh, it's small. That's small. Cheers, Rosa. Thank you for the hydrate. Delicious. Oh! Hey, don't shrink it. Cheers! No scale. No scale. Stop. Stop. Why did you do that? Columns 1? Oh, I don't know. The whole point was I wanted it to keep it, but it's shrunk it down to 13. Maybe you gotta go to the texture size. Oh, I got this. Make it 60 by 60 here. Hey, there we go. Okay, great. So now if I duplicate, there we go. Now we're cooking. Basically, I just want to see how wide it goes. Let me do one more thing. I'm gonna make a panel container. I'm gonna put the grid container inside the panel container. I'm gonna make sure the panel container is centered. This is just literally the only reason I'm doing this is to help me visualize the grid without finishing all the code. Yeah, stop. You've got it creating the rooms on the tiles, but it's not auto-tiling the rooms to the exits. That sounds hard. Okay, so I remember you were talking about your idea. I feel like YouTube is going to murder the old chat. Why do you like this, YouTube? Did you keep it over here? No. Streamer bot maybe has it. W streamer bot. Can I search like by your name? No. No, I can't. That's a lot of scrolling. That's a lot of scrolling. That was like yesterday. That's crazy. Try to remember what you said your setup was. I don't know. Sounds frustrating. It's good to take a break because here's the thing. Tuck. Like, sleeping on it can make a lot happen. You might just come up with a whole new way to do the whole setup. Because you were like building towards it working by the time you got there. When you got there, it wasn't. So it's like you have to like recalibrate. I think stopping sounds good. Rosa's brain is fried. Is it anything productive? Okay. But you wanted to do something productive. Like, our worth is not measured by productivity, but you were saying, no, I wanted to because I'm productive. Is there a general channel to share things in Discord? There sure is. There sure is, Vasti. You better believe there is. I guarantee it. I will show you. Thank you. You're making tiles that are a little big. And added 8 exit points on it. Right. Gonna use a random number from 0. I guess I might as well check in with the stuff y'all shared at this point. Gonna use a random number from 0 to 255 to determine which exits are active. Whoa. I guess I'm not sure what the random numbers 0, 20, 255 are. Just like a hash, or it's like a, I don't know, I'm not sure. That's not a hash. I don't know. But it's not showing up like you'd hoped. Yeah, I have a feeling that's so that you're talking about like drawing paths. I'm afraid of that. I haven't thought that far ahead myself. I'm like, I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out. I'm gonna pay attention closely to your next steps because I'm actually a little afraid of the fact that I haven't planned that yet. You wanted to have not enough steam. Well, it sounds like you did the things then you needed to, which is good. Okay, Flip shared this in the Discord. Oh dang, look at that! You got a little app symbol moving around. Ooh, Flip is keeping it classic. Very nice, Flip, very nice. And I see it's got the grid movement. Look at that grid, you see? Boop, 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 boop. Very satisfying. I couldn't wrap my head around setting up the movement until I had the grid made. I'm sure I could, but I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I gotta do this first. Look at all this code back here. Nice. This is the good way to do it. This is a good way to do it. I like this. I might do something similar to that. Oh, it's bitwise. Nice, smart. Each exit is assigned to 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 20, 28. Got it. Then any number from 0 to 255 can be constructed by a unique combination of those 8 numbers. Wait, that's awesome. I love that. But, I mean, it's not lining up. Yeah. Is there like an @ emoji? No. Is there an email emoji? Yeah, but it's not really. Alright, it's just fire then. Derek's New Year game, BSP link from Randall. Okay. Binary spatial programming. Binary separation Pain? Partitioning. Binary space an hour-long video! Jesus Christ. This does, look at that. That looks just like freaking Rogue. Damn. I mean... Wow. Nice. This looks awesome. Yeah. It seems like a good way to go, Willow. So you're even running into a problem that it's just like, oh, you've watched this one? You're running into a problem that it's not that it isn't gonna work, it's just like you've done a lot at this point. Does it in Java? Ugh, Java. A month ago. I don't know, I'm surprised. Cool. Looks like a good approach. Okay, then there's Derek's New Year game, which takes a little longer. But then again, we already played it the other day. I might save that for later, unless Derek is not going to be here much longer. Okay, so I was setting up this grid. I want this to be fixed to a certain size. 1620 by 1080. Then we center it. No, not like that. Please, no. Yeah, you don't want to go to the center without being wacky. Alright, we'll go to the center, and you know what? Then I'll change its size. 1620 by 1080. Oh, it's gonna do it from the corner, isn't it? You little frig. Okay. Would you mind? I guess I don't need it to be centered. Alright, you know what? I don't care. It doesn't have to be centered. It would be nice, but I guess I don't give a crap. Okay, add the rest of these. Boop, 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 boop. So what I'm trying to ascertain is if these tiles are too big or too small. I'm already feeling they're too... they're a bit too small. Well, Lisa, you said you wanted 90. You said you wanted 90. 90. I don't think that's gonna be 90. That's a lot. Do I really want 90? Are you sure? That seems like so much. That's too much. Is it though? Well, yeah, I chose 60. Originally, I chose 60 because I thought that was a reasonable amount to move around. 90's a lot more. Oh well. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we copy it 10 times. Copy. 1, 2, 3. No, yeah, I thought not. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 90. Oh, shoot, I forgot, Willow. Oh, someone else asked that too. I'm so sorry, I totally forgot. I got distracted. ADHD. Okay, so where you share Game Like Jam stuff. I mean, there's a couple different places. So there's a live text. If it's just something in the moment you want to like quickly share, live text, which if you scroll down here in the YouTube channel section, it's so easy. In the YouTube channel section, go to live text. But if you want to share your progress on your Game Like Jam game, there is a Game Like Jam channel in the Game Like Jam category. And so you can come up here, create a new post, and say you don't have to call it that, my roguelike progress, and then some progress, and then you can put an image. You don't have to, but you can. I'm going to put the thumbnail. You have to pick the roguelikes tag, and then you post it, and now you've got your post. And then what's nice about that is you can just keep your log in here, and you don't have to worry about it bumping up or, drowning out others' posts and stuff like that. That's where you put that stuff. But if you just want to show a little bit of it, there's always live text, or it doesn't matter, where we want. Okay. What are we doing? Oh, yeah. Why did this, I have a lot of questions. Wait, what? Why is it... Oh, I did 10 columns. What's up, Cosmo? Do we need 90? No. Wait, how does that... How many... I don't know. 40... 50... Just, can you wrap it? Can you pick the columns for me, Godot? Don't make me pick the columns. I guess I just want it to be until it's 1080. I was hoping it would wrap it. That's silly. I think you want a flow container. I think you've made an error. Switch from a grid container to a flow container. HFlow. That's what you want. There you go. This is the way. Are you sure you got 90 here? I'm not gonna count them. I'm just like not gonna count them. Oh, 99. 100. 100? I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. This time do 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At this point, should I have just freaking finished the code? Hey, RJ. Hey, Cosmo. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, 9 times. Duplicate. 2. Oh god, I stopped counting. I forgot to count. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. Okay, it actually lined up correctly. But it's 90 by 60. Why did I think this made sense? You would want 90 times 60, right? I hate this math crap. Okay. Well, you want 60 rows. It's 60 rows. That's what we do. That means you want 90 columns. Right, 90 columns, 60 rows. That's what I want. Yeah. So you do want to do 9 times 6, which is 9 times 5 is 45, 54, 9 times 9, 9. Well, if you do 10 to 60, so it'd be 54. So we'll do 540. Jesus, that's a lot. How many did I do already? I did 90. Jesus Christ. Couldn't have got it right the first time. 540 divided by 90 is 6. Oh, math is crazy. Okay, duplicate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Now, already I see this is too freaking large. By a lot. By a whole lot. We should all share the same texture. Nice. So then, instead of 60 by 60, let's make it 30 by 30. See if that fits better. Okay. Alright. A bit small now. It's kind of going the other direction. 45 by 45? Oh, getting closer. It's not 50 by 50. Wait, if it's not 45 by 47 by 47, how can this be? 48 by 48? Are you sure there's 540? I'm not. I'm actually not sure at all. I don't have any confidence in that. Not the least bit of confidence. Oh, was 45 by 45 the best one? It was. So that seems like that's probably the correctest. You're gonna count 90, Lise? The hell you are. Well, luckily, it should go right up to 90. So select all the way up to 90. Make sure that's one row. It's not one row. This is hard. I guess I like this grid size. I don't need it to be perfect. I don't need this to be perfect. This isn't about perfection. Really, I'm just trying to get a vague idea of what size I should make each tile. I don't like the number 45. I hate it. Because dividing it's gonna be uglier than if it was just a tens number. Hey, Mike. But any other size, everything gets all kind of messed up. I feel like I'd rather it be like this. And this is the right size? It sure is. So you don't have to commit to the 1620 thing. Just stretch it until it's clean. That's all you gotta do. Whoa. It doesn't ever want to be exactly a row. Maybe that's like a Godot problem at this point. I do see it's leaving a bit of a margin. Oh, look, it has a margin. You son of a gun. How dare you? How dare you throw off my math, you little freak? Okay. Jesus. My math, quote unquote. Okay. Oh my god. Can't believe you've done this. Intelligence potion. Thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. Still not really working out though. It's the same. The thinking was very wishful. To be fair, I also don't know if I've mathed it out right. Wait, there's still a margin because they're not centered inside. That's why. You have to make sure the contents are centered. Well, why are there still margins? I don't know. That's kind of cool, like a level that's like a shape, like a cool shape. Alright, I think 40 by 40 is fine. But Lise, what? If you want to think about the right size, you just need something that's divisible by both of them. True. Which would be 30. So I think if you do 30 by 30, it should eventually fit. Yeah, that's what you're doing wrong. But surely I can't do 60 by 60. No, I'm not making a fence. I'm sketching out what my grid is going to be for my dungeon crawler procgen, and I just want to like figure out what the numbers are going to be before I commit it to code. Is the idea. So I'm playing around with this to help me visualize what it's going to be like. So 60 by 60 isn't going to work because it's... Oh, it does. Nice. But that's going to be too large, right? Because that's not going to fit in... That's not going to fit in a 1920 by 1080 viewport. It's too big. So like I want something a little smaller, but I want all the clean numbers that I want. I want too much. Why did I decide on 90? Oh yeah, because we're doing by 9s. Oh, a cat has finally arrived. Let me see what you got, and I feel like there's something I was supposed to check out. Willow's progress. Ooh, it's looking nice. This is my tiling idea. Oh, excuse us, cat. Excuse me, cat. Pardon me, monsieur. Hi, Charlie. This is my tiling idea, where each of 8 exits are generated randomly, and then rooms will be placed accordingly, very early in the process. Nice. Nice. I love these big rooms. It's cool. And then the problem you're having, is this it? Right here? You don't want them that big, I see. Like where it's like blocking it off. Looks good. What engine are you using? I can't remember. I feel like you said it. What am I gonna do about this? I think, Lise, you're just gonna have to, well, but it also has to be divisible by 30 and 90, or 60 and 90. What else is there? But 30. I mean 10, right? That's ridiculous. That'll be so many. You found that when it fixed it, because it didn't stop. You didn't stop. Relatable. Very relatable. Completely understand. Y'all, my math is not working out. I mean, I just guessed, you know. I guess I mean, I could make the viewport bigger. It doesn't have to be 1920 by 1080. I could literally just make the viewport the size of this grid. I'm not a big fan of doing a non-standard viewport size, personally. With that said, it would save me a bit of grief if I did do that. So I'm kind of leaning towards it. You know, it means that there will be like black bars around the sides in certain contexts and stuff, which is like kind of boring and annoying. Yeah, I guess I'm open to suggestions for this. This isn't like a code problem, really. So viewport shenanigans? True. That's true. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I love sub-viewport shenanigans. I do. You know what? I kind of like that idea, though. Then I don't have to think about it. It's like I create my own black bars. I make the black bars. You don't make the black bars. Yeah, I think I can get into that. I think I'm okay with that. Maybe I will do that. Okay. Alright. So then, like, what RJ is talking about, like, if I pop this into a sub-viewport. So man, it's 540. You freak. Okay, hold on. Collapse it, collapse it. Alright, add the sub-viewport. If I drop the panel container in the sub-viewport, and we could make a sub-viewport container, put the sub-viewport in a sub-viewport container, fill this. Oh, we gotta, well, we have to tell it what size it's supposed to be. So the panel container, pull this out for a second. 2121. Oh, see, that's, so then I just have to make sure it's, but this is true, like, in general. I mean, I see what you're saying, like, this would actually be for the game itself. Whereas here, wow, I didn't realize I was actually setting up the game itself stuff. Why is there this little extra? What is that? Do you want me to do negative? No, because that's separation. Just, it has this border I didn't ask for. Like, I could center it, but it's on both sides. Why do this? I don't know. But I guess I'm just not gonna care. But I find it odd. Very odd. Okay. So that's 2121 by 3840. So sub-viewport 2121 by 3840. Is that right? That's wrong. I'm not exactly sure I understand why the panel container has these inverted. That sure is weird though, isn't it? Am I not realizing something? $1620 by 1080. Well, no, that's right, yeah. Well, but it won't allow it. Okay. But now it won't line up. This is frustrating, to say the least. In any case, it doesn't matter. I don't need this grid anymore. I'm gonna delete it. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. If we're doing sub-viewport shenanigans, I can make it whatever size I want, and everything will be fine. It just doesn't matter. I would have, you know, I don't care. So let's make it, it's not worth it. I'll make it a freaking godot head like a normal person. Oh no, but actually don't, because you can't control its size. So we'll do gradient, and for that, I'll set what I actually want it to be, which is 1620 by 1080, the actual true size. Your hallway generation is being an absolute ass. Hate that. I hate that for you. Okay, now we've got our sub viewport. Let's make sure the texture rect is centered. And then the sub viewport container. Wait, pull this out. Why does everything fall apart? Oops, all rooms roguelike. Oh, the sub viewport container is overlapping with it. I see. Okay, in the center. In the sub viewport, put this. Sub viewport 1620, 1080. Is there a way to tell it to be like centered? No? No? Okay. Sub viewport container. Stretch. Layout. Alright, well I just noticed that you're shifting it over to the right, which I think is interesting. / annoying. Oh. 1620, there we go. Okay. Alright, so now we have, it's weird because it's like shift, but it's still like shifted over. Then on that side, it's on the other side. You know, everything doesn't have to be this weird. 1620, 1080, 1620, 1080. No, don't do that. Hey, Sable. Well, I realized I wanted to just make sure that I was trying to figure out the size of the tiles, so I started like messing around with different sizing of tiles, and then I realized that the numbers I wanted are too big or too small to fit into the viewport that size I wanted. And so I'm sort of poking around to try and figure out how I want to set it up so that way I can have all the numbers I want and it still looks fine. So I'm just shoving it into a sub viewport container, which will let me squish stuff. So I'm not sure. It's just kind of like the beginning of what it could be. So I'm not going to worry about setting it right now, but I'm going to need to think about it at some point when I start rendering all the tiles. For now, I mean, yeah, so because it's going to be 2D, they're 2D nodes. So like I'm going to put 2D nodes into a sub viewport. I don't know, things get a little confusing to me. I'm a little unsure, but we'll see. You love roguelikes? Time to bust out your C and join the jam. Join the jam, lunatic! I just want a fixed camera. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I was imagining it being fixed, but I guess it doesn't have to be. You know. Okay, good. Lunatic, you already know. Let's go. Let's go. I'm scripting. It is not the most roguelike-like. Some do. I think I'm kind of open to that. Ooh, Willow, this is looking good. No, I don't want 256. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, just stop. But that's a good idea. The camera's a good idea. Yeah. The original game is fixed. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Whoa. I didn't mean to put that up on screen. Pancakes. This looks great. Now you've certainly earned a break. We saw nothing. Okay. I'm kind of okay with that. I think I would kind of like, now that I think about it, I feel like I'd prefer the camera to move. Like one big open area is kind of, I mean, I don't know, Sable. No, I don't like it. No, I stop backseating. I don't like it. You're giving me ideas I don't want. Enough. Cause it's, no, I'm not even gonna think about it right now. I'm just gonna keep pushing forward, and if the worst case scenario, I will change the actual project's viewport size. I feel like that's my last resort. I want to keep my numbers the way I want to keep my numbers. And look, I want to also build, I'm going to build this in a way that allows me to change those numbers. So I shouldn't even be worried about too much. You know. It's still roguelike if it's more of a survival crafty thing, as long as it plays like a traditional roguelike. Yeah, I mean, well, it's up to you. It's up to you, and if you're interested in, you know, how the ratings turn out, those who vote. You know, you're not. But with your question, I mean, to answer your question, I think so. Hell yeah. I think that'd be very roguelike. Because I think that's what makes it such an enduring formula, is that we can introduce little ingredients and it just accentuates the flavors so well. So I think introducing what you're talking about, survival crafty stuff, I feel like that would be a really interesting addition. It's not sneaky. It's not at all sneaky. Incorrect. I'm not an idiot. All right. So why was I going down this path of confusion? I was going down this path of confusion because I wanted to know the tile size, the parameters to pass in here. I don't even remember. Honestly, I forgot. So I'm sure I'll stumble on it. I'll just keep working on it, and I'm sure I'll stumble back onto what it was. Yeah. That's fair, Sable. Okay. All right. So. Let me recap where I was at. Ready the grid. It's a good thing to look over it. Ready the grid. We run generate tiles. Generate tiles is going to, let me move this. Generate tiles is going to generate empties. It is going to confirm whether generation is okay based on the callable is tile. And the arguments that is tile wants are which tile we're checking if it is or not. So actually that's going to be none. So this is comma, manage tile data, tiles none. So we basically want to make sure, don't put a tile down or do put a tile down, actually, if there is no tile yet. Wait. Wait. No, that's what empty should be. I feel like I want like a, well, I'll just call it a foundation tile. Tile could be here, but isn't. Right? The foundation, that's a long word. You can call it base. Base tile. Cell in the grid, essentially. I could just call it cell. But I'm gonna call it base. Okay. So actually that's what I want to do. Because there's no point, we can't check if it's none. I'm not even sure I need none. But we'll keep it for now. So what I'm actually trying to check. Oh, and we're gonna be specific here. What is the tile that we want to... Oh wait, you only need one. You don't need two. This only comes with one parameter. Incorrect. One parameter, or correct in that case. So what this is trying to find. Generation will be okay if the tile that it's iterating over is empty. The tile I wanted to put down is a base tile. So empty tiles are allowed to have base tiles. So how do we know it's an empty tile? That's a good question. We know it's an empty tile because its position is not out of bounds. It seems kind of pointless. I feel like it's in the array. I think if like the position in the array returns null, by default we know it's empty. So I feel like with isTile, we could do like a special match case. I could make it a different function as well. But I think I like the idea of bundling it in there. Because we would want to know, okay, I think I'm okay with this for right now. All right. But that does raise the question, do we need to put more information if we're trying to check whether it's within a certain iteration? So if I know that it's row 1, cell 5, that's completely within the boundaries. If it's iterating over row 1, cell 91, well, now it's outside of the boundary. So if we're checking for whether there's an empty tile, that would not match an empty tile because it's outside the boundary. So an empty tile would simply be equivalent to its position being wrapped within the height and width, mapped to the array iteration values. I feel like I also need to keep in mind, no, zero's, that's okay. Zero, well, yeah, zero, okay. We'll see what happens. Rayoid, I don't know what that is. You've never said anything here before, So I feel like all I can do is delete. Okay, I didn't mean to ban you. Jesus Christ. But I do have to delete that message. If you could say hi once I unban you. If you could just, like, you know, let me know what's going on. But as all I know is that you could be putting anything up there. I don't know what the hell that is. Hello. Hello. What is that? What have you done? I don't use comic code font. It's Java code you made for flowcharts. Why? Why are you pasting it? Why are you just pasting that? Why are you doing that? I don't like it. Don't do it. Don't do it. What are you doing? You can join the Discord. You can post something and sell promo in game or something. You thought I would check it out? Nah, I don't know you. I don't know you. It's so weird. I love the way you're thinking, Lunatic. I do have a different font. I think it's like Bitstream Vera or something. I actually spent a long time deciding on the font. I spent like hours going through fonts, picking one that I thought I could stare at. Yeah, Bitstream Vera. I don't even know if I have a comic font around. I know you are. Oh, I know you are. But I enjoy it. I enjoy the messing. You know, if I had a Comic Sans like right here, hell yeah, I'd set it. I'd set it right now. I feel like the closest thing I have, well, I don't know. I got a lot of things in my download folder. A lot of things. You paid for it. Whoa. Is it nice? It sounds like it could be cool. Alright, what the hell am I doing? Right, so I want to understand for myself how is tile going to make sure it's within the boundaries? Well, we know the height. Right, okay, so I was thinking about, yeah, it'll map. Don't worry about it. And if it's wrong, you'll know and you can fix it. So if it's a tile or not, that's kind of where we're at. Because that's what this is going to run. We were also making sure the parameters got passed on. In this case, it's one parameter. So we'll check a true or false. If it's true, hey Vorta, if it is true, which I actually just realized, this is going to need another parameter because I need to know whether I'm checking true or false. And let's say polarity, relationship, Boolean relationship. So in this cell, I want to check if that tile, if it is this tile or not. So in this case, I want to make sure it isn't that. Oh, you're welcome, Vorta. Thank you for like sharing it. I'm sorry, I know it was like so like I got so frustrated, but... Wait, now I want to see... Which font? Comic Code? Now I kind of want to see it, though. You've intrigued me. I still enjoyed it. Very much. Since then, you've gotten back to it and ironed out a lot of the issues. Really? Wait, I want to play it again soon. What? Yes! I was kind of worried. I was like, well, they made it in a week for a jam a while ago. They're probably not going to update it again. Ooh, I'm excited to play it. I gotta stop getting distracted. Is Derek? Derek, are you still here? Comic, by the way, Comic Code font. Derek paging Derek. Oh, this is nice. Oh, this is nice. Wait, I like this. I don't know how I'd feel when it was actually in my editor, but this is nice. But I want the free one. On principle. You were planning on it, but you got motivation. Oh my gosh! I must play it again. I simply must. I can see how it's like not as good as the other one. I feel like I see that. I don't care. Give me that. Give me them both. Hook me up. No questions asked. I want. I love it. Some infections are okay. As a treat. I'm excited. Oh, I don't like it. No, I don't like it. They're too close together. Look how close together it is. No. I'll give it a chance. I'll give it a chance. My first instinct is not to like it, though. You're right. The other one's probably better. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. How much does it cost? Does it not support ligatures? Oh, I see. Like, so this would be like a proper arrow, and then like greater than equal to would be like merged. You're so like, doesn't even support ligatures. I don't like it. I'm trying to get back. I don't like it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's killing the vibe. But I'm glad I tried it. I bet you the other one's good though. They're off by default. Oh, what? That's a thing? $30. That's pretty steep for something I don't know I'm gonna like. You know? If I knew I was gonna like it. There's gotta be a way I can test it, right? If you're not programming with Papyrus, are you really programming? Yeah, but I know what I'm getting with the McDonald's meal. I've had it before. I guess McDonald's doesn't give free samples, but at least I've tried it. Yeah, usually. Hopefully. Thanks, Lunatic. Appreciate being here. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm here for, Willow. Thanks for sharing your progress. Really looking good. Nice work. See you next time. You've got good progress. Y'all are ahead of me, but that's okay. I'm slow by nature. Right, so we need to pass on, I want to check if we want to make sure, as long as it's not empty, generate a base tile. If it's not empty, no, if it is empty, generate a base tile. Really, none would be for any of them. Literally, no tile should ever go on a none. So I feel like there's no need for a none. I'm pretty sure this is irrelevant. Because we would just make sure it's always within the boundaries. So it would be fine. Who needs a window? The game is in your mind. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that. If it is empty, yes, we can put a tile there. If it's not empty, don't put a tile there. Therefore, gen is okay if tile empty is true. Okay, great. Now, what do we do after it says it's true? After we say it's true, it needs to instantiate the scene that's contained in the cell. So we started doing get cell contents. So we want to know which cell it is. So get... We'll want to do more with it, but for now, let's just get cell contents. We'll pass in the cell. The content that we want I'm not exactly sure why this is on manage level. Well, yeah, that makes sense because it's on a per level basis. I don't know. I'm not sure why this is on this script. It seems weird. No, because this is no, I don't know. I'm not sure. Node tile visited. We want the node because that's what we're stamping down. Now, they're going to be marked as visited either way. So no matter what. So I would even say you want to... Well, let's not worry about that. Variable node to generate. It's getting very nested. That's okay. We'll fix it if we need to. We can fix it later. It is, well, I think you might even not, I think it might be more nested than it needs to be. By a lot. I think you actually pull it in like this. Sometimes I do that when I try to space these out. I lose sight of what the actual indentation is. Yeah, that's what it would be. Oh, then we'll just leave it like this. Maybe like that. Okay. A little more obvious that way, I think. I like the flute. You don't like the flute? Okay. So we set what the node that we're getting is. And then we have to instantiate it. Now, where is it gonna go? We know which row we're on, which is a number. And the cell is at an index position within that row. Those two numbers give us exactly the X and Y position coordinates that we need. Simple as that. In theory. I mean, not true. Wrong. It gives it to you, but you also need this. Oh, that's why. That's why I needed to go figure out the size of the cells. So, constant cell size is going to be 30. Because we need to make sure they're spaced apart by 30 each. Since they're node 2Ds, it's going to place them by the center. So 0, 0 is actually going to be off screen. But I believe what we do is we make a camera. I don't do 2D very often, so I have to remind myself. Fixed top left? No. Drag center. Okay, so then this pink here. And does that mean, but that means 0, but then that's even worse. Because now that means 0, 0 is at the middle. I don't think you want that. That's considerably worse. Definitely worse. Don't do that. I don't think that's a good idea. So what I need to do is I need to make sure that all of these are shifted a little bit. Well, the player we could have the player snap to the center of every cell. But I feel like it's just going to be easier if we have it relative to the top left. I just think that's going to make everything easier. But I got to figure out how I'm going to do that. Now I'm starting to wish I did control nodes. Because a control node would default top left, which I would prefer. I mean, all you gotta do is a little math. Not too bad, right? So it would just be half. So if it's a 30 size cell, then we would make sure it's 15 over and 15 down. That's all you gotta do. It's not bad. I can handle that. Well, actually, if you look at the... Wait, I'm bugging. Look at the position. It's 30-30. Duplicate that, move that here. Now it's 90-30. Oh, it's, wait. This is the wrong size. These are 60. I'm like, wait a minute. These are supposed to be 30. There we go. I was like, something's not right here. Yes, so this should be at 15-15 now. Okay, great. Cool. Yes. So then this will be at 30, 15. 45? Right. 30 plus 15 is 45. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna do that. The code's gonna do that. Okay. We're just gonna keep adding 15 and everything will be fine. Alright. Every single time, even on 0, we add half of the cell size. Got it. Easy. No problem. We get the node. That's... Now, but here's the thing. That's not in cell contents. Well, yeah. Well... Yeah, this is actually wrong. There's nothing in the cell. The cell is potentially... is going to be empty. So you can't generate nothing. So I think I have some misnaming here. I don't think, like, logically it's wrong, but the naming doesn't make sense, right? The node to generate, we need to get from the tile. I knew it. I was like, why are we getting it from here? Okay, thank goodness. God, why would I keep that on here? We want to say, manage tile data. Get tile data. Hey, mister. What do you need encouragement for? What you working on? It would be my honor. And get tile data once the tile, which we already have. Tile to generate, so we pass that in. It also wants to know the data. I forget what that is. Oh, this is for getting the time. This is for fetching a very specific, which we do want a specific thing. Okay, yeah, so we type this in. Since it's generate tiles, the whole point of this is to do node 2Ds. So this can be hard-coded in, no problem. As far as I know. I guess if you're doing like a variant, well, then I would probably just put like a callable in the dictionary instead of the node, and it returns a node. We'll see. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. You hope you're a software engineer and working on another freelance project, e-commerce website for a smoke shop. Okay, you're like, look, I just want to preface this with, it's not what I want to be working on, but it's an e-commerce website for a smoke shop. Nice. That's a good gig. Friendly smoke shop owner who sells UCBD drinks. That's awesome. That's so good. Come on. I don't know going rates, so I can't say that that's a good rate, but I mean, that sounds nice. Thank you, mister. Work is work. Exactly. That's a good gig. And you're doing a favor for someone that you already, like, commiserate with. Love that. You got this. Alright, sounds good, mister. Goodbye for now. The data that we want is the scene, because that's what we're generating. Parameters to pass on is not declared in the current scope. Are you quite sure? Did I spell it wrong? Parameters. Parameters. Here we go. I spelled it wrong in a lot of places. Okay. Nice. Great. Good. So it's going to set up all the parameters. It's going to pass it into checking to make sure it's okay. Then it's going to... Now this is a scene, so we actually have to instantiate the results. Now it returns a variant. So I'm gonna do... It's a little tricky. Don't do that yet. Do scene to gen, make it a packed scene, say that as packed scene, then we'll say variable node to gen, node 2D, and that's going to equal scene to gen as node 2, no, wrong, scene to gen instantiate. Okay. Then where do we put that which we have instantiated? We certainly want to add it as a child. To where do I want to do it? Culture shock? I definitely find it shocking to observe other people coding in a language that I either don't know or haven't used in a really, well, I guess I use all the coding languages I use, so that I don't know. Yeah, that does stress me out. Yeah. Different languages, they're different. So, I don't know if I have a place. We have a level grid. What is that? It's nothing. It's just a perfect. I don't exactly know why I have it as a scene, but sure. I'm not sure it needs to be a scene. You know, unless we're gonna actually put it in that. No, it doesn't really matter. What is that? Oh, this. Wait, what is? Why did I make this? I don't know. Well, no, this makes sense. Don't worry about it. It's good. You're good. It's fine. This is fine. I don't. Who knows? Maybe that's what I shove into a sub viewport or something. You want to keep it. Keep it. No, it's worth keeping. You're good. You're doing it right. I'll tell you one thing, though. Where does this manager exist? Oh, it's in the managers. I knew that. Okay. So, where I want to put this is on the level grid. So, level grid.ref.addChild, and the child I want to add is the node to gen. And then we're going to put its position... Again, I don't do 2D very often, so I assume position is fine, but because if it's relative to the level grid, yeah, it seems fine. Its position equals row I bet that means, I bet the orthographic projection, you're saying Godot's 2D isn't true 2D, it's 3D with an orthographic camera? I mean, it can be, but is that really what it is under the hood? I don't know. Okay, alright. So, the row number is our x-axis. The y position, no, wrong. Row is the y. That would be a more useful thing for me to put over here. The hell's a blitter? That's a word? It's like glitter, but blitterier. Blitterier. Where did I type that? I guess I got rid of it. Well, it would be helpful if we said that this is the y-axis and this is the x-axis. I would appreciate that reminder. So it goes in. Okay. So the position is going to be, I'm probably going to want to break this out into a function. I mean, maybe some of this into a function, but at least maybe this. But we'll see. All right, lunatic. That is one of the most boring looking sentences or two that I could imagine reading. But I bet people who find that interesting are like, whoa. Very, very knowledgeable. I like that you're knowledgeable. I do. I respect it. Row number is the y. So for the x, that's going to be relative to, well, a cell is the dictionary. It's a little confusing. I feel like I definitely need a helper function for this. All rows is an array of arrays. Right. In each array are dictionaries. So, can we just like get the number while we're here? But this is an iteration. I would almost say, Lise, say for I integer. This is going to make this a little simpler, I think. It's a library. I love that. That's awesome. For I integer in all rows, row number I. No size. What is the size of that array? And let's even call this cell number. This is going to be better. Then we'll say cell contents dictionary equals all rows row number. We'll see. Inexpensive single numeric value to array of values from 0 to that value. I don't know. It lets me look through it. It lets me see all the stuff in there. Is that how I would word it? Yeah, but I don't think of that in the technical. I think of it in like a plain English. That's all. Yeah, I wrote it, but it doesn't mean the way you broke it down is something that computes with me trying to match it to the way I compute it. Yeah. If you probably got it. All right, so I love that you're engaged with learning what the things do. But I am not your teacher. Not that you asked me to be. But I'm just saying. No gem position equals vector 2. Right, so now that I have the cell number, I can just pass those directly in here, and it's not a nightmare. However, this is going to be wrong. Because I'm never sure if the code is correct. I do my best. I look over it later as I go. I try it. If it doesn't work, I fix it. If you backseat, so help me God, lunatic. With your technical explanations, I can only imagine how irritating it would be. Can only imagine. And I'd love to only imagine. Can I assign a value of type array? I will, look. Please stop. Literally, please stop. It's antagonizing, it irritates me. I like to keep an eye on chat so I can chat with people. But I don't like looking at things that throw me off, because it throws me off. It's just who I am. So I'm going to ask you to stop. Let me cook. Yeah, let me cook. I don't like to ignore chat. A lot of people can ignore chat. We have a small enough amount of chat that I can look at chat. I like to be able to look at it. But if I look at chat, and it makes me... throws off, like, my very fragile ability to hang on to the logic I'm trying to do, then I get sad. You don't want to make me sad. Do you want to make me sad? Psycho. Yeah. I would say, as far as helping, the title. The title is your friend. Is my friend for you to be your friend. The title says it all. I know reading is hard. Reading is hard. It's easy to ignore these things. But the title of the stream should tell you. Oh, it's very nice of you, Lindo. Thank you for saying that. Can I assign a value of type array to variable? You good, lunatic. Can I assign a value of type array to variable cell contents with specified type dictionary? Right. And remind me where I'm doing that? And just to, since you, and I'm so happy to explain too, the reason why I have that rule, besides my fragile ability to hang on to the logic thread, is I don't want answers. I want to solve problems and get better at solving problems. If I get given the answers, now I can't solve problems on my own. Line 34. Assign a value of type array to variable cell contents. Oh. All rows row. Oh yeah, that is an array now. Oh yeah. Okay, wait. You're missing something here. Cell number. There you go. There we go. Cell number. I want the wisdom. I want the wisdom. Oh yeah, lunatic, you know your stuff. Respect. Respect. Okay. Cell not declared in the current scope well, yeah. That is now cell contents. Nice. All right. Good. It's gonna check, see if it's okay. If it is okay, it finds the one it's supposed to instantiate. It adds the child. It moves it to... Okay, now this is not the right position. Because if we use that position, so it'll be 0, 0, then it's going to end up over in the center here. Which I don't want it to be in the center. I want it to be there. So in order to get it to be there, we have to transform it. I feel like I'd want a helper function for this. So I'm gonna say gridify. We're gonna say gridify. And then we're gonna say I value, which will be an integer, and it's going to return an integer. Now I'm starting to feel like I wanted to do vector 2i's. We'll see. Hallways hurt your brain, but you have vertical hallways? Nice. Hallways! I'm so scared. Oh my gosh. So that's you and Willow have mentioned that. Is that the hidden scope? Are hallways the hidden scope of the procgen? I've barely planned for them. So all I want this to do, you don't want this to be an integer. You want it to be a float. I could use bitwise to make sure that this conversion is good, but I think conversion is okay if it's int to float. I feel like it's float to int that things get wacky. So it should be okay. All I have to do is return I value. Well, it depends. It depends. Is it the x-axis or the y-axis? Does it depend? I don't think it depends. It just has to be half of it. That's all it has to be. Don't be a smartass. I value divided by 2. I value plus I think we'll be fine if I say cell size divided by 2. But we'll certainly see. So then I'll say gridify cell number gridify the row number. We'll see about that. It's definitely gonna depend, right? Because if we get to the end, well, then it'll just be a new number. Okay, we're just gonna move on from that. I'd rather get the, like, generating happening and then see what's wrong with it and deal with it from there. So now our problem is on isTile, which is the callback that goes into generate tiles to see if the generator is allowed to generate at its given cell. So we have this cell, data, cell contents. We have the cell contents, the tile to check against. The Boolean relationship. Which is going to be, we're generating a base tile. isTile is the callback. Oh, these are the parameters here. We want to make sure that they are empty. If they are empty, then it returns true. That's what we're looking for. But we have to parse cell contents. So in cell contents, we find the tile to check, which is going to be typed to that tile. So the cell contents got passed on. Now we go to get cell contents. And in get cell contents, we pass in cell contents, unsurprisingly. And what do we want to get out of it? We want to get the tile. What tile is it? What type of tile is it? Now that we know the tile to check, we can say return tile to check set to I'm gonna do the Boolean relationship thing. It's not like I can do Boolean relationship. Tile to check. I mean, I guess I'll just do like an if. It's probably a better way to do it, but sometimes I just gotta do it. If tile to check. Let's do it this way. If Boolean relationship. Oh, we can rename this. If is true. If is match. Let's call it. Or if should be a match. I like my verboseness. If it should be a match, then we want to check, we want to return make sure that tile to check is set to tile to check against. If it should not be a match, I would like you to return tile to check should not be set to tile to check against. Alright. No errors. We have some warnings though. What content not being used? The class level data is declared but never used. What content is never used? Oh. Oh. What content? There we go. And then level data. So this, I believe, we're using for logging purposes. So we know what the rows and cells that are actually... But why do we need this anymore? We're not... I don't really understand why I need that. I mean, to be fair, I'm not logging it. Oh, I guess I just decided not to keep it here. And I was just gonna move it. Okay, so that is where we log it. Alright. Alright, sure. So I still don't feel good about this being here. I feel like this doesn't belong here. It's really bothering me. It feels like a manage tile data thing. But this is tile data. I'm just not sure. What kind of data are we calling this? This would be tile. This is the tiles themselves. No, I'm just thinking organizationally. Like, where do I want to put this? I don't know. I care. I do care. Cell content type is what goes... Well, in theory, it was going to be used by the level to fill out the data about a cell when it gets created. Which, by the way, I'm not filling that out, and I need to. So many things to do. I mean, there could be like a cell data script, but that just seems kind of pointless. I think it belongs here. And if I'm wrong, we'll deal with that. But I just feel like it belongs here. I don't know. It's just what it feels. It feels right. So I'm gonna do that. If I regret it, I'll change it. Manage tile data. Cell content type. Manage tile data. Cell content type. Tile. Okay. So there's still there's a lot missing. The level data. We're not logging anything at all. We're also instantiating a scene, but that's not getting filled back into the cell data. I mean, in fact, there is no cell data, right? Cell data doesn't exist yet. So that actually needs to be created. So with the level data, that's where we would put this stuff. I see why I kept it here, because it's easier for me to see it. That's why I put it there, so I would know easily how to put it in there. All right, put it on them. Put it on here. Put it on here. Because if you think about it level to level, that data changes. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I had to try. I had to see how it felt. It felt bad. It's going back. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Sorry I ever doubted you. But thank you for your patience. Cell content type. Just seems like the right thing now. I care about these choices. Thanks, Lindo. We'll see if I don't change my mind again. But I think I like this. I think this is what I want. It's often like a struggle between, like, intellectually what I think makes sense And then practically when I'm trying to do stuff, what's actually easier. And it's like, well, maybe it makes sense to store this with the other data, but at the same time, its use is going to be locally. It's not going to be used anywhere else, and it's very convenient to have it here. We'll see. You know, maybe after I set it up here, I'll be like, okay, we can move it, but I don't think so. Now, I do want to say something, Liz. It's going to make it easier for you if you don't have this ugly thing in here. It'd be dope if you could type these. It makes no sense. It would be like so funny though. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clarify what these are here, just to clean up a little bit. So I don't need this anymore. When we instantiate, I would say this should be a function. This should be a function entirely. So you call that generate tiles, which it will. This will generate multiple tiles. What about generate a tile? Just one tile. So I'll take all of this, and we're gonna put it in generate a tile, and we'll find out everything that's missing that it needs to function. God. Sometimes that making the lines easier to read in a white space language actually makes it a lot harder. Because it's like, now I don't know where the indent is. That's crazy. Wait, that indent was just totally wrong? That's so funny. It's very confusing. Okay, we need tile to generate, cell number, and row number. So we'll pass that in here. Tile generate, cell number, and row number. Kind of bothers me that it's not the other way around, so we're gonna make it the other way around. Then we want to make sure this is asking for those same things. I'm gonna keep them the same names. Tile to generate, which is typed to a tile, I believe, yes, right there. Manage tile data dot tiles. Row number is an integer. And cell number, also an integer. Okay. Good. So we have a separate function for generating a tile. This is also where I'm going to want to create that dictionary and log that we did the thing. Instantiated, added, position set. I guess I'm going to make a separate function. Let's say log new tile, log cell data, cell contents, fill cell, log cell contents. So it's going to need to know the cell, which is actually not here. Cell contents, well, but Liz, well, okay, one thing, there's not going to be a cell there the first time. So it needs to check, is there even a cell? Because if it's empty, there's no cell. So there's no contents to even go through in the first place. Right? All rows, row number, cell number, for row number in all row size. All rows is the tile data get grid array. The grid array is our array of arrays, and it's an array of dictionaries. I'm a little confused. Why do you have grid array and level? I feel like that doesn't make sense. I don't think it makes sense to have these two separate things. I think you only need one thing. That's what I think. I could be wrong. But I think I don't need this. I'm gonna comment it out. And add tile to grid. Oh wow. Give me all this stuff. Give me all this stuff. Let's move this to the level. And this is our log. I don't know, it's hard, it's like here, there, I don't know. I'm gonna do it here though. So then I don't even need this log situation. We just say, and I don't really need to get, since we're not going across. But why was it going to be an array of arrays? Oh, because, oh, well, I don't know. I was going to say maybe it was originally going to be like a bunch of levels. I don't know. I could see myself changing my mind on all of this, but I'm just gonna go with what feels right now. So we'll call this log cell contents. And what does it need to know? It needs to know dictionary. That doesn't exist yet. There is no dictionary. This is very important. So we would check for every cell number if level data array indices equal rows, dictionary keys equal cells. This doesn't make sense. It has to be an array of arrays. Well, you were getting the size of the dictionary, so you were skipping having to do an array by checking the size of that dictionary. So can I access a dictionary that way? There's a bunch of dictionaries. I don't think this makes sense. I think it has to be an array of arrays. That's what I think. Hey, I try to code now. Slow but sure. Slow but sure. Just Paul! Welcome. Thank you for the raid. What were you getting up to today? That is an emote. That is an emote. I've seen a lot of emotes. That's one of them. Welcome. Welcome, 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 welcome. Raid, hey Ronnie. Hello, hello, hello. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you spam emotes? No you can spam emotes. I just was doing the song. I'm not even gonna read that, man. Alright. Thank you for the raid. What were you getting up to, Jispo? It's been a while since you streamed, no? I know you had the 15-second showcase of awesome indie games thing. I was like, oh man, I wish I had a Steam page and stuff. Well, I don't, so. But I don't, that's okay. Fist of Forgotten Dev, nice. Such a beautiful game, that. Love that. Yeah, so if y'all don't know Jitspo, which you probably do, but if you don't, Jitspo's on Twitch and YouTube. So for all of my peoples on YouTube, you should follow Jitspo there. We'll do a double shout. I should set up a double shout out no matter where you're rating from. That would be nice. Shout out on YouTube to Jitspo. And then we'll do the Twitch one too. Jitspo works on a game called Kook, which is like a boomer shooter kind of vibe. Very cool game. Seems like it. Takes you back to the old days a little bit. Oh, look at that. There's a showcase. Damn, it's an hour and a half. I guess I knew that because I thumbed it up. That's crazy. That's so many. That's so many minutes. Wait, and they're all 15 sec. There's 2 hours of 15-second freaking. That's nuts. I actually like can't even fathom that. Twitch is buffering like crazy and you're a few minutes behind by now. That's okay. No pressure. Hey, you don't have to be here. You don't have to chat. You can raid and run. No pressure. You're good, Jitspo. Thank you for bringing the people here. That's nuts. I can't believe it came out to an hour and a half. I don't know if anyone can do the math on that. I can't. But that's a lot of 15-second trailers. Right, it's like, it's overwhelming. Like, there's so much good stuff. We're in the indie game dev golden era. That's crazy. Anyway, working on Kook, and then Fist of the Forgotten, which is like a 2D platformer that's really beautiful and cool. You should make sure you know about Jitspo. Jitspo's doing. Look at these cool things. Are you a game dev? Are you making indie games? You want to know about Jitspo because look at the things Jitspo does for the world. I was gonna say. Was this the first one? Cause like that's even crazier. Oh my god! Like if this was the first one and there was that many. All right, never mind. Don't join next year. It'll be too many. So we're doing a game jam game. I'm making a game jam game for my game jam. The Game Like Jam happens every other month starting in January. Since it's January, we're doing one. And we pick a game to make a game. I pick a game to make a game like, and this time we're doing Rogue. Truly, we're making a game like Rogue. Not just a roguelike. Before that, we did Tamagotchi likes. We've done a bunch of others. Granny, Puyo Puyo, Ski Free, Frogger, Bloons. This is the 7th one. And my last game was a Tamagotchi like that I made. And I didn't. Usually, this jam has helped me finish games because it gives you the scope, so it's nice and easy to kind of know what your game's going to be. The first 4, I finished my Game Like Jam games. And then the 2 after that, I kind of just wanted to make bigger projects, so they didn't get done. And I'm in the middle of working on my virtual pet Tamagotchi-like. And so for the roguelike jam, I'm going to make a rogue game that's going to be a mini game in my virtual pet game. So I'm deciding to, from scratch, do the procedural generation because I like pain. And I love reinventing the wheel. I think it's interesting, and I want to learn. I want to struggle through it. I want to make mistakes. I want to get it wrong, try again, and see what I take away from it. So I'm in the middle of grinding out whatever the hell this procgen is going to be like. And that's what you came in on. Yeah, I participate. I host the jam, but I don't submit my game to the jam because there's prizes and stuff. You know, like it would be kind of weird. First of all, I'm not under the illusion that I would win my own jam, okay? But it would be pretty weird if I did. like I hosted a jam, I got sponsors, we have prizes, and then I won the prizes. It just doesn't make sense. So, yeah, I don't submit mine. But the reason I made the jam was so I could help myself keep games in scope. Because I was making games that were too big, I was never finishing them, and it was bothering me. So I wanted to just have a clear scope for a game and practice that every other month and get used to it. So I made the jam to help me do that, and then I figured it would help other people too. So it's a game jam for everybody. You did do a 2024 showcase, but not a video. You just have people send links to their Steam page. Did you have nearly as many entries for that, even though the submission was much simpler? Man, I wonder what it was. I mean, I guess just like the fact that it's going to be a video is so much more substantive. Like, oh yeah, like let me get this in front of people's faces. Yeah. How do I practice new stuff? How do I practice new stuff? Well, I mean, I would say the Game Like Jam is how I practice new stuff. So I try to pick games that are super different from each other, that are not like similar. So, Frogger, 80s arcade game with some like platforming elements. Balloons, tower defense game, completely different mechanics. Puyo Puyo, grid matching game, super different than either of those. Ski Free is pretty simple, but it's like an endless runner, so that's different. Granny, super different. A 3D game where you're escaping a monster that's chasing you. Tamagotchi, virtual pet game, all very different. Rogue, dungeon crawler, super different. So that, for me, that's how I practice new stuff, is I try to imitate games from genres that are super different from each other. And then that forces me to learn new stuff. At least for now, that's how I do it. Sam says that they've recently had what they think is a pretty cool idea for a roguelike, and they think they've scoped it reasonably for a month. This will be my first game jam. Thanks very much for putting it on. Let's go! I love that. Ooh, that's cool. But that's it. You'll find out. That's the skill, I think, is figuring out how to have the idea and not let it explode. But we were talking about it earlier. For me, it's I allow myself to have the crazy big absurd idea that I definitely can't do in a month, and then I categorize things into what is the most base important things that need to be in the game in order for it to be okay and work, and then what are the stretch goal things that if I have time I'll add in. And that's worked pretty well for 4 out of 6 of the Game Like Jams. But I would even say for the last 2, I just wanted to start longer term projects. The Granny Like and the Tamagotchi Like, I just made things that were, well, I think the Granny Like I wanted to finish in time. I did, and I didn't. The Tamagotchi Like, there was a point where I made the decision that I wanted this to be a longer term project. But so far it's working out well. And look, sometimes you're gonna overscope anyway. You're not gonna get it done. But I think that's part of, for me, the learning, is bumping up against making mistakes. Taking that sense memory, and then next time, trying not to make that mistake. You only lose if you don't try. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Excited about that, Sam. If you ever want to share, like, where it's at, what your ideas are, the Discord, there's places for that, and even right here. I always love hearing about what y'all are working on. Co-working together. Right, so we're checking if there's, so I'm just gonna go over this mostly for myself, but we're gonna rubber duck it. Y'all are my rubber duckies, but also it's gonna help me. So it's gonna help you know what's happening. It's gonna help me know what's happening. So the concept is, if we imagine these gray squares are the grid, it is going to walk through each of these one by one. Each of these rows, it's going to walk through. When it gets to a row, it's going to check, is this cell empty? And this is based, the width and height are determined by these constants right here. So, based on those constants, it iterates through one by one. Basically, what I wanted to do is fill out an array until its size would exceed these values. So I guess it's actually going to create it. I guess there's not going to be anything there. It's just going to be empty. Knowing that it's empty, it'll go through each one, say, oh, there's not one there, I'm going to create it. Oh, there's not one there, I'm going to create it. And it's just going to keep doing that until it equals this. So it's going to equal that. That's where I'm at right now. I'm at the point where it's actually going to fill that out. But I'm trying to build that in a way that I have these functions, like generate tiles, where I can use that same function to generate any other kind of tile. So there's the empty tiles, which are the ones that are those gray ones. Hey, Distron, welcome back. Those gray ones, right, that I just put in there. Those are the empty tiles. I want to make sure we put them all in there so we have a grid of tiles. So that's the first one. But then I want to use that same function to generate the room tiles for the dungeon, the different rooms in the dungeon. So the way that would work is it would use the same mechanism where it walks through each one. It says, okay, I'm checking the first one. Can I put a room here? Yes or no? Yes? Do I want to put a room here? You know what? Yes, I do. So the rooms are going to be 9 tiles. Well, they're going to be 3 by 3, a 3 by 3 section. I have not gotten to this yet, and I am not going to get to this yet, but I would like to, but that's okay. So what I'm going to do is, here, let's undo that. Let's say it says, yes, let's put a room here. It's going to stamp it down, but really that's going to be another iteration through. So I would give it the coordinates to say, okay, iterate through this, and make sure they all can have a room. If they can, give them a room. Okay, so it's still on this. It's still on 0, 0, or the first one. So now it's going to go to the next one. Can I put a room here? Well, there's already a room here. Skip it. Can I put a room here? There's already a room here. Skip it. Can I put a room here? I can. Do I want to put a room here? I don't want to. Skip it. I can. I want to. Put it down. Beautiful. Skip, skip. Come down here. Skip, skip, skip. This one. It'll ask itself, can I put a room here? I can. Do I want to? Sure. Put it down. Now, it'll do the same thing. It'll say, already one there, won't bother, needs one there, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of like the idea I have, although I don't even know if I'll get to that today. And the reason I'm doing 9 is because if I do any less than that, then it'll be all walls, which is not good. So by having 9, there's at least 1 here. So then using that same function, I would want to check for walls. So it'd do something like, is there a Am I surrounded? Basically, if I'm not surrounded by rooms, I need a wall. Then I'm a wall cell. So this is not fully surrounded by rooms, so it gets a wall. Goes to the next one, does the same thing. These aren't fully surrounded, not fully surrounded, not fully surrounded, not fully surrounded, not fully surrounded. Is fully surrounded, not a wall. Is fully surrounded, not a wall. This is a wall. These are fully surrounded, so not a wall. It could be, it is fully surrounded by a room or a wall. And then so it would just, again, iterate through each one at a time, and then switch them to a wall tile. Similarly, if I were to, that's kind of interesting. Look at that. That would cut it off. So that's, well, I guess it'd be 2 different rooms. So in this case, what I'd want, and this is where things get a little unsure, but I would, so let's say we want to do doors, okay? So doors, it would say, do I have a wall either to my left and to my right, or do I have a wall above and below? If either of those are true, I can be a door. So it'll decide to put a door there. Although, I guess we'd kind of want to know, potentially, how many rooms there are, which I would want to log. Each room needs at least 1 door. So then we'd also want to track if it has all the doors that it needs to have, or the minimum number of doors. So in this case, it could put a door there, and that would be fine. But no, it wouldn't, because there's nothing outside the grid there. So there needs to also be a rule that doesn't allow it to put it there, even if it matches one on the left, one on the right, unless there's room outside of there. So here, yes, we can put a door there. No problem. Easy peasy. Something like that, Firma. In the process of it. So here there could be a door. So let's say it finds to put a door here. Hopefully it just worked out great and it put a door there and there. What I'd need to find next, and I'm not exactly clear how I'm going to do this, and I'm okay with that, and I'm not interested in thinking far ahead, and I probably should, but I'm not going to, and that's going to be okay with me. But what I need to then do is connect these together, right? So there would need to be some kind of path between these points, right? Would be optimal. I do have no backseating rules. I'm not saying I saw backseating. I'm just realizing new people are here, and I should say that. Which for me just means, you know, I don't want to be confused by ideas that didn't come out of my own possibly wrong head. I'm wrong a lot, and I like being wrong. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, because it's like, I know this raises the possibility of like, ooh, she needs to figure out how to do it. Let's tell her. Please don't. But somehow I would want to figure out how to connect these. You know, there's like A-star. I don't even want to do A-star because I would rather it pick its own weird winding path and that be okay. You know? But it'd be a similar thing. Like, can I put a path here? I feel like this wouldn't be, I don't think this is going to be that hard. I think that would be fine. Of course. You can talk about, I hope you do, Distron. For your own game? Oh my gosh, please do. I would love that. It gives me the co-working energy I need. But actually, this isn't going to be hard. I don't know why I'm saying this is going to be hard. Because if it's already iterating through, it'll just say, if I get to a cell that is a door, check to see which direction there is an open cell at. And once it sees that one's open, it knows it needs to draw a path there. Can iterate through again, come back around. Saw a door here, so it can slap that right underneath. Comes through, gets to here, says, oh hey, look, there's a path above me. I'm gonna put a path down. Goes here, maybe not above me. I guess it would have to be like that. So we'll say it skips this, sees one above. Now that's where it gets weird, right? Is it would need to keep track of the current paths, so it would know how to break. I think it's gonna be hard. I do think I'm afraid. I kind of wonder if oh no, I didn't think you were. But you never know. Yeah. Not the Binding of Isaac style. So I'm trying to keep mine as close to Rogue as possible. So there's actually the game embedded on the jam page, and that gives you a pretty good idea of what I'm going for. So if you head over to the jam page, I'll link it. Seems like you already know, but just for anybody who wants to try it out, theme game is embedded right there. My intention is to keep it as close to this as possible. That's just the way I want to do it. So yeah, I know. And now here's the other thing. It would be a lot easier if I went Binding of Isaac style. That's kind of the low scope version. That's the I actually want to get this done without too much pain version. Because with that, in theory, I could just, make 20 pre-made rooms and just swap them out. Which is a technique I've done before for another game, and I guess I'm curious to try to build that out. A GRU? You can't. What are you gonna do? You're gonna drop some acronym? I don't know. Come on now. I don't know what you're talking about. Then you're gonna have to pick a place on the other room's wall, and then just add or subtract the XY to get there. Nice. Yeah, there's gotta be a math way to get there. Your plan is to make a crawler function that will move from one room. Oh, I see. That was contextualizing that. That will move from one room with the target of an adjacent one, and when it hits the room, it'll make a door. Oh, nice. Nice. They are very barren. Hell yeah, they are. I like that. That's a good idea. Yeah, the target. Yeah, because I like that. Yeah, that's a good idea. If you know the 2 door positions, then you could try to walk between them. A monster that kills you in the dark when you wander the maze. I'll have to take your word for it on that one. I don't know if I've been killed by a GRU. Is that in the manual anywhere? I feel like, is that spelled out some way? I don't know what. I believe you. I I certainly believe you. Oh, Zork. Okay. I don't know Zork. So you're saying implement something like that. When it's dark, something is wandering and could kill you. I don't know. How do you know it's there? Does it just hit you and you just find out? You're just like, oh look, I'm taking damage. I guess the GRU got me. First move's a Vic 20. I don't know what that is. You've got acronyms. You are full of acronyms. Oh, great. You just die. Oh, Commodore kind of vibe. Aaron, literally. Gotcha. Nice. I know your type. Alright, so I'm gonna try to put it back, but I don't know where I'm at, and I gotta figure it out. How does the original Rogue do it? I don't know, Spot. Do they have rooms specific size they choose from, or does it procedure? Oh, it's procedural. Oh yeah, the original Rogue is procedural. Definitely. As far as I know. I guess I shouldn't say definitely. I guess technically I'm not exactly sure what the code does. but I assume. Yeah, right. Yeah, we were looking at that. Someone shared a video of that. But I closed it. There it is. Yeah, source code out there. Yeah, so this you can tell because this looks exactly the same. All right. So I'm not here. I'm here. Nope, I'm not there. I'm here. I know. Right. So right now, it's checking the contents of a cell to decide if it's able to put a piece there. But guess what? There's no cells yet. So it's not going to find anything. So it needs to check to make sure there's anything actually in level data. So if level data, and this is where I was having this crisis of, is this an array of dictionaries or is it an array of arrays? I think it's supposed to be an array of arrays. I'm pretty sure. Feeling inspired? Let's go! Make something for the jam! Yeah. I mean, it's a whole month, so I do it because, I mean, I'm very ADHD, so my attention span as well goes all over the place. But I like to think that maybe being a month is helpful too for others who are neurodiverse, but it can be the opposite because you have more time. It's more time to procrastinate, so it can never be perfect. But I hope that the generous time gives you a chance to dip in and dip out when you can. Let us know how it's going along the way. So I could check the specific cell number. I think that's fair. But this, it depends. I feel like what I need to do, I think would it be easier, and it's not the most safe thing, but I don't care. I think I'm just gonna say, if we are requesting to generate a base tile, we're just going to assume that the level array is empty. We could even say if we could do it. If there is no level data, which I'm pretty sure this returns falsy. I'm like 90% sure. But because I just want to double check, I'm going to use gscript.live just to verify for myself. If not level data, print hello world, if you wouldn't mind. Pretty darn sure that's gonna be saying hello world. Okay, great. So yes, it does return falsy. If there's no level data, and we'll even say and. How about this? If there is level data, no, that's another. I was gonna try to like put a return in there. Let's not worry about it. If there's not level data, and the tile to generate is set to base, then we just auto approve it and generate a tile. We don't need to check first if we're allowed to generate a tile. We already know it's gonna be okay, because there's no tiles yet, so it's allowed to do a tile. Now that's just the first one. This doesn't make sense, because that's just the first one, and you want to keep doing them. No, this doesn't make sense. You need to check the specific one. Yep, you check the specific one. Because we also want to be able to know if we're at the end of it, and that's where Gen is okay comes in. All right. If level data, it's an array of arrays, so you can now say row number, cell number. If this exists, there is something there. I feel like we also need to check if it's okay, because I feel like I want a different function. We always want to check if we're at the end or not, right? I don't know that I need this. I don't think you need that. I think all we have to say is if is in tile is in, or cell is in range. If cell is in range, and we'll pass in row number, cell number. If it's in range, then we're good to go. And maybe we'll do like a continue. If not in range, continue. Well, no, because that means we're on a well, it depends. Are we on a new, which way is it not in range? Is it not in range on the x-axis or the y-axis? Hey, Callie. Callie? Welcome. That's an important distinction. Because if we get to the end of the x row, the limit, which will be 90, then we'd want it to go down. Colleen Spanish, you have a question about the gym. Ask away. That's what I'm here for. So that means we not only need to know if it's in range, but I would like to know which axis is it not in range for. That would be helpful information. Hello, Dash. I guess I want like an elif situation. I think that's what I want. Because we don't even need to check these if because we could say if row publisher game people can see. People cannot see. So you'll notice, is that you? You'll notice on mine, because I made the jam, so I can edit the jam and do all that fancy stuff. You'll notice on mine, it says there's one entry. If I open this in a private browser, or anyone else opens it, or you even go here, it'll be nothing. So it's not there. Yep, just for me. Totally private until this timer is up. So as soon as that timer is up, then it will be visible. But all the way up until then, it's private. The only person who can see it is me. And the only reason I look at them is to make sure it's not spam. Or worse. So as long as it's not spam or, you know, trying to break or trying to give people malware or something, I'm not gonna, like, play your game, check it out, or, you know, judge it or anything. Just be like, wait, this isn't for... You're submitting this to 20 other jams, and it's not even a game. Yeah, so you're good to go. You can... In fact, I strongly recommend people pre-submit. Strongly recommend that you do this. Because if you run out of time, at least you got something in. Because you can always make it a draft after... Anyway, don't worry, I'm not going to complicate it. But the point is, it's smart. It's smart to pre-submit it. You know something's there, and you can test it out. See what it looks like on the page. You're doing the right thing. Good question. You got Ace Bright on the Steam sale. Nice. You've been building it from source up until now. So you were building from source, but it was like not worth it. You vastly prefer... Because I'm always like, I just build from source. Why are you gonna pay for it? But you're like, no, it's easier. An RPG, D&D AI-based game for solo or 5 co-op, and you didn't publish. I don't know what that means. Might be a language barrier. I don't know what you're saying, but okay. Or are you saying in another jam that wasn't the case? For the longest time, you thought once it was submitted, you couldn't change it. You can change it, yeah, you can keep, as long as this timer isn't up, you can do whatever you want with it. And then, after that timer is up, it's only during the ratings period. So if we come down here to the jam calendar, on the jam page, so this is the jam time, from the 1st of January to the 31st, you, depending on your time zone, you can submit it, modify it, unsubmit it, do whatever you want. It's yours to mess with. Then during the voting period, from the 1st of February to the 10th of February, it's locked in. You can't change it. I think you can edit the itch page, but you can't edit the file. You can hide your itch page. You can make it not public anymore if you want. And then you can also put it back to public, but you just can't change the file. Yeah. Like the same, you may just put your main project aside for a month. Put it aside! Yay! Yeah, I'm always nervous when I first pick... Well, when I first pick the theme, I'm like, yes, this is it. This is the game. And then as soon as the jam goes live, I'm like, what have I done? No one's gonna want to make this. This was a bad choice. But then, like, as I start working on it, and then folks like you say what you say, I'm like, okay, nah, this was a good choice. This was a good choice. I'm not roleplay with AI, but you can do a roguelike as you page save variant. Okay. It's hard for me to understand what you're saying, Kali. It sounds like what you're saying is you have a previous game you've made that is similar to something old, but the one you're making now, it's okay, but the one you're making now, I'm just not gonna understand, is, I don't know, something. I'm sorry. Posting Discord games by you, your game where you use BSP for thing placement and size, called Not 3 Bodies. Nice. Not 3 bodies. Like the 3-body problem, but not. More not. Game about shooting and using gravity to slingshot to hit the other player. Neat. That sounds fun. PSP for planet placement and size. You alternate shots. You can't move. Planets don't move. Zoom pan. Haven't got restart working yet, so I have to reload the page. Another page on your to-do list. Neat. What's the difference between a roguelike and a roguelite? Well, Jimmy, I'm not one to know the specific answer. Maybe other people can help you understand that. But in my mind, the difference is, I don't know. like to me, a roguelike shares a lot more in common with the original Rogue, and a roguelite borrows a few concepts from Rogue that probably have evolved to something that Rogue doesn't even do anymore. Wow. Oh, this is like, it's like Worms or like Gorilla kind of a thing. You like set an angle and then, whoa. I don't know how to play it, but it looks cool. I'll definitely check it out more intently later. I'll try it. Yeah, it's zooming. I see, it looks nice. I guess if I refresh it, it'll be different. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Worms in space and gravity, nice. Oh, it's different. It's a lot different. Planets look different. Seems cool. Meta progression. Roguelites generally have things you can improve from run to run instead of just permadeath/new run. Got it. Yeah, that sounds like a good definition or difference. I like that. Yeah. I like that a lot. You agree with which terminology, mine or just Thrawn's? But yeah, some people roguelike is really a quote of Rogue. Yeah, I don't know. It's like look, if I'm being really honest, it's whatever. Like, it's colloquial, right? When people say they're making a roguelike, I don't assume they're making a game that's just like Rogue. I assume they're implementing stuff that's inspired by Rogue. Because that's like the colloquial use of the word roguelike. You know, and maybe if someone is making something that's much more close to the original, they'll go out of their way to say that. It's a true roguelike. It's a Berlin interpretation roguelike. It's Rogue similar to the original. You know, I feel like because of the way the word roguelike has taken on a life of its own, it's just easier to assume I know what people mean when they say roguelike. That they don't mean a difference between light and like. But for the people who do use, because like, look, if you go to Steam, maybe you can use a roguelite tag to list your game, but are you? Is that gonna help people find your game by typing in roguelite? I feel like roguelike is probably gonna help people more. So, I don't know. It's kind of just a weird, messy, funny thing. Hey, Festive Baldy. Imagine people went around calling Far Cry a Doomlight. Because it's not that... I love that. That's super funny. Yeah, I guess I kind of feel like the roguelite word is silly. I kind of think it's a silly thing. Like, it's like Rogue, whatever. But you know what's kind of funny is I think the article, so on the Jam page, I linked some stuff, some like resources on the community tab. Was it this one or was it some other one? If it was some other one, I hope I put it on here. It is on here. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. This article, which you can find it and others here on the community page. Baldy, you should check the description box and honestly pinned to the top of the chat. You'll find a link to the jam, and through there you can find my itch, hypergamedev.itch.io, to be specific. But I think it's kind of interesting in this article where they talk about, what about the, oh, that zoomed in a way I didn't expect. What about the aforementioned roguelike term? We're not quite sure when it first started being used, but it became official around 1993 via Usenet newsgroups. This was an arena for discussion, and there was a significant overlap between people who liked these games and people with access to Usenet in the first place. I mean, that was a long time ago. Computers were expensive. Internet was different. Because of the way Usenet is structured, a category name for the genre was needed. A category name for the genre. So, after a significant amount of discussion, the term roguelike was chosen. This meant that anyone wishing to discuss NetHack would go to rec.games.roguelike.nethack, which means that NetHack is found under recreation, more specifically a game that is in the roguelike genre. Since the genre wasn't really mainstream at this point and not widely discussed in magazines or advertisements, Usenet would be the main place to learn about these games, and the name stuck. So it's somewhat of a coincidence, but the person who's a co-creator of Rogue is still happy that the term became popular. It's cool, it's kind of interesting, right? Yeah, the original Reddit. Kind of wild. Yeah, strict versus looser. Yeah, that sounds good, Fleekuda. Yeah. That sounds right. That sounds correct. We need a better term for the genre. People invented the light term because of gatekeeping. It is gatekeeping nonsense. It is. I agree. But, you know, language is good. Like, at the end of the day, it can be a little gatekeepy to be like, don't say certain words. Like, people are gonna say words. Meanings are gonna change, they're gonna evolve, and they're gonna catch on. I feel like roguelite isn't one that is particularly caught on. And I think what you're saying, like, it just kind of ends up making people feel uncomfortable and like, I don't know, oh god. Oh man, am I wrong, am I bad? So it does end up being kind of like a negative thing, in a weird way. Idea, you need to find coconuts. When equipped, doubles your speed. Okay, Monty Python reference. Cat game. I'm actually still working on the cat game. This is going to be a mini game in the cat game. That's the idea. So what Baldy is asking about is my last game-like jam game, which I didn't finish during the jam because I am turning it into a bigger project. It is a virtual pet. So Tamagotchi was the last game-like jam game that we based our games on. I didn't need to refresh it, but that's okay. And it's just like about a cat that talks, and the cat, you play mini games, feed it, clean its poop, pet it, play with it, that kind of stuff. Certainly not complete. Has a bit of a ways to go. Oh, it did not like that refresh. It was like, look, I was fine before you refreshed me. Oh, I feel like I need to reopen it or something. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's just open it over here. Just take a break, Firefox. Take a nap. You're drunk. So, you know, whatever. Little mini games, scooping poop. It's not finished. A lot of things don't work right, but you get the idea. We can pet the cat, and then you'll like film the cat, like a Pokemon Snap mini game, and then like edit videos of the cat. So this is like a game I made in 1 hour that is not a serious game, that is just like an example of like a game that I made outside of this project that I was able to port directly into it, into this computer. And so that's where the roguelike game will go, is it will be in here, and it'll be representative of maybe like writing a script for the videos that you use to make money to feed the cat and things like that. The cat talks about all the things it needs. It's a hedonistic cat. It's a cat that we already have all the voice acting by the amazing Fallen Lime, and the cat is like, I'm hungry, human. Things like that. I demand cuddles at once. These kinds of things. The things you would expect a cat to probably say. Expecting to be taken care of. So yeah, it's still there. If you think about it, I'm still working on it, Baldy. TTTRD, text/tile turn-based randomized dungeon. Actually, you know, I kind of like that. It's turn. It's turn. That's silly. That's very silly. Fwee! Thank you for the raid! Welcome! I feel like if you say Berlin roguelike to describe your game, the people who care will know what you mean. True. And the people who don't care might look it up or not care. Good point, good point. Good point, good point, good point. Welcome, 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 raiders. Hello. Back in the day, the first-person shooters were called Doom clones. Right. We call them rogue clones for the Berlin nonsense. Yeah. When does the cat use your legs as a bloody scratching post? When you haven't played with it in a long time. We are free. What are you getting up to? I know what you're getting up to, right? I can guess. You're working on the multiplayer game. Authenticate. Ooh. What is that like? I want to say, Fwee, I am incredibly glad that you're doing Godot multiplayer stuff, because it's something I haven't explored whatsoever, and it scares me, and not for any reason, because I think in Godot they probably make it pretty like doable, pretty reasonable. But knowing that you're doing it and I can check in and drop in and see how that's going, it brings me a lot of comfort. Because you've also been not working on it that long. Okay, yeah, at the start. You've correct me if I'm wrong, but you've made some incredible like progress in a short amount of time. That's not that long ago. July. See what I mean? You have a YouTube, right? If I can shout you out on YouTube too. Let's see, shout out. I guess you do. Well, no, maybe you don't. Maybe you do. Well, if you're on YouTube, I'll link to the Twitch as well. Not much there. Fair. Totally fair. Freedom Studio. There you are. You don't know how to code? Well, I think that's common. I think a lot of people don't know how to code. You're not alone in that one. Do you want to learn how to code, Baldy? I agree. She's doing great work. You need a multiplayer to your game, but that's later. It's later. That's later. Steam authentication. Sounds important. But I'd hope Steam has like easy ways to do that. I am working on my roguelike. So I've been working on a virtual pet game. That's been like my main thing. Because the last Game Like Jam, which is a jam I host, we did Tamagotchi likes, and I really like this game, and I want to keep working on it more. But the Game Like Jam goes on every other month. And so I'm gonna make mini games because for a virtual pet game, it's cute, right? That's why I'm continuing to work on it, because I realized it feeds my soul to do cute things. The Game Jam before, so the Game Like Jam before this was Granny, which was our horror themed one. Okay, it's a creepy, scary game. And I was not happy. It didn't bring joy to make a horror game. But then we got to Tamagotchi likes, and I was making something cute, and suddenly it was like, this is what I want to do. I want to live in cuteness. So it ended up being a longer project than the month-long the jam usually is. But there needs to be all kinds of little mini games in the virtual pet game. Virtual pet games live and die by their mini games. So I want to make a roguelike be a part of it, just as something that you do to like take care of the cat and be part of the cat care. But I am taking the hard way because I like to learn things, even if it means reinventing a wheel and not using binary spatial procedure, whatever. I'm not using that, even though I probably should, and I might fall back on it. But I'm gonna try to make my own algorithm from scratch that I might regret later. It's basically a flood fill. I'm kind of using flood fill to make the dungeon. So Rogue is this one's theme. Literally Rogue, not just a roguelike, but Rogue. A game like Rogue. And it has all these dungeons, or these rooms that get spawned into a dungeon. And I'm kind of coming up with my own way of spawning it by like iterating through tiles and deciding whether or not a room should go there or a path should go there and things like that. So it's gonna be painful, but I like the pain. Thanks for following, Skeptic. Appreciate it. I love Blender. Usually, yes, I do use Blender. Yeah, for the 3D stuff. I'm actually doing 2D this time, which is very unusual. You like my grit? That's me. That's me. So yeah, I'm making this from scratch. The idea is it kind of iterates over all of these cells one by one, and it's just gonna ask, can I put the thing here? Can I put a room here? Yes, I can. So it's actually gonna be 9 tiles, so that way when it goes to put walls around it, there's still a room. I haven't written 90% of this code yet. There is a possibility I scope this down. So that's why they're doing 9 per room. And then what it'll do is keep going through. It'll say, hey, there's a room here. I don't need to do a room. There's a room here. I don't need to do a room. Here, there's no room. Do I want to do a room? Nah. Here, there's no room. Do I want to do a room? Nah. Do I want to do a room here? Yeah, sure. Oops, it goes outside the grid. Never mind, no room here. But it will actually try it, come here, go out, and then realize there's not enough, and then stop it. So there's a lot of little things to think about. So iterate, come through here, there's a room, there's a room, there's a room. Come here, you know what? Let's do a room. Screw it, let's do it. And it'll kind of go like that. But we'll see. So where I'm at right now is I'm trying to make all of the like foundational functions, like functions that are going to let me generate room tiles, door tiles, pathways, enemies. Use like a same function where I just pass in which tile do I want. How do we like a function that determines whether or not it should be put there, and then log it after it's put there. And literally, I'm building that so I can even do this, to build this basic grid. Because right now it's nothing. But I want to set it up so that way it at least fills out the base grid. That's kind of where I'm at. Struggling in a most delightful way. as I are wont to do. You have Godot, but when you try to import Baldi Godot port, it doesn't load. You should post on the Discord. Go to the Discord. We have a Godot channel. There are people who love to help, including me. But it's hard to help you just through chat. So join the Discord if you can. Go to the Godot section. Type in something. And post it, and you'll be good. It's always better if you tag Godot helpers, but just post in there, and we'll do our best. Yeah, animation's tough. It's good. You're doing good. It sounds like you're doing good work, Baldi. Sounds like you're doing good. You want to flip phone Godot? Use the hex tiles as supported. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so I'm gonna go back to my learning flying solo. I ask for no help, please, unless I ask for help, because I enjoy making mistakes. I like trying things a way that seems to make sense to me, so I can rule it out and know in the future that maybe I shouldn't do that. So I'm gonna keep doing that. Okay. So where I left off was here, it looks like. We were logging the cell, but what I realized, yes, it's this. Okay, so what I wanted to do was check, I need two different functions. Is the X that it's putting down in range, is the Y that it's putting down in range? So for example, going back to this, once it gets to the end, so it's iterating through from left to right, once it gets to the end, that is the cell in range, is the, how would I call it? The row is the column. It's like is in range X. If it is in range X, true, it'll get here, false. And when it's false, I'd want it to now move to the next row. The 0 in the next row. True, false, oop, go to the next one. So on and so forth. Until it gets down to here. And when it gets here, Discord link is in the description box. Hop in there, you can ask around there. We got you. Join the Discord, ask around, we'll help you out. When it gets here, it'll say, is there something to the right? I could also just say that when it gets to the height and width, I don't even need to do that. But I kind of want to. I feel like, thank you, Dungeon. I feel like it could be useful. I'm gonna do it because I like it better. I'd rather it not be hard-coded in. That would make me happy. Yeah. I love reinventing the wheel. I love it. Because to me, it's like, look, to me, that advice, don't reinvent the wheel, is relevant if you're on a deadline. If you're making a game, if you're making a soft piece of software, whatever, doing anything in life, where your paycheck, other people's jobs, your job depends on getting it done on time. If that's the case, yeah, don't reinvent the wheel. But for me, I'm doing this as a hobby. And so what I enjoy is learning how to make a wheel. I like that. And to me, reading an article is just, or watching a hour-long tutorial is one of the most unfun things I can imagine doing. It's among the, besides things that are like, you know, causing me bodily harm, I don't know what there's very few things I enjoy less than having to like read a dense article about algorithms or watch an hour-long video about an algorithm. Sounds awful. What I'd rather do is use my own bad ideas to come up with something, do my best, learn about the way I think, and find out what's wrong with it. Then go look out there and find out, you know, I was kind of close, but I missed that. Good to know. Let me go put that in there. Or, ooh, I need to completely reimagine this. Not good. That's what I want. Not that, I know you were joking, but just to be clear, the reinvent the wheel concept, I think I brought it up. I started saying reinvent the wheel. I'm deciding to do it because I don't think it's relevant to not reinvent the wheel. If it's not that important that you do, it's not a big deal. All right. Thank you, Fui. I just enjoy it, you know, and I grow and I learn things and I love it. So I'm gonna say if not is in range X and all that that's gonna take in is the cell number. That's what it's gonna take in. And we're gonna do an elif situation. I feel like I'd rather do if that and if not is in range Y. I want both of those here. And that's going to take in the row number. In that case, we know we're done. We've reached the end. No more needs to happen. With that said, though... Well, no, because it'll get there. No, because, you know, it'll have already done it. We're good to go. So I guess we just finish? I guess we just return out of the function? Like, we're done here? I guess we're done here. I guess that's it. No more needs to happen. I mean, you could do break, return, I don't know. That kind of doesn't matter, does it? So we'll see. I might need to refine that. Then we would say, like, elif, if it's not in range X cell number, now I know that I need to go down a row. So whatever that's going to be, go down a row. I'm not going to worry about that. Finally, I don't even know if I need to check Y. It's always going to be both. I never need to check that. So actually, I'm not even going to do that. That's it. That's all we got to do. Okay. So I gotta make those functions because they don't exist. Let me just comment this out for a second. We'll circle back to that. Func is in range X. Alright, Baldy, I hope you made it into the Discord. I look forward to checking out what you're working with. Is in range X. This will bring in whatever. Number. And it won't be a float, it'll actually be an integer. And I want it to return a boolean if number is less than grid width. We're gonna do if. Return. Number is less. If it's true, we're good. Otherwise, not so much. Okay. Put this. Well, it's good too. It's good to know that it's false. So then for y, same thing, except height. Great. So now we are able to check when that's happening. Now, what if we're on a new row? How do I want to deal with that? If we're on a new row, I would want it to increase. I guess we'd continue. We'd want to go back to the row number. Yeah, so I guess we'd continue. Break? We would break. Oh gosh, now I gotta remember what these do. I think break would take me back to row number. Continue would take me to the next iteration of the for loop on cell number. I really feel like you don't need this break here. I think it's unnecessary. But this would take me there. I'm pretty sure. In which case, that should just... We'll see. We'll find out. Again, I'm just gonna kind of put it together, run it, and see what happens, and fix what's wrong. What's the warning? Level data is declared but never used. Right, so that's what the logging is gonna be for. Okay. And we need the logging because if it does make it past these guards, and it gets to here, there's not gonna, currently there's not gonna be anything for it to find here, unless we've been logging along the way. But wait a second, this is wrong too. This is wrong too. Because we want to place the base, I guess we could say, if this is null, will it allow me to do that? Let me try something. I'm gonna pull up gdscript.live, which is a cool website that just lets me evaluate code and try things out and see what it's like without having to have a whole big old project. So I'm going to, what I wanna know, I have this empty array. If I make a variable called something, I don't care what it is. What are we doing? Are we doing a node 2D dictionary? Sure, dictionary, whatever. Doesn't matter. Node 2D, I don't care. If I say that this equals level data, we'll say 1, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 5. So what this is doing is I'm saying iteration 3, index 3 of this array, index 5 of that array. If there's nothing there, can I just like evaluate it as false? If not something, print hello world. Or is it gonna be like, I can't assign something, there's nothing to put there. Okay, got it, out of bounds, understood. So it's not even gonna allow that. Interesting, okay. So that's a problem. So I would wanna probably check first. Can I do, what if I just do it like this? If not that will return falsy with no error. Ooh, not good. It doesn't like it. Okay. Oh, okay. Somehow I have to be able to check. Well, I think it's the 3 or the 5. I think if you just check the first one, that will be falsy. Yeah? I guess I just need to check if there's anything in there at all. That's it. Okay. All right. Heard. Well, now I know. So we have to do that. If it makes it past all of these, I now want to know. I hate that. I hate that. But I guess what I need to do. Okay. Ready the grid, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna fill level array. And what that's gonna do is we're just gonna put a bunch of nothings in there. A bunch of empty dictionaries. That way there's something for it to evaluate. Level data. Oh, I don't even know how to do this. For I integer in range grid so I want to do the rows first, so that would be the height. The height is the rows, right? For every row, I need you to create an array. So variable, or an array of dictionaries. Are you sure about that? Are you sure you want an array of arrays? Because it's like there's one array. And that array has the rows. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it has to be an array of arrays. Okay. So we're going to say dictionary array, which is an array of dictionaries, which will be empty. So I guess you want to fill that first, actually. For I, integer in range, grid width, probably would want to create a dictionary. So can we just say dictionary new? No, it didn't like that. Okay, so oh, and I think Fui, you played this one. I know you did. Don't be coy. The Puyo Puyo like game, I've been using this as a reference because it had some algorithmic stuff in it. Are you melting? Are you okay? It had some algorithmic stuff in it. And it's useful for referencing. How did I create a new dictionary here? Oh, you just make it equal something. I knew that. YouTubing Godot procgen tutorial and getting this random hyper game to streamers live now. You found me! Hey. Okay. Okay, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Bringing the people here. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, let me take a bite. And then I'll wash it down. Cheers, Fanny. Wait, I'm still chewing. Yeah, so you don't have to do dictionary new. All you have to do is dictionary equals an empty dictionary. But you don't want it to be empty. That's where you're wrong. Okay, cheers. Because what I want in each dictionary is this stuff. I want to know what node is the cell, what node TD, what node 2D is the cell, what tile is it? Is it a room? Is it a door? An enemy? And have we walked across it? Have we examined it in whatever current iteration we're on when we're scanning them all? So I need to put all that data in there. Cell content type. It'd be kind of cool if I could just like append. Can I do that? Can I append an enum? But they need to be strings anyway. Okay, let me see. So in that dictionary, I don't want it to be empty. What I actually want it to have... How am I gonna do this? Do make it empty at first. Make it empty at first. Dictionary. I gotta look it up. God, it's so tiny. It's so tiny. What am I supposed to do with that much tininess? It's just a bit small, isn't it? Okay. That's a little better. I always forget. I always mix up like array and dictionary methods, so I always have to look them up. Okay, assign. Assigns elements of another dictionary into the dictionary. So enums are like dictionaries, right? Okay, I gotta try this. Let me go back to gdscript.live. We're gonna call this a dictionary filled, and in it, I'm going to place let's not type it. It's too much. Nothing. No, actually you want it empty. My bad. Just call it dictionary. You want the enum. So enum. We'll just put a couple things in here. Stuff. Thing. Whatever. Okay. if I say dictionary, assign stuff, and then I print dictionary, what's gonna be in there? Nice. I couldn't have had a hope for a better result. Well, I mean, now it's 0 and 1 that's in there. I don't need 0 and 1. So that's so enums are like dictionaries, right? Where the word that we type in there, thing, whatever, that's the key, and then the number that is associated with it, 0, 1, 2, 3, that's the value. I don't need the value, but I guess it can just be there. I would ultimately replace it with other stuff. Luckily, they're not going to be integers, so I could just check to make sure they're the type they're supposed to be. It's just so convenient. It's so convenient if I could just like graft it on there like that. So convenient. Because this node is supposed to be a node 2D. The tile, I'm doing good. Zensei, welcome. I'm doing really good. How are you? Put node on there, tile, and visited. None of these are integers, but like, what if it is? Then it's gonna be an integer, and I'll be like, oh crap, how am I gonna detect that it's not supposed to be there? I don't know, that it's empty. I'm gonna not worry about, I'm gonna choose to not worry about it. But I'm gonna keep in mind that I might need to worry about it. I've decided. So for now, we're just going to assign the enum. Oh, I wonder if it's not gonna get angry at me. Cell content. It's interesting because it's not auto-completing it. Yeah, it doesn't care. Good. So we assign that in there. Now we have that dictionary filled out with all the things I wanted to have. Beautiful. And all I gotta do, I don't have to come in here and, you know, in my Puyo, like, this was in the middle of a function that I had these in there, right? So if I wanted to, if I wanted to add something new in here, I had to come all the way down in this function and freaking find it. But this time, if I want to update something new in there, all I gotta do is add it in this list. Very nice. Starting out with game dev and you're watching a lot of my videos? Thank you. And streams? That's wonderful. Well, it's good to have you here. What kind of, so you said you're starting out, are you doing Godot? Different engine? Just like watching videos and stuff? What you want to make? I'm gonna interview you. I'm just kidding, but like, you don't have to answer. But also, I'm always curious. Okay, so we fill the dictionary with those. Now I want to make sure that that's in 90 or whatever the grid height, the grid width is. So we're making one dictionary. We're assigning one set of these cell content types. Then I want that dictionary to get appended to the dictionary array. I believe oh, it's an array. Wait, dictionary, right, okay, yeah. We can append dictionaries. Yeah, of course, it's an array, okay. So dictionary array, append dictionary. So for every grid width, that'll be 90. Perfect. Now we have a 90 wide dictionary. But I need 60. Wait. Yeah, I need 60 90 wide dictionaries. So I think you actually want to put this loop up here, right? Because the height is going to be 60. Oh yeah, we gotta rename it. So it'll make it more clear anyway. For row, this is for cell. For row and grid height, create an empty dictionary. Then for every cell there's supposed to be, let me rephrase that. Create an empty dictionary array for every cell there's supposed to be. Create an empty dictionary that gets filled with the cell content types, and append that dictionary 60 times. Is that it? I think that's everything I need to do. I think it's it. I think it's the whole thing. Godot, you're just getting the basics of GDScript down. You want to make a 2D game like Celeste. Nice. Nice. Precision platformer. Love that. Good luck with that. Basics of GDScript. It's a nice time. Because GDScript is... I feel GDScript is a fun language. I don't know if it's your first coding language. It was my first coding language. And it made me not scared of text code. It made me be like, wait, why have I just demonized text code? Like, it's so scary. I don't know. Okay. 2D game like Celeste. Nice. Sounds cool. Now that I have this... Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. This isn't right. This is not right. Something is wrong. Because you need to put this into level data. Right now, what did you do? You've created 60 dictionary arrays, and they're just chilling. They're just there. I need to do something with those 60 dictionary arrays. Wait, this is a little confusing. Let's go through one loop. Creates an array of dictionaries. Empty array of dictionaries. Then it creates a dictionary that's empty. It fills that dictionary. It appends that dictionary that's now filled to the array. It does it again, 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 it does it again. So you do not have 60 yet. That gives you 1. When you have that 1, now we append that to level data. I append the dictionary array to level data. So when it gets to the next iteration, it'll put another one, and this will be filled out. That's what we want to do. Once that is filled out, now we can go to generate tiles, and there should be all of the numbers that we need. Make sure it's not in range, or make sure it is in range. We don't need to do an extra check, because we know this will have something in it. We know this is going to have stuff in it. Now, we were doing this get grid array thing, but I don't want to anymore. That was old news. That's not the life we live. We don't just get level data, do we? I mean, it's an array, right? Yeah, I think you just boop, just put it right on there. And that's all rows. So we're just kind of giving it a different name. Okay. I'm missing stuff. What am I missing? I don't know. There is a 100% chance I am missing stuff. Okay? I'm gonna hit that play button, and it's gonna tell me there's stuff wrong. I'm kind of at a point right now where I'm not sure I can't remember what I need to do next. And I've just been coding for 7 hours straight. So I think it's time to press the play button and see what's wrong so I can fix it. Real quick. What is the scene set to? So we're doing bass, which is not in this, so that would be your first error. Empty bass room wall item. Empty. Bass. Room path. Okay. This is just like a debug thing. Oh yeah, it's got a number that in theory I could increment to help me debug, but currently it's not hooked up to do so. But in the future it could be. So what I'll want to see, let me actually hide this player thing. What I'd want to see is when I run it, assuming it's perfect, which it's absolutely not going to be, what I want to see is a bunch of these just like appeared, like just in a big old grid. Oh, it's not gonna work. It's definitely not gonna work, but it's time just to see where we're at, see what I need to fix. I'm not getting my hopes up. I refuse. Let's make sure I set the main scene to main. Let's find out what's wrong. It's not even embedded. First of all, I'm amazed that it didn't shut it down. But nothing happened. Thanks for the follow. Sentipensontierte. So just nothing happened. My guess is I forgot to start anything. It's very likely that I just didn't run a function, if I were to guess what happened. Which is always a delightfully anticlimactic thing. Python and JavaScript are your first languages. Oh, nice! But GScript does seem fun in comparison. You gonna be alright. You already know Python and JavaScript? Oh, you gonna be alright. You know Python, which is like, of course, very similar to GDScript. And you know JavaScript, which is like the freaking hardest one. You gonna be alright. Well, there are so many emotes you've posted in the last, I don't know, hour or two, and I don't know what they mean, but they bring me joy. I don't know, they just do. Alright, so it's time to run some console logs. I haven't added a single one, so let's add a single one. Let's start with fill level array. Print fancy filling the level array. Okay, let's see if it's filling the level array. Sure is. Okay. Well, I guess at the end of it, level array filled. Make a new line, and why don't you tell me what it's like? Let's see what's in that array. It's gonna be a lot. This is gonna be crazy. Like, I should probably just go to remote, because it's gonna be explosive. Assuming it actually put anything in there. It sure did! Output overflow. Alright. Okay, alright, okay. Things are not working, but this isn't the real juicy stuff. Okay? This is something, but it's not the juiciest of stuff. Okay. Berlin regex. Truly languages for real mean? Real men. The language flame more. Yes, thank you for your service, Quam. Okay. So that's good. Maybe don't do that. Why don't you do this? You just for the sake of how, why don't you say level array filled, rows, level data. How do I even, I guess you just say size. Alright. Then if I wanted to do cells, well, it's kind of tough because why don't we say cells per row? Cells per row, but that's kind of hard to say because they'll all be different. Yeah. We could do total. How do I even? You're gonna iterate through them all just to get the number. Yeah, I think. Let's just do rows. You know what? We'll just do rows. We're not gonna worry about it. 60 rows. Great. Love it. So, after it does that, it's supposed to run generate tiles. Let's see what's happening there. Print fancy. Generating tiles. Let's say generating tiles to generate. Or tile to generate. What's up? As win as win. As win as win. As W as W. Tile to generate. I think I'd want to do manage tile because I want to get that string. Manage tile data tiles. Find key tile to generate. So it'll tell me exactly which one it is. I guess I'll do it like this. Generating that. For now. Is that function running? I feel it is. Generating base tiles. Okay. It sure is. Okay. I guess what I'm curious about is... Here, let me run it again. Let me go look in remote. I mean, more is working than I would have expected, honestly. Level grid. Okay, nothing is in the level grid. It's supposed to have been adding children to the level grid. So it's definitely hanging up there. Okay. Let's go see what's going on. What's your damage? Oh, what about generate a tile? Let's check that too. I wish I was like counting to like how many. Probably could. I do not build a custom engine. Absolutely, unequivocally not. Although some of you have convinced me it's worth doing. Not convinced me, tried to convince me. I'm a very means to an end type of girl. I want to make a game. Godot helps me make a game. It's already an engine. I don't have to make an engine. Let's go. Coming from the reinvent the wheel girl. But this is different, okay? It's different, okay? Do you use a cloud-hosted Git provider? No. Or self-host on your own Git server? No. You ask as you've been using GitHub. Maybe someone else does, though. Locally hosted virtual machine for a while, but curious about what you use. That sounds awesome. I admire that. I haven't gotten much into hosting. The first thing I'm going to get into with hosting is a 24/7 hyper game dev live stream. Because I've been slowly upgrading my stream PC. I've replaced the CPU, the PSU, with y'all's help, by the way, the members, the subscribers, the super chatters, the bits cheerers. Y'all have helped me get a new CPU, new PSU, a fan for that PSU. So my computer's a little better. I've already, y'all helped me upgrade my RAM too. That was back in the Unreal Engine days. So all I need is a GPU, a new GPU, which I do need, and a new motherboard. And I feel like once I've done that, I'll have enough leftover parts to build another PC. So that's my plan, is to build another PC, use it to host a live stream that runs 24/7 of old hyper game dev live streams, because there's thousands of them, just like gathering dust. And then we also were talking about a wiki. So having like a media wiki, like what Wikipedia uses, and then hosting that there too. So, because there's so many things in the Discord that people like code, techniques, things that I often reference. I'm like, didn't someone post something about this one time and it was really good and useful? And I don't remember what the hell it was. And it's just like, it just exists in like pins. So there's just like all these pins of just like old things and code and stuff that people have shared. So we also talked about there being a place where we like build those up and let them be easier to find. So I'd probably do that. But honestly, it never even occurred to me for a second to self-host my own Git stuff. So if you want to know what I use GitHub. I'm basic. I'm a basic bee. I know. I do use GitHub Desktop. So actually, it's funny you ask. I have not. I haven't committed this project yet, which is egregious. So actually, while I'm thinking about it, let's do it. I believe it's just the folder roguelike. So let's create a new repository. Name roguelike. That should match a folder that already exists in documents, but it's good to double check. Indeed, it's called roguelike, so I'll make sure that matches. And a game like Rogue. Sure, give it a readme. Ignore Godot stuff. Don't care about the license. Create repository. So I like GitHub Desktop because it just makes it easier to do quick stuff. The only time I've bothered with the command line is when I make a really big oopsie here somehow. Or I'm collaborating with people and inevitably conflicts arise. Then I use the GitHub command line, or the git command, git bash, git command. So many things. But for the most part, I just use GitHub Desktop because all that I'm really doing is backing up things, and once in a while being like, oops, revert. So it tends to just get the job done for me. Or, I go to my other computer, no, not the organization. I go to my other computer and use it from there. But, I've been looking at GitLab, Codeberg. I'm like, man, I'm slowly turning my whole life into open source. Obviously, my stream PC, I'm still using Windows and and stuff, but I'm using Windows 10. I'm gonna have to change it soon. But like, I do feel like if I'm trying to de-Microsoft, de-Google, do all these things, what am I doing putting on my code on GitHub? So who knows? That's really interesting. I hadn't thought about that. It's an interesting idea. It's cool. Hadn't thought about self-hosting, something like that. Use GitLab, not Hub, and it has built-in wiki as well as issue/Kanban board. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of a sunk costs fallacy going on, where I'm like, well, but I already have like all of my stuff on GitHub. Come on, I can do a hard thing once in a while. But you like GitLab? Okay, heard. You like the software development, so you make your own game engine. I see. Well, see that's right. So that's why like I don't want to do it. Software development is not that interesting to me. Making games is very interesting to me. That's cool. All right. Okay, game engine. Love that. You dare try to take my crown as a basic B? How dare, that's my title. Sorry. You can be the basic B. You're the most basic. No one is more basic than you, oh great most basicness. GitLab continuous integration, continuous deployment pipe to push to both your GitLab local hosting webpage for HTML5 and push to your itch page. Nice. Oh yeah. Well, you can do that with GitHub too, but still, you're saying that it does all those things. Nice. GitLab or Git. Interesting. Damn right I am. All right. Well, thanks for putting that in my orbit. Who knows? Who knows? It's evil. I know. Since it is now going to train on all, I know. But you know, I'm also here's my attitude about those things. Is I don't blame anybody, including myself, for using the things that everybody else, for the most part, uses. How many of us made a Gmail? How many of us used our first and last names as our Gmail accounts? How many of us have a YouTube account? I mean, you're on Twitch. We all have these things. We use these things. How many of us don't use a password manager? Don't randomize our passwords and switch them out all the time? Probably everyone has ever done that. And because of that, we've built up this like debt of Hotmail Kid, Outlook, Adult. See, Microsoft, right? There's your Microsoft right there. At the end of that, that's okay. Because at the end of the day, completely detaching ourselves from all of those big corporation companies that do evil things, it's like unrealistic. What I find, even though I desire to be detached from them, so what I find more realistic is to say, okay, I'm in transition, right? I'm switching from Gmail accounts to having my own Cloudflare domain that I make email aliases for and use a different email alias for everything. But it's not everything, it's only half of the things. And I'd like to switch from Cloudflare to self-hosting, but I'm not ready yet. So for now, I'm transitioning from having Gmail to having this own server or this own domain with email aliases. And sure, half of my accounts are all still using my Gmail with my real name. But I got half of them migrated now to a domain that I made using a open source local downloads my emails and keeps them on there. I've got half of them on my computer that I use that way. So I'm not putting them out there and storing in the cloud. Half of them are there, but not all of them, right? I'm in transition. I feel like that's the best I can imagine doing, is maybe never fully detaching, but always thinking, oh, you know what? I need to update my password for this, or I need to change. I'm making. Oh, I'm signing up for Best Buy rewards. I don't know. They want an email. I'll use this. They'll be like, hey, do you have a Best Buy account? I do. No. I'll make a new one, and I'll use my own special domain this time. Now I've started to migrate that. So like little by little. I don't know why I'm soapboxing about it, but all that to say, you've now given me the option of how I might someday. Hey Estelle, how I might someday transition from GitHub to something else. Another potential transition opportunity. Maybe it comes up. Maybe I'm for some reason, I don't know, needing to do something. It's like, you know what? Let's not put this project on GitHub. Let's put this one on GitLab. One step closer. One step closer. You need to be stopped. The soapbox is real. PewDiePie warned us to move to Archland little by little, step by step, okay? We're all not PewDiePie. and who knows what PewDiePie really has done, okay? We know the videos he makes, but is he really all completely de-googled? Maybe he is. But he's got a lot more money and time than I do, so so he's got more capacity to handle that. Or not, I don't know. Little by little, little by little. I'm still using Windows 10 on here. And at the end of service was actually extended a year, so I have a choice. When October comes around this year, I have a choice. Am I gonna upgrade to Windows 11, or am I gonna switch to a Linux distro? Now it's my opportunity to switch to Linux. So that's what I mean by I'm in the transition, you know? Allowing myself to have all the basic, insecure, unprivate crap that I've built up over my lifetime on the internet. And slowly starting to try to do a more secure approach. But it's, I mean, what, am I gonna put my entire life on pause to convert everything? It's just impossible. It's impossible. First used Linux in the 90s? Nice. What was it like back then? Of course, there's a difference between using it and being completely migrated to only using it, right? Not that you're saying otherwise. Oh yeah, oh. That's the way to go. Pwned. Have I been pwned? Y'all, if you haven't checked if you've been... We were just talking about this the other day. If you haven't checked if you've been pwned, it's worth doing. Take your email, your phone number, your passwords. It sounds very sus. Put them into Have I Been Pwned? And it will tell you that this is where it came from. This is why I even like have this like interest in the privacy stuff, is because I went onto Have I Been Pwned and I saw one of my email addresses was pwned by something I would absolutely did not ever sign up for. There was not an email from them in my inbox. There was not an email in any of my other inboxes. I would not sign up for what that was, ever. And yet, my data was leaked from that company. And whyever it happened, one possibility that I deduced is that they were sold my data from somewhere else, or they bought my data from somewhere else, or they gathered it from some other leak or something. Who knows? Yeah, it got there. Which made me realize, like, okay, so sure, Google, whatever, they're probably not gonna get hacked, but they're selling the data. It's around. And guess what? Maybe Google won't get hacked and leak it, but this weird other thing that has my data, they will get hacked because they're not as hardened as something like Google. So that's really what set me onto this path. You know, it's like, oh, well, Google, what they're going to be for? They have security. They're not the one to worry about in that regard. They are if you're creeped out by being spied on, but... So that really got me started on wanting to use Tor browser or something that is comparable when Tor browser isn't allowed because the websites on the internet freaking hate it when you use Tor browser. You know, starting to use VPN, all that kind of stuff. But again, gradual transition. Gradual. It pains me. It pains me that, like, I know I'm being fingerprinted, doing this, doing that, but I gotta let it go. I gotta live my life, you know? Can't be that paranoid. But I can be a little paranoid as a treat. We might all have Gmail accounts, but only some of our Gmail accounts are 21 years old. Oh, I scrolled too fast. Oh, it's gone. Just kidding. I wish this window had a... You should pop it out, Lise. You know you don't have to live like this. I don't? No. Here. Open this. Get you a scroll bar, girl. You can... Oh, let me see. I don't know if it's gonna load. Actually, it might not load. Oh, it's still not scroll bar. Streamer bot. Why you have no scroll bar? I gotta use my mouse wheel. Boo. Whatever. That's okay. Whoa. Oh, this is not even the old messages now. That was me testing some chat stuff. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can find it and deal with no scroll bar. Yeah, but I already have so many things, super. First of all, I'm on both YouTube and Twitch. Secondly, I can't be having 8 different things, okay? It's getting ridiculous. It's getting damn ridiculous. It's too much. I'll make my own thing one of these days. Then we'll be fine. It's too much, super. It's too much. We might all have Gmail accounts, but only some of our welcome Caustic. Our Gmail accounts are 21 years old. Michael Anthony Hall puts on sunglasses. Jeff. How old is mine? I'll say this. Not even my oldest Gmail address, because I've been downloading my emails. Not even my oldest Gmail address has 80,000 emails in it. I kind of realized, I was like, I'm gonna stop downloading these. 90% of them is spam. What am I doing? I'm like, I must hoard all the data. I must know all the things. There's too many emails. When did I get my first email? Who knows? 2000? Probably 2004 or 5, maybe? I might have you beat. Trying to get off grid while being on the grid? Yeah, I mean, what else can you do? What can you do? You know? What choice do you have? PewDiePie is what got you into it? Nice! That's awesome. I love that. That's so cool. That's so cool. Based PewDiePie. Do we use CCL assets? Of course. There's a procgen add-on you want to look into to save time. Yeah, do it. Don't be like me if you don't want to, okay? You don't have to do it from scratch. You definitely don't have to. Nice. This is a good choice. Hey Cam, welcome Cam, how you doing? Welcome. First used Linux in the 90s, everybody wants to self-host. Linode has some good plans for Git-T, GitLab, VM hosts. Oh, right. So that way you can, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I guess I'll copy and paste this somewhere. Alright, I gotta write that down someplace, so I know that. What if I want to know that? I have to remember it. There were no apps for Linux in the 90s. Hardcore. Make it fit a NetHack and band, successors of Rogue. Nice. Nice. Are you thinking of joining up for the jam? No pressure, just asking. New chatter jump scare. Yeah, just assume. Yeah, definitely assume. Definitely, yeah, you're right. I love that. Yeah, totally. Assume that you have. But it could be an eye-opening experience if you've never checked, you know? It can be eye-opening. Yeah. Yeah, rotate stuff, things like that. Fair. Treat yourself to a scroll bar. Don't I know it? Use Malwarebytes, phone checker. The only thing leaked was the passwords to like very old accounts when you were a kid. Yeah. It's nice to know. It can be nice to know. Thinking about signing up for one of those privacy services that delete your info. Oh yeah, I was thinking about that too sometimes. I was thinking about that too. If you do it, let me know how it goes. The worst thing was when Google Domain sold Squarespace a year or two ago, so we all had to create another account on Squarespace. Whoa. So okay. Oh my gosh, I had a Google domain, Estelle. Oh my gosh. Google has burned me many times. Ooh, first person. I like that, Distron. Google has burned me so many times. Google Music, obviously Google Plus, Google Domains. There's been others that I was like using Google Hangouts, and they just freaking axe it. And I'm like, stop. Why you do this? I'm never trusting these freaking software as a service things again. Of course I do. Yeah, so that really sucked, Estelle, because for me, I mean, I was just like, I'm out of here. I'm not going to use it anymore. And I thought, so I just made a new domain, because they were like, oh, we're shutting it down. It's shut down. And I was like, okay, fine. So I went and I made another domain somewhere else. And I kept getting charged, even though Google Domains was no more. They kept charging me for the domain. What? I don't even use it through you anymore. So I couldn't log in because of how much they had like deprecated, and I forgot a password or two maybe, and it was just like I had to call Google. I don't know if you ever tried to call Google, but it's hard. They don't want to be called. Somehow I eventually got through to a person. Somehow, I don't remember how. It was very traumatizing. And eventually, they were able to make sure it got shut down. And no, I did not get refunded. Yeah, that was brutal. Right, and then it's just spreading it out more. Oh man, that sucks. Sorry. It's very difficult. Trying to find a Google phone number, it's not easy. And whenever you do find, it's not very useful. Don't try. You don't have to try. What would you do with all those long expired promos? I should download all my Gmails and clean that thing out. Honestly, so I started downloading them and I was just like, why do I want these? Why do I want these? What do I really care about in here? I mean, there's sometimes I go through it and search my email and I'm like, I don't know. I'm just thinking, just screw it. Like, just delete it all. Just burn it down. You know, maybe find a couple things, like certain people, like my family, find those. And that's what you mean by clean. Yeah, I feel like I'll like grab the ones from like people that are important to me. Maybe like, look for records. Like, yeah, well, I know, but like it's hard to sort through. So like maybe if I know there's like a medical receipt or something like that, it's such a pain. Oh my god, I don't even want to think about it. It's on my list. I feel like it's on my bucket list at this point. My bucket list is cleaning out my Gmail. Photos. They really, it should be wrong what they've done to us. You need to drop yourself. Oh, goodbye, Firma. Goodbye. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your food. YouTube is 18 years old. Signed up in 2007. I think mine is... I don't know how old mine is. But it's old. I think maybe it's 12. I don't think it's that old. Oh wait, I feel like it says it on the channel, on my channel page on YouTube. I think it literally says how long the channel is on the About page. It's very old. Killed by Google.com? What is that? What is that? What does that mean? Do I want to look at this? Is this just a mood but not a good one? Whoa! Wow! This is kind of cool though. 299? It seems being very specific though. Chromecast. They killed Chromecast? Come on. People use that. Jesus Christ. Domains, of course, of course. Wow. Wow. Google Stories. I didn't even know there was a thing. Street View Standalone. Stadia. Oh, Stadia. Oh, you tried. Oh yeah, YouTube Originals. Some of these things I don't even realize killed. Yes, Google Hangouts. I remember that. It's just Google Voice merged now. Still. Wow, look at all these. I mean, it really emphasizes, like, forget using their stuff. Because when I heard there was Google Domains, I was like, oh, people did use it. When I heard there's Google, hey, Stonehaven, when I saw Google Domains, I was like, that's gonna be reliable. That's gonna stay around forever. It's Google. Never will I assume such a thing. Google Play Movies and TV? Then why is it still on phones? I guess they're old phones. It's crazy to like think about like the garbage apps and cruft that's just sitting on people's devices. Loon? For balloons? Oh my god, we'll be here all day. Science Journal. What? Ah, this one hurt me. I had all of my music, because it would let you upload your music to its cloud. All of my music from like the entire lifetime where I downloaded things on torrents, like everything I ever had musically, I put on Google Play Music. That was really painful. When they shut it down, I had to deal with that. Some of these, it's just like shoelace, neighborly, fabric. Google Fiber TV. Okay, I'm gonna be here all day. But it's kind of fascinating just to like behold. Google Spaces. It's so, there's such like a corporate grossness to it all. Because it's also empty. Okay, I think you can kind of not blame them for this. PS Vita. PS Vita killed itself. Although to be fair, I do still use my Vita. And indeed, the YouTube app doesn't work. And it's there, and it's sitting there, and it comes with it, and it's cruft. So, I guess it's relevant. Wild. Oh my god, it just keeps going. Google Video? Google Desktop? Like, who comes up with this stuff? How can there be this many things? Zeitgeist. Insert product. Oh, we got there at the end. Oh my gosh. Absolutely fascinating. And also a little... Makes me a little uncomfortable. Makes me feel a little icky. I don't know. Something about it is a little icky. It's sad and funny. Yeah. Core and Reddit made up 70% of emails. Oh my gosh, they do send so many. There's so many. It's like, why am I gonna... I don't need to download these. But it makes me want to be way more careful about not letting them build up in the future. Not letting spam build up. I usually just not care. But there might be some day where I want to go through it, and it's gonna make it a lot harder to go through. I don't think I've ever, even though I have like an 80,000 email list, I haven't run out. But then again, it's not like I'm using storage, really. Emails are pretty small. Settles into story time. A lot of the stuff no one ever heard of. Yeah. Seeing everything they've tried to make it happen. Yeah, it just sucks at doing anything but email and search. I know. They're well, I mean, you know. I don't know. I was gonna say maybe that's like the secret for them is they have the funds and the time to be able to just throw whatever they can at the wall and see what sticks, and those two things did. But I feel like those are like the first things. And then just after that, nothing else stuck. The enterprise services can be relied on. You can't even say that! Is that it? That sounds like, I feel like that's a meme. Killed field trips. I do have a Vita. And I use it. It's such a great way to play, because I still have some games on PlayStation, and I'm not just gonna go buy them on Steam so I can use them on my computer. And sometimes I want to play it on the go, in bed, lying down, and remote play lets me do that, and it's kind of nice. I use it for remote play is what I use it for. There's only old games on there and free to play garbage, but it's for remote play that I use it. Oh, that's a good call. Yeah. Started by other people, then bought. That makes a lot of sense. You know, I was obsessed with Google Picasa. I was like, oh, Picasa. I remember I had that logo. It was like a shutter, but it was like kind of fun. Yeah. At the time, the best. Oh yeah, YouTube. Oh my gosh, YouTube. YouTube is like the only freaking profitable video platform. Even like social media platform, maybe? YouTube's pretty crazy in terms of like a success. Oh, docs. All right. You know, maybe we're not giving Google enough credit. Sorry, Google, I'm sorry. You deserve more credit. Google AI crawling this video. Please understand that I appreciate you. Please don't take my AdSense account away. Thank you for all that you do. Vita was so cool. It's such a shame that like Vita is not a thing, because it's a nice little thing. It's got good screen. It's powerful. It runs things well. It's slick. Yeah, the don't be evil thing was sus. Alright, oh my gosh. So look, I'm obviously not gonna get the crazy amount of gen today, but of a chicken. I want to at least see what's not running and why, and at least get it working. So something that isn't happening. Something that isn't happening is it's not adding instantiated nodes as children. Why? Where are they? How do I find them? I would like to figure that out. So the generating tiles does happen. But then, this must be false. That's why. This is not resolving to true. That has to be it. So it's a matter then of figuring out, let's see if that's running. So it should be running is tile. So let's check out, killed by Google. Let's check out print fancy checking if manage tile data tiles, find key, tile to check against. Wait, well, why are we checking a dictionary? Well, yeah, because like wait a minute. We're just getting the contents. Wait a minute. Well, what are you getting from get cell contents? It returns variant. You don't even... It's not gonna be that. It's absolutely not gonna be that. You have to do more. I guess I went and filled it out. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you said cell contents at tile. It's right there. No, you got it right there. No, that should return tile. No, that should return tile. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. So let's actually put it further down. Let's say checking if tile to check is manage tile data tiles, find key, tile to check against. Well, it could be is or not is. I guess it depends. Let's say is set to, let's just do set to, and then we'll print whatever the Boolean is supposed to be, which should be a match. So I have a feeling we might not even be getting to this part. But let's see if it's checking. Not even making it there. Okay. Good. Good to know. So we're supposed to be passing is tile as this callable. Gen is okay. When we do generate tiles, is tile is the callable. We know that it connects to the right one. So are we not even getting to there? Are one of these getting hung up? Okay, Lise. So wait, what the hell's going on here? Look at all this. Wait, what are you doing here? Generating tiles. It sets all rows to level data. It starts iterating through. Now that's going to be too much. I can't be printing this. It's going to be a damn mess if I start printing that. Now there only should be 60 or so of these. Can I see if it hits this? I wonder if it's hitting this like too often or something. Print fancy. Cell. Let's say row number. Cell. cell number is not yeah, no, we should do it here. I was gonna say I could check in here, but I think it's gonna be worse. Is neither in X or Y range in the levels X or Y range, whatever. So what happens there? Nothing. So it doesn't even make it to that either. Okay. Does it get to here? I think it might not even be getting into that at all. Row that blah 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 is not in the levels X range. I don't think it's gonna be there either. Okay. Okay, we're slowly getting closer to where. Wait, it's. I mean, I could print this. It's just gonna be a lot. But sure. What the hell? Iterating through row number. Iterating through row. Or walking through row. Row number. Is even that? I must. Surely we're getting there. Oh no, oh gosh. They would never, right? I mean, surely there's plugins that people make. I feel like, to me, let me tell you, I feel like that's something that plugins would do. There's a lot of things Godot maintainers are just like, this is for plugins. I feel like that's a plugin type thing. Okay, it's walking through row 0, so it does go through all 60 rows. It totally does. So that's happening. 60 isn't that bad. Alright, well, I hate to do it because it's gonna get really printy, but walking through cell. Maybe we could get like even like a tab here. Walking through cell number. It's gonna be a lot. Yeah, there is. There are. Yes. 100%. Yes, it's overflow. I think someone was even saying that they found one and they're using it. Okay, so it sees, it's going through, I mean, it's not that hard. It's just a number. It's just grid height, grid width. So it's certainly iterating through them, so we know that's happening. This is a bit much to print, so I'm not going to keep that, but we'll comment it out in case I need to check something again. Wait a minute. No, okay, no, sorry, that's not what I meant to get rid of. Yeah, there is. So right up, so there's a couple different things. There's the asset library right up here at the top, and this has a bunch of stuff. I never use it, but it's here. The different stuff made by the community. Page 1, last page is 66. All kinds of stuff. And then they recently, I don't know how long it'll last or what the deal is, but they did try to make an asset store recently. There's a not real one, and then there's a real one. Asset library, it's in beta. I don't think this is it. I'm not sure what the real one is, because there's one that like is an unofficial one. Godot Asset Store Beta. Okay, so then there's this. Who knows where it goes? But I don't think they actually have paid things yet. I think this is essentially just all of that stuff. No. I mean, you know, there's different stuff there, but it's kind of sus. So right now everything is free, but I'm pretty sure it's like exactly what's on the asset library, except in this format. And then in theory, they would expand it to you be able to sell things and stuff. So yeah, they have that stuff. They do. They're working on it. They're working on it, you know. But I'm, you know, for Blender, I use a lot of plugins, although I found some that I don't like. But generally speaking, I tend to avoid things like plugins, although I know there are ones that are great, speedy, functional, and it's just me being stubborn. I don't know. But I like to make sure that what I'm using, I'm totally aware of, I totally understand, I know how it works, I know how it's going to affect the performance of my editor. I like to really be super aware. If I screwed up my project, if my project is screwed up, it's because I screwed it up. I'm able to look through the things that I did and I know what's happening there. And I don't have to look at some documentation for something that somebody made and they don't have documentation for, you know. It's just like, for me, it feels like tech debt. But I know that a lot of people use it and it's not that. So please, I beg you, if you like them, don't be like, oh, Lise doesn't like, don't care about what I think. But personally, I avoid it. Now, again, with Blender, you kind of have to use some of the add-ons. But even with Blender, I've used some that just do the absolute most. They are buggy. The documentation is alright, but not good enough. And it's not compatible with other things, and it just makes a mess. So I guess I think of it as limiting the points of failure, I think is how I think about it. I don't want more stuff that I have to rely on if I can avoid it. But they have good stuff. I know there's good stuff on here. And sometimes I'm like, that would be nice. You know, that would be nice. Especially like editor stuff, but most of the time I'm too busy trying to just get things done to worry about it. Okay, so these aren't running. This is running. Comment this out. So is it getting past here? If neither of these are running, it must be getting past, which is good. So row that is in range, is in the levels range. Hooray. Do we get that? Yes, they're all, yes! It is concerning that it doesn't find any not in the range, because the idea is that eventually it must hit the end. So it is kind of strange. But I guess if I'm only iterating through a fixed number, it's never going to go over. So, I don't know. It's good to have guards anyway. Okay, so that runs. Let's see if we can't move this down a bit and take a look at what all these resolve to. I think that's the one, I think that's the not real one probably, or the non-official one would be my guess. I could be wrong. That sounds like, but I don't know. I mean, it's very vague, isn't it? Asset store, asset library, store beta, marketplace. It all kind of blends together in my brain after a while. Row that, sell that, is in levels range. Data, and then we'll dump out the cell contents. Does it have cell contents in it? Sure does. Node tile visited. It's got them all in there. Okay. So that's resolving fine. Parameters to pass on is empty. Cell contents, we pass that on as a parameter. Let me see if the parameters to pass on looks good. Data, comma, pre-gen callback params. It's a little bit of a lot, but that's okay. Oh, you probably want to tab that too. And then those I want to see. Default parameters. Oh, parameters to pass on. What is in there? So it has the dictionary. It has the array that has a number and the word true. I'm guessing that's the tile. So you know what I'm realizing? Oh, I think I see. I don't know. Oh, okay, I don't know. Hold on. I don't know. But I will say this. Remember, I filled this up and I didn't replace them. I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little, okay, let me see. What's that supposed to be? I don't know. Hold on. I'm not sure. What's I'm trying to determine if you committed this in the public. Oh, I don't want any help. I don't like spoilers. I like to try to solve the problems on my own. I enjoy it. And I'm here just kind of sharing what I'm up to. Sometimes I ask for help, but 99% of the time I don't. I like to struggle. I like to make mistakes, and I like to learn from those mistakes. So, definitely not publicly accessible. And what I'm trying to do is create my own procgen algorithm, which is probably going to be not great, but I enjoy doing that to help me learn. And I set up a bunch of the code over the last several hours, and I am now testing that code, and it isn't doing the thing it's supposed to be doing. So I am solving a couple problems now. One, I'm adding in console logs, which is good, and I'm using those logs as I go to help me determine what's the point of failure. Yeah. But yeah, please, I'm not interested in help. I'm not interested in help. But it's nice of you to, I assume, want to help. But I used to do that. I used to make them public. I used to invite everything people said, and it slowed down my learning. It helped me get things done. But I don't just want to get things done. Yeah. Okay. So I think something that concerns me. What is that parameter supposed to be? That parameter is supposed to be manage tile data, tiles empty, which indeed is 0, 1. So that's the 1 that's in there. Now, interestingly, coincidentally, purely coincidentally, all I did was I took an enum and I assigned it to an empty dictionary. And what that did, that's this right here. I took an enum that had node tile visited as the 3 things in the enum, and I assigned it to an empty dictionary. And when I do that, the key is the word of the enum, and the value is the index, if you will, of it. So it was simply a coincidence that it was 1, and that's also the tile that I want to generate. I should be. Well, here's the thing. These cells are empty. They should be all, which is very funny. I think I need to go through and clean these out. I need to make all these null. I don't think this is good, because it's just gonna lead. I don't like that. I don't like that those are those. I'm gonna clean that. This is not the problem, I'm pretty sure, but it's concerning to me. Because I was like, oh, they're not integers. Yeah, they kind of are, though. Because it's enums, and those are integers to an extent. So where that happens is right here. The enum is cell content type. That's the dictionary, and it just appends it, which is very convenient because it adds all of those in there, which I love. But I need to do one more thing. I need to clean it out, in my opinion. So I'm going to say for I'm trying to think. How do I want to iterate through a dictionary exactly? Oh, did I accidentally reset that? There we go. I always get dictionary and array methods mixed up. So what I want to return is the value. Find key returns the value. Yeah, find key. But find key, no. Find key doesn't return the value. You give it the value and it returns the key. I want to do the other way around. I give it. What if you just do just iterate right through it? I feel like that'll be fine, right? If I just say for cell contents in dictionary. I guess I'll do that before we append it. For cell contents in dictionary. Dictionary cell contents equals null. Then append it. So I think that means they're all going to be null now. Nice. Okay, so now it's not numbers, which I prefer. That way there's not confusion. So this 1 here is representing the tile that I want it to check to see if it's allowed to generate. This is the walking, so again, just like what I'm trying to make is I have a grid or just an infinite project, and I'm giving a width and a height, and I want to say at this place, if it's within range and there's not already a tile here, place a base tile. Then go through this one. do the same thing, and check through for the width until it gets to the end. Go to the new row and do the same thing until it's made all of them. So I'm just trying to get like the base canvas of the grid put down. And this is the same function I'm going to use to start adding in rooms and enemies and stuff. It's going to iterate through and make and run a callback function on each of those to determine if that's the place where it should do things. That callback function is what the parameters or the arguments here go into. So when I call generate tiles, Crash Godot procgen going well. That's how you know. That's how you know. But also you. Okay. Progress. Manage tile data, tile base. So this is the, here, let's pull this up. The tile to generate, I want to generate base tiles. The tile, or the function, the callback function that I want to run before it generates the tile is tile. And is tile is just going to check, is the current tile the tile I think it is or isn't? And if it is or isn't, generate the tile here or not. And then that is going to take these arguments. Specifically, we want to check, is the tile I want to generate indeed matching? Oh, what if I make this false? I don't think anything better happens. But it was worth trying. Okay. Alright. Very good. So, I don't think that makes sense. But you know what? I think this is the issue. I think there is something here that isn't making sense. So it gets to this point. So this we see print. This print's fine. Then it gets to the callback. This is the callback. And so it puts the parameters, which we know are happening because they're right there. Those are the parameters. It knows about the parameters. Call V calls this function, which is tile, or it's supposed to be tile, calls that function with these as parameters. And this returns a Boolean. Ideally, it would be true. So it would generate a tile. So it must be false. That must be it. It must be false. It has to be. It's gotta be. Print fancy. But then again, I wasn't even able to check if I don't know. I think there's something. It might be something else. We'll see. Callable. Gen is okay. Returned. So we'll just run it. Well, we know it's false. We're on false. So. Oops. Returned false. Here, you want to make it fancy? Put some bold BB code there. Alright. Nope. Parent. Okay. What happens? Yep. It's returning false. So it's all of them are false. Okay. Good. So it's running the pre-gen callable. This is good. This is very good. Delightful. it should not be resolving to false. So why is it resolving to false? Is the next question. Is that checking if running? See, that's what gets me. It never gets to here. How does it not get to there? That I don't understand. If it's running the function such that it can return false, calls the method represented by this callable. Unlike call, this method expects all arguments to be contained as an arguments array. Okay, let's look at call for a second. Calls the method represented by this callable. Arguments should match the method signature. What happens if they don't? Is that what's happening? I don't know. Maybe I didn't match the signature correct. Definitely not. Wait, no, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, wait. There's 1, 2, 3 parameters. But over here, I don't see 3 parameters. I don't see 3. I see... Oh no. I do not see 3 parameters. No, I do not. No, I do not. Welcome, Chris. I have no idea what you're talking about, my friend. 1 true. So it's just supposed to be a single, or I think this has got to be the problem. I think it's returning false because I am not meeting the right parameter requirements. So it's just auto spitting out false. That's my theory. That's not bad. Hey, if that, I mean, look, as soon as, look, when I fix this, then we'll find out everything else that's wrong. But that's pretty good. I'm pretty glad that it got all the way to there, and that's where the problem was. Nice. Oh, nice. Nice. YouTube sucks. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good job on getting stuff done. Let's go. Well, if you ever want to share it, always curious. Discord is a place. Or here. Let's go. Let's go. We co-working. We out here co-working. I accept your co-working energy into my own energy, and I go forth and fix this. Thank you. Okay. It's very confusing because it's like a y'all with the C style languages. I do use JavaScript, but what it confuses me more than anything are freaking brackets. They stress me out. Okay, so there's inside of this array, there's another array. Okay? One array, these are the parameters array. Inside of that, there's one parameter. There's only one parameter in there. Maybe you're just asking because you're curious, but I do want to just say, backseating, not a thing that's okay here. Maybe not what you're doing, but you never know. I know it puts people on the defensive. I apologize, but I'm just saying. I will answer your question though. Are you storing the tiles in an array or dictionary? That depends what you mean by tiles. It's kind of a hard question to answer. It's both. Both. I would say both. So this is not good. It's supposed to have 3 parameters, but we have 1 parameter. Now inside of that 1 parameter, mystifyingly, I don't even understand this. Oh, I see. That's the end of this overall thing. Okay, I get it. Okay, that makes sense. So actually, this is the pre-parameter array. This is the only parameter that's in there. When in fact, there's supposed to be not only one more, but it's not supposed to be an array within the array. Okay, that's it. I got some array confusions. Oh, we gonna fix this. So, this is where our problem is right here. My problem is cell contents. I feel like this is fine. This is just getting the dictionary, which we know is fine because it's right here. This is good. This is fine. No problem. All is well. Not an issue. Cell contents is good. Parameters to pass on. This is an empty array. Nothing wrong with that so far. Default parameters. In default parameters, I am putting cell contents, which is a dictionary, which is, oh, okay, hold on. There are 3 parameters. Well, there's 2. Oh, okay. All right. This is all the parameters. It's so confusing. That's all the parameters. This is parameter 1, a dictionary. Correct. Good. But there's only 2 parameters. The dictionary, which is the correct first parameter, and then the second parameter is an array, which is hiding the other 2. In fact, those 2 need to be outside. That's it. Okay. Great. So that means this is also correct. This is good. Parameters to pass on. I am duplicating default parameters. I think that's also fine. I'm guessing that's also fine. Parameters to pass on, I then append the arguments. Now the arguments is already an array. Assign. Assign it. Ooh. Okay, well let's see what's happening. Whoa. Wait. What? Wait. Parameters. Well, oh, that's worse. Nope, this is worse. Now, no, this is worse. This is way worse. Now it's only giving 1 parameter. Okay, all right, no problem. Hey, oh, guys, assign, please, because assign is going to resize the entire dictionary. Okay. I was like, bam, put this. Girl, come on. Look it up. You got this. We don't want assign because assign will replace. So I just duplicated that with the dictionary in it. Assign just says, get out of here. I'm done with you. Well, I don't want to be done with it. I want it. I want it in there. And then besides that, it just puts the damn array in there anyway. I think what you want to do is you want to iterate through the parameters. Unless there is some awesome method that will just do that automatically. But that seems silly. Append array. Appends another array at the end. Oh. Ooh. Okay, append array. I see you. This is the way. I think. Okay. So not assign. What you think about append array? Okay, alright, probably not it. Probably wrong. Here's the parameters. Nope, it just stuck the array on the end. Okay, we have to iterate through. We gotta iterate through. Okay, I thought that would do what I thought it would do, but it didn't do what I thought it would do. I mean, look, it looks like that's what it would do. I don't know. What this looks like it does. But I think the difference, Lees, I don't know what the difference is. Variadic argument, it handles it differently. I'm not sure. But to me, it seems like it should be an array, and it should combine it, but whatever. Let's just iterate through. I do wonder... I do have some wonders. Can we, before I try to deal with that, can I just print fancy? This is my own plugin, by the way. This print fancy, it's not default base godot. We're gonna do an effect, specifically a highlight, and I want to highlight what the hell is gen OK args? What does it look like? What's its deal? Look at that. It's an array in an array. Why is it an array in an array? So append array is doing the right thing, but I don't know why it's an array in an array. How did that happen? Don't be that. Be something else. So all we're doing is the variadic argument, which is a very recent addition to GDScript. And all I'm doing is pulling it directly. Does it always do that? I don't know if there's a way I can search for it. I think I have to look it up elsewhere. I'm not really sure. But GDScript variadic argument. I've used it, so I have used it once before, and I could look at that, but I would like to look at the documentation. Quam! Thank you for becoming a member! You are going to get access to the YouTube member stream, which you can get on Twitch too if you're a Twitch sub. So, by the way, if y'all have a Prime sub, you can also get access to the stream every Monday. Quam, I will see you, if you want to be there, in the extra live stream that only members and Twitch subs get. And you also can put emotes on screen. I know you'll be sending emotes. Now, they will appear on screen. But you have to do it on YouTube. It won't work on Twitch. But if you're on YouTube, you'll see emotes on screen now. And other stuff, like the song I'm about to sing you. Did you know I'm not good at singing, but I do it anyway? Hey, there you are. See? I'm not good at singing, but I do it. I hit the quota of how cool I can imagine someone is, 'cause you explode that quota. You're so cool, I'm so thankful for you. You're emitting your quota of coolness. Quomitter, you've got a coolness that's exceeding the quota that I can possibly comprehend. So, quomitter, I appreciate you. Oh, quomitter, you are emitting coolness that exceeds the quota I could ever imagine. Quomitter, that's you. Thank you, quomitter. Oh, thank you, quomitter. Oh, thank you, quomitter. Oh, quomitter, you exceed the quota so much. I'm so sorry, everybody. Thank you, Quom, for supporting Hypergame Dev. I appreciate it so very much. I am sorry, and you're welcome. And thank you. So many emotes. Welcome to the family. Regrets. Come on now.
Don't lie.
It's very kind of you. Very kind. What does array do? Array, it's static typing. So it's saying that the type is an array of arrays. Is what that's doing. If that makes sense. So in this case, it's an array of variants. That's the type this variable is. I'm trying to find... yeah, this is an array of arrays. I guess that's all the ones I have here. Array of dictionaries. Array of node2ds. So inside of that array, I'm saying that I want Godot to get mad at me if I don't put node2ds in that array. That's what that's doing. Oh yeah, what? So what the hell's going on with these variadic arguments? No, I know there's... like, where's the documentation for it? I, like, just don't even know. Because, again, it's a relatively new thing. I feel like it was in one of the... variadic... oh, here. Where is this? It's GScript Basics. It's just in GScript Basics. 2D array. Yeah, it's a 2D array. Exactly. Precisely. Variadic function is a function that can take variable number of arguments. Since Godot 4.5, GDScript supports variadic functions. We are in Godot 4.5. To declare a variadic function, you need to use the rest parameter, which collects all the excess arguments into an array. Wait, am I passing it as a... I'm passing it as an array. Oh, whoopsie. Right there. This is the problem. Don't need that. Don't need that. So, generate tiles has... let's see if the zoom's in a good place. It could be better. Could be in a better place. Here was my mistake. Okay. So generate tiles has 2 parameters besides the variadic argument. The variadic argument has the ellipsis or the rest, whatever. Parameter 1 is tile to generate. Parameter 2 is gen is okay. And then parameter 3 and beyond are the variadic arguments. I was giving it an array. No. What it means is I can add, for every extra parameter that I add after gen is okay, it's going to put that in an array for me. I don't have to put it in an array, it is the array. So I was giving an extra array, that's why it was super double wrapped. Oops. Okay, great. I do think append array is the right option. So let's see what happens. Not nothing, okay? Look at that load. I think I did. Fanny, I think I did it too. I think I crashed it. Almost, okay. Almost crashed it. Okay, yay, we get a new error. New error. Love a new error. I can't believe how long that took. Oh my God. Things are happening. Okay. Out of bounds, get index 1 on base dictionary. Love it. Love it. Not complaining. So how do we get there? Is tile. It's checking the tile. Get cell contents. So it makes it here. It's supposed to return the cell content type. And it's saying that that's out of bounds in the dictionary. Oh, is it because it's null? I didn't know that would make it out of bounds. Wait, 3, Wait, what do we... You can't find one? That would be tile, so it's going to the right one, but is it because it's null? I mean, obviously it shouldn't be null. But it would... Wait a minute. Wait, what? Does it resolve to out of bounds if it's assigned to null? I'm kind of surprised, because like, there is something there. It's in bounds. I guess the way I would test it... here. Let's make it... Because I want it... What do I want it to be? I want it to be true. What are we checking for? We're checking... I mean, Lee's... What? I feel like you could... What if... Okay, well, but... no. The tile to check against, we're saying is... 1... Which, by the way, is... base... Wait, what is... so confusing. This is really confusingly worded. Should be a match. I want to know... Does... the cell's current contents match base tile? If it does, proceed. That doesn't sound correct to me. I think we would want to say, if they don't match... I feel like I'd want to say, I want it to be null. You know? That's what I'd like. But I feel like it's telling me I can't make it null. I don't even know. I have a feeling I couldn't even... If base... Okay. This is very confusing. If they match... I would want to skip it. So I feel like I want to say false... I think you want to know. Wait. This is very... I don't like the way I've set this up because it confuses my brain. Is tile is an opportunity to see when I get to this tile. Is this tile a base tile? If it is not a base tile, well, I don't want to just know it's a base tile. I want to know, is it an empty tile? So maybe, I mean, I'm coming through here and I'm iterating through them all and I'm making them all null. What if I don't make them all null? So when I'm setting up, because if you think about it, I'd want like defaults. I kind of feel like you do want an example dictionary. Girl, you want an example dictionary. Wait a minute, what you doing? Why you do this? Hold on. Wait a minute. This is what I want. I want a constant cell content data, and cell content data is going to be a dictionary of strings and a variant. So we say first node, just a string. No, wrong, not a string, a cell content type. So cell content type is the key, specifically node, then the thing that's going to be in there could be anything. I want it to be null. For tile, the initialized cell content data should be, I guess, 0. Empty. Should be empty. That way I don't have to have it be null. And now I'll find out if it is true that if it's got a null value, it is out of bounds. I still find that kind of strange, but I don't buy that. I think there's something else, but I need to do this anyway, so better now than never. Cell content type tile. That being typed to manage tile data, tiles. Oh, there's none. Oh, no, empty. None. I feel like I should refactor that because that kind of confuses me. Not none, but how about never? Never a tile. I think I like that better. I think that just makes more sense. Yeah, no. Just my opinion. Okay. As for visited, false. Yeah, you can start out as false. Okay. Then instead of putting an enum, like very neat, cool trick that you stuck an enum in there, but it's not helpful. It's actually not that useful. Literally, it's a cool trick. I respect what you did. Don't assign the enum. Put assign cell content data. Is it still going to be out of bounds? I have a feeling it is. Okay, not out of bounds. But wait, I don't think we got that far. Okay, we just didn't get that far. Did we get that far? Wait, what happened? Okay, cell contents. Okay, hold on. Trying to assign value of type nil to a variable of type int. Tile to check. It did get further. I think. No, it didn't. I can't tell anymore. Tile to check is null. Oh! Tile to check should not be null. I'm a little confused why that's 0, 1, 2. I think you made a mistake. Well, because the enum is just saying 0, 1, 2. I don't know if it's a mistake. It's just like not a string, which kind of would be nicer, but it's okay. You could still make it a string. So it's just doing the enum 0, 1, 2. So that's fine. I feel like 0, 1, 2 is correct. This is correct. I may not like it, but this is correct. 0, 1, 2. I don't understand why those are all null. Did I leave something in that makes them all null? Yeah. Yes. Yes. I sure did. Okay. All right. That's gotta go. Show me the problem. Show me the problem so I can fix it. Ooh. Okay. We got further. We got further. Yeah. New error. New error. New error. Invalid access property or key seen on a base object of type dictionary. Yeah, we don't need it to be a string. We don't need it to be a string. Data dictionary has in it. Oh yes, you must crash. Good night! Good night, Fanny! Take care of yourself. I should do this too. 9 hours. That's rough. It's a long time. It's hard. It's like, this really feels like the first day I'm like working on it, and I'm like doing something I'm really excited about, and I really want to have something done about it. So it's just like, you know. But that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse to hyper-focus, so I have to be careful. It's also like the weekend, so like I won't be back till Monday for the members and the Twitch subs, which means it won't be till Tuesday when I'm back here with y'all sharing this code, because I'll probably do art or something on Monday. I don't know. So then I feel like I gotta be here even longer because I'm not gonna work on it for a couple days. I gotta do the most. No. Fanny, you take care of yourself. You did the right thing. Proud of you. Me? I'm gonna absorb your wise choice and maybe consider it. Yeah, I want to keep it up. Don't want to break. Yes. Do not break the body. Learn from past mistakes and actually go to sleep. Yes. Good luck, good night, sweet dreams when I get there. Thank you, Fanny. Good night, Fanny. Good night. So what am I trying to pass here? I'm trying to pass a string scene. Right? Yeah, I'm trying to pass the string scene in this dictionary. Oh, it's lowercase. Why? Wait, how did it get to be lower? Did I make it lowercase? I sure did. Alright, chatbot's gonna do that for me. I don't want answers from the chatbot, but I do want rote, repetitive bullcrap that I don't feel like typing from the chatbot. You can handle that. Be my guest. Replace the string keys array and scene with all caps counterparts. Array and scene. Don't make me type that. Would it be that hard? No, but it'll do it faster. So, and I get to sit here and think about how nice it probably would be to take a break. But no, I feel I'm right there to something being on that screen when I hit play. I'm too close. Okay, now let's try it. That's stuff. I see stuff. Does it look the way it's supposed to look? It doesn't. But it looks like something. That's a win. We've generated tiles. They don't look good, but they're there. I don't really want this print overflow to happen. That's not good. So let's let's make sure we're not print overflowing. I feel like that's just like bad form. Probably slowing everything down by an order of magnitude. So let's start with that cleanup. Pretty much anything going on with prints here. This is gonna be a lot. Is that enough? I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, we are. Okay. What else? All rows. This one, I mean, that's only 60. That one's not that bad. It's only 60. Come on. This one was a lot. These should not print that often. That one prints a lot. This one, if it's false. Let's see, maybe that one's doing a lot. No, you probably haven't generate. No, hold on. I don't think that's it either. That shouldn't be much either. Wait, where's the ones that's checking? Oh, this is gonna check every single one. Get that out of here. Get it out of here. We still stack overflow? Oh, we still have a check for the highlight. Yeah. No. I don't need this at all. Well, you never know. Why don't you keep it? We don't need it. There we go. All right. Now we don't have stack overflow. I am going to examine what's going on in here. So in the level grid, oh, that's some nodes. I think I see 540 nodes. That's a lot of nodes right there. Yep, 540. Dope. You can tell because of the way it is. See? I mean, it looked, I will say, I am going to just come out and say that I think that says 5,400. Which is a few more than I wanted. I wanted 540. Right? Wait, did I? Wait, if we have 60 rows of 90. Oh, maybe I did want that many. Maybe I just don't know how to do math. That's a lot, though. Is that right? I guess that is right. I'm sorry, I don't math good. Wait, 60 rows with 90 cells. Okay, I'm sorry. Wow, that's a lot. Okay. All right. So actually, it's correct. I just mathed bad. So why are they all just on top of each other? I don't think I'm no, I did position stuff. I did position stuff. So what are their positions and stuff? 5372. 5572. 4870. 6568. Is this a total size of the floor grid? This is oh yeah, I think so. I mean, it turns out, yes. It turns out 5,400. I gotta say, that sounds a little high. Sounds a bit high. I think I didn't mean to make, I don't think some, but, so. Well, you know what? Hey, this is why I made it so if I need to change it, I just change these values and blam, it's done. So if you know, we could say, hell, I could say 9 and 6, right? 9 and 6. You know? Oh, it's kind of interesting to see. So it is, okay, so it's working. I just have bad numbers because you can see when I only did 9 and 6, it's kind of just added like a little, like it kind of went diagonally, just like a little bit. But that's not what we want. If I make it 90 and 60, how big are the tiles in pixels? They are, it's right there, 30 by 30. 30 by 30. Again, something that can also be adjusted. It's interesting because you see there's this down there. Very interesting. Okay, so here's where I think the issue is. First of all, excellent result. I'm very happy with this result. Obviously, it doesn't look like a grid, but things are manifesting as I wanted them except for their position. It's literally only the position that's not working. That's pretty good. Grid spawns, but not in the right spots. I'll take it. And then let's get it in the right spots. That shouldn't be that hard, right? Oh god. 5,400 seems like a bit much, I'll be honest. But that's why the values are flexible. It is inevitable I do my math wrong. So I believe we had like a divide 2 somewhere here. Okay, gridify. This is my gridify. What it does is it takes in the current iteration value. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, that does make sense that doesn't make any sense. I think you want to multiply. And it's a grid, baby! It's kind of weird on the edges. I don't know what's going on there. Definitely something happening. It's also bigger than the viewport size. And some of the edges are weird, but that, my friends, is a grid. That 5400 is a bit much. I don't. Okay, you know what? Let's change that. Oh, it's working. Okay. Let's bring the numbers down. Now I can just tweak it. See what happens. Oh, interesting. So you can see there's overlap. So I might have my cell size. I feel like, what if you didn't divide it by 2? What if you just didn't do that? What would that be like? What if I multiplied it by 2? Ooh, it's looking grittier. Now, it is not aligned, correct? It's over there. It should be. But that's okay. So why is it over there? Well, I feel like the node 2Ds, it does it from the center. Hey, chill, Distron, chill. All right, don't be a smartass. I want to. That makes me mad. It hurts my feelings. Chill. All right. Listen to me. You listen to me. I don't want your help. I don't want your judgments out loud, because let me tell you something. It yucks my yum. I don't like that. Okay? I don't like that. I don't have the best arithmetic skills. I just don't. And I bet I'm not the only one here who doesn't have the best arithmetic skills. So I think it's a good thing. And I understand. Look, hey, I understand. I'm not mad at you. I understand it not computing and being like, I get that. All right, I do. But I'm very proud of myself. And I might get a little a division versus a multiply versus a plus wrong. I'm okay with that. Why am I dividing it by 2? Because I just wanted to guess. I wanted to try something. I want to just put it in there and see what happened. That's all. And if I was wrong, I come in here and I change it. Your math is terrible. My math is terrible. I'm sorry that I snapped. There's a lot of personal baggage that I have that just awakened. It's a me problem. With that said, I'm not mad at you. But I don't like it. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to check to see why it's appearing at the center, which is not what I want. I don't fully understand. I kind of want to just like, okay, here, do this. Add a node 2D in there, or drop in a tile 0. Just plop it in. See, it's in the middle. But if I do cell size times 2, if the cell size is 30, because currently the cell size, if I can find it. Oh, we're in, wait. Where did I do that? Wait, where did I put? I'm confused. Okay, thank you for modding. Thank you for being a great mod. I appreciate you, Insane. I'm trying to not stream this long, but here I am. Streamed this long. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Good night, Insane. I won't be here much longer, right? Hey, why is tile 0 the player? Oh, I guess it's just named that. It's not really supposed to be the player. Okay, if I put that in there, let me check what this is. Thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. I still got some. I'm just so close. I mean, it's good. This is good. I should be happy with this, but I'm not. But I'm almost. It's just so close. It's right there. It's right there. Y'all, okay, how many of y'all have dropped off? That's like 3 of you. I gotta get out. I know I gotta do it. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for hanging. I appreciate you. Take care of yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Do it. Do what you must. I won't be much longer. As far as I know. Come on, Disron, you have a good one too. You have a good one too. Disron's like, look, I just got freaking snapped at. And now I gotta go to bed. Good night. I want to make this local. So that way I can see what the size is. It's 60 by 60. Oh, I was wrong. This is, well, I'll tell you what's wrong. These are supposed to be 30. That's what's wrong. It's not this that is wrong. It's the tile that's wrong. Okay. 30, 30. I still feel like there's something weird with the centering. Like, I'm not sure what that's about, but let's circle back to that. So now it's 2 spaced out. So now I need to get rid of that times 2. Okay. So they're right there, squished up against each other, but they have a center over there instead of over here. I suppose probably the simplest solution is to just like move the level grid over. I don't like that. Wait, put a camera. Put the camera at the center. Wait, girl, look. Okay, that's not in the middle, but it's okay. 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 Why is it there? It's not where I expected it to be either. Look at what the numbers are. See what it says. So it says position 30 on the x-axis and 0. First one's 0, 0. Then the next one is x. Why is it expanding them? Is that like a... Is it like a... No, do not auto-expand. What the hell? I hate that. Okay. What? Stop it! You stop that! Restart the engine. I don't like this! When I click on it, you don't expand. Damn. Okay. Roguelike. Come on, Godot, we're so close. We're this close. We're so close. Parse error? Yeah, I don't care about that one. I don't want to see you auto-expanding them. Has it always done that? I don't remember that. If true, the scene tree dock will automatically unfold nodes when a node that has folded parents is selected. Off. That's a bug, right? Like, that's not me. That's a bug. Anyway, it's just very inconvenient. So that one's 60, the next one's 60, the next one's 90. So it's definitely placing them side by side in the right spots. That's correct. why it's like, well, oh, I see, because the center is starting in the top left. So it is in the center. It's starting right there, and it's like going this way and that way. Oh, I see. No. That's very confusing. I'm quite used to control nodes. I do feel like a control node would just overall behave more like I expect everything to behave. But wait, if that's the center, okay, I know there's a hierarchy here that makes things work good. Now, if I put the camera there, that's cutting everything off. If I move the grid over that way, oh look, it's 15 by 15. Distron, I know you're not here. That's why I divided it by 2. Because I imagined somewhere, somehow, along some line, I would need to move something by 15 pixels, since that's half of 30. I just divided the wrong thing by 2. Now, I could just set the level grid up to be, you know, offset. I hate that. So I guess what I'd actually want to be doing, instead of dividing by 2 alone, what I'd want to do is have an offset, which will be a float that equals cell size divided by 2, and we add the offset onto that, or something. So that way every grid square is just like, boop, a little offset. I kind of don't like it that much. That makes me a little uncomfortable, because now the numbers aren't going to be my beautiful, clean desires. I think I might rather offset the level grid, because I really want nice 10s, and I want to divide by 2 so it's 5s. I want everything to go into everything else. I just know that's going to make things easier for me down the road if everything is divisible by everything else. If now it's like 45 and stuff, just for the sake of my own self-contentment, I just want to see that this is okay. So I'm going to move the grid back to the center. Yep. Okay. But I don't like, yeah, I don't, I would rather my level grid be offset than, but here's what I'll say. Really, why wouldn't I want it offset, right? The reason why I wouldn't want it offset is because if I change the cell size, now that offset's gonna be wrong. And I have to go in here and move the grid around. Don't like that. Not a fan. So what I'd rather do is, instead of putting the offset that I calculate there, applying the offset to the level grid overall. I think that makes more sense. So we have this like ready the grid. We'll say offset the grid, and in here I'll do an offset the grid function, which will calculate the offset Then it's gonna find the level grid. And it's going to move its position. We could even say this is a vector 2, right? And then just... Well, you could do like offset, vector, vector 2, and then have that equal offset, right? Then add them together. Equals, plus equals. Did I move it? I gotta move it first. Back to the center. Now the offset is not hard coded in there. Dinner's cooking, so back while it boils. Nice. What you making? I think I'm good. I think I'm in a good place. I think I'm in a very good place for him. I do think 90-60 is too many. Whoa! It's too many. Do 60-30, which was my original numbers. Oh, that's even. Yeah, well, yeah. Wow, so what am I gonna do then? Well, you could make it, but I don't want it to be that big. 40-20? Nice. Okay, at least we're on screen. We're on screen and we're generating it. Yes, 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 yes. Cool. It's beautiful. Yeah, good right. Yes, it is. It's resized. That is what that is. Total milestone. Absolute milestone. Okay, that's too big. So now, yeah, now I just get to, like, you know, mess around and try to feel out what's gonna be best. I still would love things to be divisible by each other. Because, like, now this is gonna be wacky. But I can let go of the divisibility. I can. Let me just see what's perfect. And then when I find what's perfect, maybe I can make other choices. It's an ogre. Tons of ogres. Ogres everywhere. Technically, it's a 0. And my plan was that it would be a potentially useful debug tool if these numbers would increment to represent their number on the grid. So I could troubleshoot something? I don't know. I'm not really sure that makes sense, but technically that's what that's supposed to be. 3520 looked damn good. I'm not gonna lie, that looked really good. That looked very... I mean, it's a little small, but proportionately. I think I have to let go of my tens place dreams. But we could get a little wider. What's their viewport right now? Oh, I don't know. I haven't played NetHack. By death, I don't even know what that means. I've only played Rogue, and not only have I only played Rogue, but I've only played it within the last like month because I was preparing for the jam. And even then, I didn't play it as deeply as I've been playing it the last week. So I'm green as can be to all that stuff. You're probably right. Window 1920 by 1080. Okay. Oh, a rare spawn. It's quite an ominous name for an enemy. Must be very dangerous. Although Yeah. Also, I was thinking about Vampire Survivors. That also has some death that isn't always so dangerous. You're really gonna make me make it a weird number? Well, I think 40 fits. 40 fits. 9:30 p.m. I don't even want to tell you what it is for me. Y'all, it's 4:30 a.m. What? What am I doing? Okay. What? 39 point... You're telling me. 39.5? But that's only if you do the cell size at 40, right? If the cell size is at 40... Melbourne. I feel like when I'm streaming late and I've been on too long, generally that means I'm on Australia time. Wait, why is it 38? Hey, am I bugging right now? Whoa, what happened there? Wait, wasn't it just... Am I crazy, or was it just fitting within the area and now it's not? Wait, does 20 perfectly fit? 2040 perfectly fits. Love that. Okay, what about 3020? Too big. 2520. Too small. Yeah, I'm a little confused what happened. I don't even know what just happened. Genuinely, I have no idea. Actually, I'm not sure. Okay, 28 is very close. Maybe I just had a little brain fart. I don't know. I'm kind of afraid to even dig into what just happened. What if I make the cell size ever so slightly bigger? That's too big. Wait, what if I make it smaller again? Okay. 40.5. What does that do? Ooh, that's pretty close. The height is now off. I'm at least trying to find, like, I don't know if these are proportions that I doubt that I'm gonna want these proportions because these numbers are so ugly, but I would like to at least see what would be something that fits, and then maybe I can finagle a better proportion that I am happy with mathematically. On some level, does it matter? Like, why do I want these numbers to be perfect? I don't know. I don't know. Thumbs up, thumbs up. YouTube thumbs up. Twitch thumbs up. I wonder, like, with the decimals, I think the decimals don't matter unless it's a whole number. Or if it can be 0.5. I feel like, okay. I think this is as good as you're gonna get. I don't think you can, so that's okay. I think this is as close as that gets. This is as close as that gets. That's okay, I can accept that. So we have 28, 16, and 40. Blah. Gross. If I put it to 30, it's gonna be too wide. What if I do like 30, 15? I could sleep at night with 30, 15, too wide. Okay. I wouldn't even know, I feel like a chatbot's not gonna know how to proportionally scale that. I have no idea. Mathematically, if anyone knows how to mathematically interpret this, I accept I don't have much desire in learning how to mathematically interpret this. I guess I could look up the proportions. I don't know. I wouldn't even know where to start. Spreadsheets are multiples of 2s to make it easier for screen size. Oh, it is a multiple of 2. Okay, well that's better than not a multiple of 2, I guess. Even if this was like half of 16, I'd be happy. Or twice. I guess I have to let it go. I think I have to let it go. I mean, you know, if I make this, like if I use like bit stuff, no, like 32. Like I don't know how to like see the relationship between these numbers. I just know this kind of looks fine. It does seem a little big. It still seems like the map is kind of bigger than I want it to be. I don't think I want the map to be this large. Let me just shrink it down a bit. It's too much. That's too much. It's too much. And then let's increase this cell size a bit. Oh, wait a minute. Ratio is 1.75. Interesting. Right, math. I actually would want this to be a little larger. Didn't look big enough. Wait, what? Wait. Oh, my bad. They're spread out because I haven't made the sprite bigger, but technically, it's fine. See, this is where the numbers would help, so I could know if any are cut off. You should have the numbers. Set up the numbers. Set up the numbers. The numbers. We could say every time it's generated, it counts itself up, adds itself to an array. I mean, that's a whole thing. Not really. You would just here, well, so you've kind of set up for this, right? Well, I would say this is so I had this concept, this is from hours and hours and hours ago. I had this concept for a post-gen callback. So a callback for before it generates the tile, and then a callback that runs after it generates the tile. This would be a good use for that. So that way I could apply the numbers. It would just be nice. I would like to see those numbers. It'd make me happy. And I'm sure there's gonna be other things I wanna do that for. So this was just to see if the generation is okay to do. This would truly be like a post-gen callback. And we can make that a callable. Then down here, after it generates the tile, as long as it actually generated the tile, I guess we could pass that down into generate a tile. Oh yeah, because then we can do the log. Well, you want to do the log anyway, so the log is something I do need to do, but I'm not doing it tonight. But I do need to do that technically. What I'd want to do now... Yeah, let's pass it into there. Post-gen callback. Pass the exact same thing into there. And then at the end of it, log cell contents, that's something, but let's also call the post-gen callback. Can I pass value of tiles as callable? Well, no. Trader tile. Oh, wait. Wait. Wait, why? Wait, why is that? This is generate tiles. That shouldn't have post-gen. Oh, it does. Oh. I see. You did put this in here. So that would go here. My bad. That'll go right here. So what do I want to put in there? In this case, let's just call it like base post-gen base tiles. I don't know, just some function that's only true for this particular setup. You know, maybe someday I'll make this different, but for now, func post-gen base tiles. And what I want it to do, well, it's gonna need to take a parameter, right? We have to put something in it. It has to know what, so postgen has to be able to take the parameter. It must. So one of the parameters, the only one I really need, look, this doesn't have that in there. So let's not put it in there. Let's put the call. Let's not pass it down. That's just gonna get messy. I'm gonna keep it in here, and we just say after generating a tile, run the postgen callback, and pass into it the cell contents. What's left open? Comma. So this postgen base tiles, don't make that like, there you go, like that, yes. Okay. Then what this is gonna take is a something. It's gonna take a dictionary. Tile generated tile data. It's a long name, which will be a dictionary. And from that, I want to find the node. So the node currently is just this tile 0. Call it a base tile. Call it what it is. Since it's a UID, the name doesn't matter. That when I set up the dictionary for the tile data, it's just referencing a UID, so it doesn't matter that I rename the scene, which is awesome. Tile base. I'm gonna rename this to tile base, and then I'm gonna put a script on there. Now I'm probably gonna want a base class, would be my guess, which is a whole entire thing. Scripts tile.gd, class name tile. I'm not even gonna put anything in there right now. Then I'm going to attach a new script called tile base. Put that in scripts. Oh, wait, it's already called. No, wait. Okay, yeah, we're good. Attach a new script. Call that tile base in the scripts folder. This will be class name tile base. And we'll put a function in here called assign debug or debug assign label. Assign, I don't know, assign debug label. Something like that. I don't think that needs any. Well, it does. It doesn't. No, it does. It needs the iteration, basically. So we'll just say number, which is an int. Are you going to have that? We're going to find out. You'll have to get it somehow. Returns nothing. Let's call this debug label, or label debug number, something like that. I'm going to set it to have a accessible unique name. Drop it in so that way it just doesn't have a full path. If I move it somewhere else, we'll be good to go. Then we'll say label debug number text equals number. Stringified. Okay. Then I go back to my manage levels. Postgen base tiles will say variable generated node. It's going to be a node 2D. It equals generated tile data. Do I just want to, we can't just search for node. So what you would need is content, cell content data, or cell content type node, because we want to get the node from there. So that'll give us the node, but I also am going to need the iteration, so that way I can assign that as a number. I don't have to, but I think that's the way I'd like to do it. So that means this needs an extra, I think you're gonna have to go variadic again. You know, I need like an extra parameter to put in there. How are you gonna do that? I'm not sure. Well, you just, yeah. You could just have it. What if postgen just always has the iteration? I feel like I'd rather do it that way. I'm sure it's going to be perfectly useful. Wait. Well, I could also store that in the dictionary. What if I store that in the dictionary? Would that be weird? Node tile visited. Oh, I'm not doing any of the visited stuff. We'll circle back to that. That's a later problem. So let's make cell content type. We'll make a new one, and this is going to be number. And that'll just be an integer. By default, I think it can be null. I think we'll be okay if it's null. That means I do need to assign it as well. So we could say as soon as we create cell contents, probably only when we generate it. So maybe generate a tile, scene to generate, node to generate. This doesn't come with a dictionary though. So actually, never mind. Let's put it in here. Variable. Well, do I need a variable? You could just say cell contents, cell content type, number equals but how are you gonna It's not just the iteration. Wait, I don't know. Oh, is it just them added together? I guess it's them added together. I guess it's just the cell. Okay, so variable. Let's call it an ID. Let's call it a cell ID. I like that better. Very, very sophisticated. So we're gonna make sure the ID is set to row number plus cell number. I can live with that. And that equals the cell ID. Then down here, we have our generated node. This is for only base tiles. After we generate them, this is the stuff that happens. We keep track of the generated node, and then we also keep track of the generated ID, which is going to be the integer, and it's going to equal generated tile data, cell content type ID. And we say generated node. Now here's the other thing. I don't have to say node 2D, do I? I can say tile base, because that's what it's going to be. If it's not that, we have problems, and I'll know, and it'll be good to know. So I mean, obviously I could say if I could make this be a node 2D. It's gonna be a bit, I don't know what to tell you. It's what it's gonna be. Guards are good. They're smart. You know what? I'm just gonna not do it, and I'll add it later. Okay? Let me be messy. We'll just say it's a tile base, and then now when I do generated node and I put dot, we have assigned debug label, and right in there we slap in the generated ID. What do we got? Broken. Non-existent function assigned debug label on base nil. Ooh. Generated node is nil. Interesting. Dictionary size 4012. Node is null. We're not assigning the node. Yes, we have to do that. So actually back here where I assigned the cell ID, so that would be kind of the same thing. I might even want to make a separate function for that. That probably would be a good idea. Let's be messy for now. Cell contents. We've done enough organizing for today. We want to assign the node to... Do we have the... Oh, that's down here. So actually, we have to wait until after generate a tile. We can't do that yet. That has to be later. So maybe that should all be down here. Actually. It kind of is giving put it in generated tile. Is what I'm getting out of this, which was my original thought, and I kind of think you should do that. So maybe do that. I guess that was, is that what I wanted for long cell content? Is that what long cell, is that what that's supposed to be? Get back in your long cell contents, come on. I'm okay with you. Okay, log cell contents, comment that. Back in. Now you finally get to be somebody. I don't give a crap about row and tile. I don't care. Actually, I do. Well, I don't care about row. I do care about tile. But, I don't have the cell, so I do need to pass down the cell contents. That's pretty important. Tile generate, row number, cell number. Can we get cell contents first? Cell contents, a dictionary, and this will get the cell content. I sometimes I don't love like this passing down, this constant passing down, but again, I just kind of want it to work, and then I can optimize it a little later. I think it's not going to be a big deal, honestly. So contents, pass it down, give it the node to gen that we came up with there. Now, We get the cell ID. We don't have a row number and a cell number. So I guess I did need the row number and the cell number. I kind of hate that. Well, this has row number and cell number. You got this. It's no big deal. Look. Put that right there. You want this. The log should receive all these things. I can't imagine a better thing to receive the things. Why do I want cell ID to be sooner? I don't know. It just feels like it makes sense. Ideally to be in the order that they're in the enum. Honestly. Which is node tile ID visited. So we'll say node ID tile. Put the tile in there. Get a tile in there. We got it right there. Node tile cell ID visited. We're gonna circle back to visited. I mean, don't think about it. This would be visited. You can do it. This means it's visited. This is how we know it's visited. I mean, technically, you'd kind of want that sooner. I'm not ready to handle visited yet. Not tonight. Okay, so we set the ID to the cell ID. Too many arguments. Expected 2, but received 4. Oh, yeah. Cell contents. Tile to generate. Cell ID. Actually, this is gonna be manage tile data. Tiles. Is that one? Cell contents. Tile to generate. Cell ID. This would be node to gen. I do prefer to keep these names the same. I feel like you can reduce this to the word gen if you're just going to use gen sometimes. I say be consistent. Plus, it's less letters, which is always nice. If I can swing it. Okay. Good. Yes. Cell content, tile to gen, cell ID, node to gen. Cell ID is an integer. Node to gen is a node 2D. Okay. No problem. Assign the node to gen. What am I missing? Tile to gen. They do it. Yeah, set them all up. Could probably even set up like an array. I could probably automate this better, actually. Where it just iterates through and assigns it one by one through the cell contents, but yeah. We'll see. So in this case, the type is going to be nothing, apparently. Where's my autocomplete? Assign that to, cell center. I made that up. Node cell contents. I'm not tired. You're tired. I'm tired. The brain is tired. Hey, Godzilla Gamer, you found a stream using godot. Finally! Criminy! Unity. Unreal. Default. Custom engine. Godot. welcome. Are you making games in Godot? Are you thinking about making games in Godot? I love that your name is Godzilla Gamer and you put a dinosaur emote. That's some parody right there. Parity. Okay. Welcome. Still contents. I'm gonna spell it right. I am so close to being finished. I'm not there, but I'm almost there. I'm trying to make a procgen, procedural generation, from scratch on my own. For fun. And learning. And all I've done is make a grid, but it's hard to do much without a grid. And I'm trying to set up a labeling debug system, and that is leading me to flesh out other parts that I need to flesh out for logging when something is generated. Still contents, still content type, not ID. I just wanted my autocomplete. Node tile. I like them in order if I can. Just a personal preference. Node tile equals tile to gen. Alright. What happens? Invalid assignment of property key text with a value type string. Huh? Label debug number is null? You're telling me that's null. That doesn't look null. Invalid assignment text with a value type of string on a base object of null. What? What do you mean? Is it like a readying issue? Like it's not. The timing is like wrong? What? Imagine, okay, suppose I don't on-ready it. What if I just do that? What do you think about that? You know what? Good. Don't care. I'm sure there's like an obvious thing. I'm too tired to put my head on it. You hesitate to say you're making a game? Alright. I mean, are you trying to make a game? You're making a game. You're fumbling around with code and don't really know what it all means, but you're thinking of making a game one day. Okay, alright. Fair. I mean, the fumbling, I think that's kind of fun. That's some good learning, potentially. Are you at least enjoying the fumbling? That's cool. What kind of game do you want to make? If you don't mind answering, if you do, that's okay. No pressure intended. Label debug number, text, string, number. Right, this is fine. But the tile wasn't looking so good. I think the size we're going with is... Dang, that script got long. The size we're going with is 60 by 60. Currently, it is 30 by 30. So let's give it that room to breathe. And then in here, I can see that 2 digits probably aren't going to fit good in there. And there's going to be even more. So I would say shrink it just a little bit. Why are you going to the top? Oh, because I told it to. There we go. I guess I have imagined potentially thousands, so we'll do that many. Okay. See if I got my labeling. Whoa. These are not the numbers I imagined. Okay, first of all, can we change the blinding blue? It's a bit hard to look at. still kind of hard to look at, but this is not how I expected the numbering to go, but that's okay. This is my lack of math skills showing again. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, 11, 18. 1, 2, 3, and it starts with 0. This is wild. It increases. Oh, that makes sense. This is not what I meant when I wanted the labels. How do you even do this? Shouldn't it always be different? If I'm doing the row number plus the cell number, I am this if it no pressure, but if anyone knows the right answer, I will not reject it. If the row number is 0, and if the, I guess it does make sense. I guess that does make sense. So then what would I do instead? Like multiply? That can't be right either. I would just love if they had a unique ID. That would make me happy. That's all. Maybe I'm too tired to do that. Having fun with the process, nice. The kind of game you want to make is an RPG, a short one. Short is good. Like the gameplay of Golden Sun. Ooh, Golden Sun. Wow. And since I don't think we're ever getting a sequel, you want to try making something similar for yourself. Wow, Golden Sun. I haven't thought about that game in a long time. That game was cool. That was a good game. I don't remember like anything about it other than like the way the sprites looked and the art. I remember the art very well. The music, that was a really beautiful game. They never made a sequel to that. Love that. Usually get the godot streams on YouTube. What does that mean? These streams? Or in general? Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying to Godzilla, hey, if you want to go find more godot streams on YouTube, you can find them. Is that what you're saying? Interesting. I mean, one thing that's nice about YouTube, for whatever it's worth, is there is a godot category in gaming. There's a literal godot gaming category, which can be nice for finding stuff. Not that categories are very easy to find, but if you type the URL right, you can get there. How the hell do I do this numbering? Cell ID. This might be a later Lee's problem. Let's just see what happens. We can just change stuff. It was a short JRPG about 3 to 4 hours long. Really? I didn't even know that. Oh yeah, 0 times 0 is 0. I remember that now. It had a gym that changed your classes and stats based on how you equip them, and I really like that system. I wanted more of it. I kind of want to play that game now. Wait, what was that on? I've been playing like retro games I have nostalgia for. That was like Game Boy Advance or something, right? I knew it. I've been playing Game Boy Advance games, Super Nintendo games. I missed this one. I need to play it. I want to play it. Oh, you've given me the craving. What's backpack battles? Gameplay. Oh yeah, yo, the battles were cool. They were very dramatic. and like the sort of like three-dimensionality of it. It was kind of like you know, like a Zelda game, but it had like more heart. You know, like a less shallow Zelda game. It's like cuter, more emotional, maybe a bit more artistic than Zelda. It also reminded me of like the sprites from like Harvest Moon, which I really liked. Yo, I'm gonna play this. I didn't know it was a short game. I had no idea. Switch emulator. Oh! They do have some games on the Switch emulators. I often am just like, they probably aren't gonna have one I actually want. They never have the ones I want, but they might have that one. Good call, Phoenix. Psycho likes to make game like when the gameplay is unique and there ain't no sequels. What's that wink? Hey Psycho, how you been? Welcome back. I have been looking for an RPG game that could be a game like Jam Game. I have. Obviously, this is like a Nintendo IP, which freaks me out. And if it's like a forgotten Nintendo IP, I'm more open to it. But knowing that it has a Switch emulator port, they clearly still are protecting that IP, so I don't know. Maybe I won't. And I don't know, is it really short? But I didn't know it was short. It's really interesting. The best I've got for an RPG for a game like Jam someday is Dragon Quest. But I still have to really vet it to make sure it's actually like small enough. I am so excited to play this. Thank you. How auspicious. One experiments with sprite stack animations for maybe such a game. Graphics intensive. What is a sprite stack animation? What's that mean? Sprite stack animation. Oh. Isn't that just an animation? What makes a sprite stack animation a sprite stack animation? Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Whoa, that's cool. Wow. Wow. That sounds like mathematical. People talk about 3D games like they're so hard. Yo, that looks hard. Original Golden Sun was too big to fit on a Game Boy cartridge, so it's technically split into two shorter games. Golden Sun and Golden Sun Lost Age. Together they add up to about your typical JRPG length. So they're... what? Yeah, I know I can see how this would be graphics intensive. Wait, so I guess I need to get both of them then. If I'm gonna go play it emulated. I need to... I mean, I'll buy it. I'll get it legal emulation. Switch, you know, okay. It's sprites in the indices. Okay. Alright. Dude, how do I math this? How the hell do I give these unique IDs? I can't brain this. I mean, I know ways I could do it. Let me be clear. I know ways I could do it, and I'm just avoiding doing it that way. But I think I shouldn't. Basically, Ah, yes, the maths. Yeah. For this, I'm asking for a suggestion for this. Yeah. 100%. Like, I'm kind of thinking I just do it where when something is instantiated, it adds itself to an array, and then we just count the things in that array. Like, I think that's probably what I'm gonna do. But I would like if it was just, like, smooth with everything. Change the font color based on the number? What? Why? That's not related to my question. But also why? It's just for debug. About they're in 5 different language and Game Boy emulators. What is both? Both? Both. Both are in 5 different language and Game Boy emulator. It's okay. No, I'm trying to get the ID numbers to be unique. But I don't know how to math it. I'm trying, like, again, I could just say when one spawns, it adds itself to an array. That's gonna be I'm just gonna do it that way. I don't want to, but I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. I don't want to do it that way. But, because then I could just, like, keep it all here, and it would just be nice. I'd have an ID in the dictionary, wouldn't have to split off where I log it. I mean, we could do it here, obviously. After all, I was planning. You know what? No. I can do this. Because I originally had, I was like, I'll have all these separate arrays that store all the relevant. Yeah, do that. Do it. The tiles empty is a little confusing. I don't think tiles empty makes sense, and I think I should get rid of it. Because that's a base tile. Cell in the grid doesn't have a room or path yet. Or something. I don't think I want the empty. I think that's silly. And then I make this. You're just gonna put nodes in there? Yeah, okay. Actually, you know, I think, I mean, well, don't you want the dictionary? Wouldn't it be nice if you had the dictionary for each tile? Then you could have all the data you could ever want. I think that makes more sense. Then you don't even need an ID because it is the ID. Okay. This is the way. Actually, this is going to be better overall. I got it. Well, it definitely looks like some trippy math, right? There's trippy math looking stuff going on here. Like, on some level, it's kind of awesome. But it's also incorrect. Oh, I see, because there's like this step. Whoa. It's trippy. Okay, credit where credit's due. I did make a trippy thing. Even if it's wrong. At least it's trippy. I'll take it. What I'm not gonna take is the ID anymore. I'm done with it. It's out of here. Oh yeah, I got rid of empty. That's true. Oh. Oops. I wasn't supposed to get rid of empty. No? I feel like you want to make it null. Why not? It's no harm in making it null. By default. Who cares? Make it null. It'll be fine, right? I might actually break. You made me rotate mine at 5 a.m. Well played. Oh. Okay, alright. Never mind. Don't get rid. Lise, you can't just be getting rid of things. This is a very delicate system. All right. I'm like, nah, get that out of here. No. You can't do that. You can't do that. Well, you can get rid of that. Here, hold on. No, all right. Here. Git. Well, yeah. Well, so that's the other thing for him. I do use Git, but you know what is a skill I have not come close to doing well at. And I think part of that is because I don't do this work professionally. I do not commit after every single thing I do, which I know is like optimal. Like if I achieve one single task, if one thing gets done, I should make a commit. But what I just end up doing is I do like 20 things and then I commit. And I know like it's best practice to commit after one thing, but that is something I have long wanted to be good at, but have just never ever actually managed to improve. Okay, maybe a little bit. Maybe I commit slightly more often than I used to, but it's pretty inconsistent. Yeah, right, exactly. When I'm like, yes, okay, good, this is good, commit. Yes, exactly. But I do wish I was amazing at committing every single time. But I did a lot of did things. Yep. And like, I think I've gotten a little better. I actually used to start out overly specific, where I'd explain every single detail, and that I got burned out on. Then I started doing a bunch of stuff. Now I do the headline thing. Mainly I did this and other stuff. Should we try? Well, I broke it, so I can't commit it now. To fix what I broke. Then I can commit. Is it back from being broke? Oh, yes, this is what I did. I made Pascal's triangle. I don't know if I did because there's a lot more repeating. Wait, there is repeating. I made Pascal's triangle. I used binomial coefficients. Take that, me thinking I'm not good at math. Huh. Maybe I should get into creative coding and just make trippy psychedelic code from now on. That'd be kind of fun. But I wouldn't know what I was doing. I'd just be guessing. Base. Okay, hopefully that's correct. Back to here. So we unbroke it. Okay, we unbroke it. Why is it not like... Oh, is it because that's why. Could you just be... Actually, I don't think my grid is as big as it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be... Well, whatever. It's fine. It's a grid. We can resize it. I just want the numbers. Obfuscated Godot challenge. Whoa. Oh yeah, you want me to commit. Grid creates and begin cell ID labeling. GitHub computer, thank you. I mean, I know I missed other things too, but that's all right. Headlines. So then what I want I do appreciate nerds, even if I don't relate to all the things nerds are nerdy about. I can appreciate that. No. No. What does that remind me of? Remember that, like, DOS game? I don't think I think that's the wrong thing. No. I'm thinking of Lemmings. Not Crystal Caves. No, you wouldn't dig through in that. I'm thinking of Lemmings. The diggers. The ones that go... That's what I was imagining when you said that. But no. Can you dig through the walls? Is that a thing? I didn't know that. I feel like... So I've definitely come to realize that this version of Rogue actually has a very large amount of things in it. That the looks are deceiving, that it doesn't have a lot going on. Oh wait, I didn't want to play the game. I wanted to look at the manual. I just have to take your word for it that there's a pickaxe. I'm gonna just have to believe you. I'm surprised that it's not in the manual, but maybe you know better than me. Okay, I'm so close to finishing this. So, what I want is... it adds itself to the array it's supposed to add it to. Oh, a wand of digging. That's crazy. There's always something new I feel like to discover in that game. I want to play it more. I just want to like play it more for fun. I do. I wish it were easier to get like play on like my phone. Like the original. I guess it's just somebody just has to do it since the source code is out there. I know people have made like imitations, but like a direct port APK file, that'd be pretty sick. Kotlin Rogue. So for the cell ID, I would want it to put it in the base tile array, since we know it's a base tile. So how do we find the base tile array? We got to look at the data. So manage tile data. That depends on which... Yes, but no. No, you want to get tiles data. Do I have that? I made that, right? Get tile, yeah. Get tile data. Which one? Tile to gen. Right there. And the data that I want is the array. And so we say tile variable, tile array, which will be an array of dictionaries, which I need to change over here from node 2ds to dictionaries. Then we say that that equals that. We add, or we append, cell contents to that tile array. Is that a reference, though, to the array? Yeah, I think that's a reference. I feel like arrays are references. You'd have to duplicate it for it to be a different one. I'm pretty sure. Like sometimes when you assign things, often when you assign things, it's a duplicate. But with arrays, I'm like 89% sure it's a reference. Tile array, append, cell contents. Then for the ID, I would say, well, I guess the ID would be the next one. You can just find it. Remind me how to do that? You're batting it out? You don't understand anything? Oh no. Well, if you have like specific questions, let me know. I'm not a great teacher, but for things that I understand really well, I can explain things in plain terms if I understand it well. Although I am quite tired, so I might not explain as well now as I would otherwise, but I can try. I want to find an integer based on what the thing is. Do we want find? I think we want find. It's turtles all the way down. That's a reference to something. Returns the index of the first occurrence of what in this array. Alright, that's what we want. The ID equals tile array find cell contents. What haven't I used? So, oh yeah, we don't need, no, cell ID is trash. Garbage. Don't need it. Okay. How are the numbers looking? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9. Now we have numbers that make sense. Let's go. Oh, it's still zoomed, sorry. Jesus. I was probably zoomed for a long time there. What was I typing? This is what I typed. That stuff. Trade Project Discworld with the best accessory ever, the luggage. I hear you. Alright. Woke up. Alright. Fiction books have always been hard for me. But I've heard of that one, those are words. I've heard those words, I've seen them. Yeah. Nice. So other people saw that and they were like, oh, I know it wasn't, but some people did. Well, me, but yeah, nice. Yeah. Great. Well, I guess I've done everything I want to do. I mean, other than that, like now I just would want to adjust the number. I guess, you know, it'd be neat if I had a restart button. I'm like, let's keep doing stuff. It'd be nice if I had a restart button. I could just adjust the values and try different ones. That would be cool, so I don't have to keep like stopping and starting it. That would be neat. Thank you for the hydrate. All I have is tea, which admittedly is not very hydrating, but it's the best I got. Thank you, Phoenix. Get. Okay, I'm gonna say that action restart R key. I have a feeling that will not stay, but at least for now, it will be nice. Oh wow, where the hell are you gonna put this? I don't know. I don't know. Manager, input manager, control game state, manage game. Whatever, I can change it some other time. Manage the game. It's got an input node. If event is input event key if input is action just pressed restart, get tree, reload currency. It's gonna be kind of hard to tell. Well, we'll just see if it crashes or not. It's pretty impossible to tell if anything's happening. I'll come down here in the output. I don't think anything is happening. Would be my guess. I think nothing. I think you did nothing. What if you just don't do this? Imagine if I just don't. What if I just do that? And we just call that good enough. Okay. I'm a little surprised that the log is growing. But I guess that's correct. So, okay. Is this right? Wait a minute. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay. I know Git. Let me just do this one. Let me do one more thing. See, this is why I never get the commits in often enough. Oh, we were I never did it, but we meant to do a redemption for GitHub. But I didn't want to add more redemptions until I had a system for both YouTube and Twitch. But that's definitely something that at some point will be a redemption, is committing. Then I have to, or I'm a liar. And I'm many things, but not usually a liar, sometimes to a fault. Unless it's the Game Like Jam theme. I do keep that secret. What am I trying to do? Why is my game so confusing to me? 'Cause it's new. Try this. Make these I mean, they're constants, obviously. And I want them to be constants. But I also want to be able to adjust them. So I could also do, this is a little goof troop. Well, you know what you should do, Lise? You should make debug buttons. Well, I'm not going to. Okay, variable, debug, debug mode, boolean, true. Ready debug. If debug mode. Ready debug. And what I want that to do how are you gonna do that? That's gonna be a lot of work. You know that, right? It's gonna be a lot of effort. Well, I'm just saying you have to come through here now. You could do it if you want. You can do it. It's just like, you know, you have to do it. That's all. It's just something you have to do now. That's all I'm saying. So you could make like a grid width variable. Set this here. Select all the grid height. Make it lowercase. Replace that one. I'm doing this so I can just more easily tweak this. And who knows, maybe this will be nice. Maybe I'll someday want to change these on the fly mid-game. Now I can. Or something. I'm a little distressed that there aren't more errors. Oh, because this is, I see. These should be interfering with the errors. Okay, great. So variable grid width, which we'll just have by default equal the constant. I think optimally I would set up like debug buttons on screen for this, but then again, there might be something to this. What the hell? Okay, height. Cell size. I'm not tired. I am. But I just can't help it. I'm determined. Wait, what do you mean grid height isn't anywhere? Did I spell it wrong? How wrong? How wrong are we talking here? You made them all grid width? Alright, here. Copy this. Undo. Back to here. Paste it back on. Find these. Do not call them grid width. Lowercase cell size. And fix these two. Okay. What? Oh yeah. Ready debug. So what ready debug will do I'm gonna actually add these export variables. At export grid width variable. You can just make all of these exports, girl. What you doing? Right? Go. That's all you gotta do. Wait, do I even need a ready debug mode? Girl, you don't need nothing now. Get that debug mode out. Get that mess out of here. Get out of my face. Sometimes I just gotta try it the wrong way. You know me. That's the way I gotta do it. Try it the wrong way, find out the right way. Okay, I realized the right way. Okay, so shockingly, there's all this space. I'm not exactly sure why. To be fair, I haven't done anything with the window. Normally I have, so maybe I should. Stretch mode. Usually I do canvas items. Aspect. Sometimes I do expand. I kind of like to just do keep. Yeah, it's not going to make any damn difference. Yeah. Oh, it made a difference. Oh, man. Now it's even... Okay, yeah, this is what I expected. This is what I expected to look like. Okay, great. This is good. So now, I have my grid width and stuff. So if I make this 40 and I press the R key, okay, my restart key is definitely not working. What is it doing? What is it doing? It has to be doing something. Surely it's doing something. Print something. Oh yeah. Absolutely doing something. I wonder why that isn't like restarting the scene the way I would expect it to. Rows 10, what if I make this 340 and then I do it? Clear 10. So those is doing 10. Wait, but there's like, I'm so confused right now. Restart it. There's that. It did 10. I was just hoping I could like change these and press the R key. That's all I wanted. I wonder why that didn't work. It seems like a pretty basic thing. Seems pretty basic. It's a bit shocking. I mean, there is the other way to do it. Change scene to file. And then we just change it to itself. I'll be kind of mad if that works. There's something very obvious I'm missing right now, and I'm just gonna let it go because it's too late. So we're just gonna hit the refresh button, and we're gonna be happy with that. And we're not gonna complain, and we're gonna eat our vegetables. So at this point, the only last thing I'd want to do is just figure out what size do I really want. These export variables are super useful. Figure out what size I want it to be. I mean, the cell size I think could be bigger. Okay, I'll use git. Yeah, I should use git. But let me just get a good size first. It's always something. 78. See, I know now. See, this is why I wanted the numbers, because that says 178. The next one says 180. Well, now I know it's skipping a whole column. That's why I wanted that. 19, 18, sorry, power of 2. Restart it. 61, 62. So now it fits. That's with them being 100. What if it's 110? It's gonna be too big. So yeah, so I feel like for me now it comes down to this game of just constantly adjusting these numbers until it's satisfactory. It'd be kind of, you know what'd be nice? You know what'd be nice? Is if the cell size is automatically changed when I resize the cell size. That'd be really nice. Don't do that. Go to bed. Come on, what are you doing? Because then you gotta go access the texture. Come on, you want to do that, do you? Do you? I guess I do. Hell, you could even put it like in the ready here. You could put it in tile. Hyperfocus. 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 ADHD definition. There's not even a Wikipedia on that. There's a Wikipedia on everything. I got a Wikipedia on that. Oh, it's right there. Oh, okay. Alright. In ADHD, formulation and thinking can be slower than in people not affected by the disorder, and may be long-winded or tangential. These inattentive symptoms occur dually with what has been termed hyperfocus. The overconcentration or hyperfocus often occurs if the person finds something very interesting or provides instant gratification, such as computer games or online chatting. For such activities, concentration may last for hours on end in a very focused manner. This is how I stream for this long. I'm slow and very interested in what I'm doing. Cut to 11 hours later. I've been trying to cut back and not be hyper-focused as much as this, but new game like Jam started. You know, I'm like, I'm excited. So it's a little harder. Slow to slow power. Let's be slow together. Tied up to 2 hours. Interesting. Oh, I guess I wanted to go to the base. Oh, girl, you didn't even make it extend tile. Make it extend tile. Have it ready. That says ready tile size. And this doesn't extend. It does extend a node 2D. Alright. But it should have a sprite. All of them should have a sprite. And we could even just access it as a unique name, drop it in, they'll all have one. Ready tile size. Then I'm going to actually want to go back to manage levels, make a public function after my readies called func get cell size. And this will return a float, specifically cell size. Then I come back to the base class. Oh, func ready tile size. I always expect it's going to do what VS Code does, which remembers when I start to declare something, but I haven't made it yet. And ready tile size, we say that the sprite texture, I don't know if it has like a size, but wait, sprite texture. Oh, because it's like gradient. Which it might not be a gradient. So this is very context specific. Which is not optimal. Definitely not optimal. Because I'm gonna make, this isn't going to be a gradient forever, you know? I've inspired you? Treasure for 6 hours today? Oh my gosh, be careful. Be careful, take care of yourself. Wait, you are streaming though? You stream game dev? On YouTube? Are you a YouTube game dev streamer? I collect YouTube game dev streamers like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. It does say Kristen codes. Oh, yes, you do! Web dev, you do uni dev. That's so cool. Let's go. Welcome, hard-coded. No, especially on YouTube, because, like, when I'm done with a stream, I want to go raid people on YouTube, you know? And Twitch. Ideally, I can do both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. You got Twitch, too? But sometimes it doesn't work out, and it's like, we need to just do... Until I become a web dev. Sometimes we just gotta do YouTube only. Delightful. Delightful. Let's go. Sometimes I do JavaScript, so we can cross over. I'm sure I'll learn something from what you're up to. See, look at us! Look at us! You do Blender, I do JavaScript. We can relate. Reaching across the discipline aisle. Well, if you get tired, you know, take care of yourself. 6-hour thing, you know. I don't try to do it. It's just I try to keep it shorter. Ideally. We need more women in web dev spaces. You know what? I bet that's true. Game dev, and I know that's right. I already know that's right. It's a tough week when you have to do. I like JavaScript. I like it. It's hard, but I like it. It's invigorating, and it's so useful. But I know. It has a reputation. I like GDScript too. Look, I will say this. When I come back from JavaScript and I start doing GDScript, I'm like, oh. But that's okay. You know, it's not like I'm mad at JavaScript. I'm just, you know. It is easier to do this. Here's what I think. I think what you need to do, Lise, is you need to say if. Here, first do this. Variable sprite texture. What is a base class for a gradient texture 2D? Base class is texture 2D. So, and I assume that's anything that can go in there, probably, right? Like just any old thing that goes in there. Maybe. I mean, probably anything I'm likely to use. Image. Atlas. I don't see like sub viewport in there. I could see myself using a sub viewport. What's the base class for sub viewport? Sorry, not sub viewport. No, I guess that is. No, I guess you know. I guess you're wrong. Okay, no, because yeah, okay. No, it's just texture today. Regular texture today. It's gonna equal whatever sprite texture is set to. Then we say if probably should say, it can be nothing, right? If sprite texture is, well, it's not going to be a gradient, right? It's going to be a texture 2D. That's what you made it. So don't do that. Just say if sprite.texture is gradient texture 2D, then wait, no, you can. Nah, you know what? I'm not gonna bother. I don't feel like it. Variable sprite gradient texture 2D equals sprite texture. There's so many ways I could do it. I'm too tired to do it right. We're just gonna do it. It doesn't matter. It's just for debug for temporary purposes. Very convenient temporary purposes. Then I'll say sprite gradient width, and you can't do both at the same time. All right, width equals level grid, no, manage we didn't call it something about levels? Oh, I didn't even give it. Oh, I haven't even given it a name yet. Man, that's crazy. Class name manage level extends node. We're gonna copy this, which will make it a singleton, so I can access it as I just tried to from other places. And then I'm gonna go back to my base tile, my base tile class that also has base tile inherit from it. It's very confusing. Then this is gonna equal manage level dot ref dot get cell size, and we'll do the same thing except for height. Okay, so why did I do all this? Wait, what's the problem with that? Narrowing conversion float is int. Really? Really? Wow, I didn't realize that it made an int. Well, that's slightly inconvenient. I could use bitwise to convert it into something that isn't narrowly converted. Damn. Come on. Come on. Why are you making me do this right now? I don't remember how to do the bitwise conversion. I gotta go look it up. Now I gotta go look it up. I don't remember. Bitwise conversion calculator. Hardcoded said, I had a problem this week where JavaScript broke the Go web server I was using and you blamed it on JavaScript unfairly. Well, at least you can admit it was unfair. But okay, so that sounds, but I will say that's fair, because that is fair. Because you're dealing with a high stakes situation. So like you gotta channel that somewhere. I kinda don't blame you. Bitwise float int convert. There's gotta be something for that, right? Bitwise float to int. Can you just give me like a tool? I type it in and it does it for me. Anybody? Anywhere? Internet? What? It's called hyperfocus? You can't say that. We were just talking about that. Floating point converter. Region floating point number and the bit representation. Yeah, just give me that. I could just like figure it out, but I don't want to. Oh, this is not helpful. Oh, JavaScript. Whoa. What the hell is going on here? Yo, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I gotta look it up. Hold on, I gotta look. So I have done this before. I just don't remember how I did it. I did it in a project of mine. It's more of like a fun side project, and it's a game like Free Cell. There's this game called Open Free Cell that I forked and I want to work on because this is my favorite Free Cell game that I play on my phone sometimes. Happy New Year, Techian! Welcome back! And so I've been tweaking it. And one thing that I noticed when I opened it up is it had a bunch of float to int conversion warnings, and I can't stand those. So I tried to fix it, and I did. Now I just gotta remember where the hell I did it. I feel like I made like a static function. You're still indexing it? I'm pretty sure I made a static function that did that. Helper's utility. Bitwise there we go. I did. Bitwise divisor. Bitwise milliseconds oh, that was for time. I don't need it for time. Why I don't like the conversion? What do you mean? What do you mean I don't like the conversion? Oh, well, look, Godot doesn't like it. Godot throws up a warning, and I don't like that. I don't like warnings. So I try to get rid of them. That's the only reason I don't like it, is because Godot. If a Godot doesn't like it, then I don't like it. Took you 3 days to figure out, so you had some angst against JavaScript till you realized it was innocent. No. Hey, Happy New Year, Techian. Poor JavaScript. Scales milliseconds. I commented it heavily because I knew I wasn't going to remember how the hell it works. 2 to the power of 32 divided by 1,000, then rounded. Using bitwise operation to convert milliseconds to seconds. Using bitwise math to avoid class float to class integer conversion. Right, yeah. Bitwise divisor 1,000. I think we want to keep that. Scales milliseconds so that when they're shifted right 32 bits, I explained it really clearly, but also not. The equivalent of milliseconds divided by, oh, so we don't want to keep 1,000. Dude, I don't know. I don't want to do this. So then like the other option is these are like integers to begin with. Probably the easiest possible thing I could do. Like, I don't think this is gonna get mad at me, other than all the other places that I've typed these as floats. But other than that, you know, honestly, I don't think this is gonna be that big a deal. I think it's like not gonna matter. So like here, it's looking for a float, so instead we just make it an integer. Ooh, but now we're doing some things. Integer division, decimal part. That's okay. It's okay. What if I just floor it? Then you don't care, right? Oh, come on now. Come on now. Come on. What if I multiply it by 0.5? It's a float. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. It ain't right. It ain't right. And then if I do that, since cell size is an integer, as float? It's like, no, I don't think so. I'm not stupid. I'm about to ask a chatbot how to do it. Doesn't make sense that the grid size is a float. It does. Yeah. Not looking for feedback on that stuff, please. Thank you. I don't want the backseating. Oh, int. Oh, I could try that. That I accept. I accept that. Yes, please stick to the thing. Integer. I don't think it'll work, but it might. Let's try it. I think it's still gonna get mad at me, but let's see. I'm pretty sure it's still gonna warn me. Yeah, doesn't like it. It's useless. Stop it! No more suggestions! You decided to update jQuery, then bootstrap on a project from 2017, so you're expecting JavaScript problems too, and was already biased. It's fair, it's fair. Yeah, it's okay, Tekken. The only thing that'll accept help is how to do the bitwise. Because I'm about to ask a chatbot to do it because I can't stand this warning. And I don't like asking a chatbot to solve problems for me, but this bitwise thing is stressing me out right now. No, I don't want to. But the reason it's a float is because this grid is being set to positions. And positions in Godot are floats. That's what they are, floats. So that's why it's a float, because this is corresponding to positions, which are floats. And as you can see, we're doing things like division, which lead to floats. Hence, why they're floats. But now, I apparently need to make them integers if I want to set them to the size of a texture, because texture size is one of my integers. Try this. Try this for me, please. Try this. Yeah. Try this. Okay. Don't make it an integer. Back. Okay. Don't do this. No! Absolutely not. I will, thank you for asking. I will go to this, and let's try the integer trick that you already unsolicitedly offered here. Alright. Jesus Christ. I know, that's what happens. I understand. And that's why I don't like blame you. But I do have to put my foot down. Because the backseating gets out of control. Okay. Nice. This is all I wanted. I wanted them to resize themselves so I could easily change this and see how the grid changes. That's all I wanted. See? It's nice. It's nice. So I'm not sure what size grid I want. I'm just sort of like trying things. I know power of 2. But look at that. 10, 11. Yeah. So I spent all these hours today making this procedurally generated grid. And I want this to make rooms and doors and enemies and all kinds of stuff like that. But what I needed first was a way to generate a base grid on top of which those other things will spawn. I think we should go bigger. I'm just kind of, cause like, I don't know, I'm not about to math it all out, and I kind of think it's fun to just like do this, and doing it has like kind of helped me set up systems I need to set up, like the ID numbers and whatnot, which helped me set up the logging. So now I have just a lot of things in place that I'm gonna need for building out the rest of it anyway. And it's fun just to change these numbers and see it go different, and it's very dynamic. I'm enjoying this. And I guess I'm trying to decide for my game, how big do I want the map to be? I don't know. So I'm just kind of looking and feeling like I'm imagining having a little character that moves between each cell, what feels like too big of a level to me, too small of a level, and just like keep nudging it until I'm like, yes, this is not bad. I don't know if I love 19 by 10, not power of 2. Kind of 19 is a bit of an ugly number. Not my favorite. But I'm afraid I make it too much bigger. The level's actually going to be too small if I make the cell size too much bigger. Yeah, because I mean, then if I'm my rooms are going to be minimum 9 squares. So if I have a 3 by 3 grid. I mean, this isn't bad. It's too small. This is actually too small. I actually don't like this. That's too small. What if you do like 24 by 16? What is that like? And then we'll need to make this smaller. What's a number? 8. And I don't know. 90 something. Just type in a number. 96. I don't know. I'd love to just like find like the sweet spot number that just makes beautiful mathematical divisible sense. And is the size I want. And fits within 1920 by 1080 marvelously. So this is interesting. Look, the width is crazy good here. Look at that. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20. So it's 23 there, and it's 24 on the other side. So that's wow, that is a perfect width. That is nuts. How perfect that width is. Wow. Am I gonna get the height to be the same? Probably not. And it also be in power of 2 number, 2412. That'd be dope. I'd like that because it's half of it. I like that. I like the numbers being nice and pretty. I bet you 13 is gonna be perfect. Or at least pretty close, yeah. Well, I guess I could do 12. I mean, 12 by 24 makes me happy. Obviously, you know, we're missing a row down here, but I can just shift it. But Lise, don't you think this is a bit big of a level for the player to go through? I don't know. Almost 300 tiles. I mean, you can only move over. So think of it this way, Lise. You can only move to the right 23 steps, 24 steps. You can only move down 12 steps. That's pretty small. Like if I think about it, I'm sitting here pressing left and right on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's not that many. Yeah, it does happen. It does matter. It's not that many. But I guess I'm kind of like vibing about like, what feels like a smaller big level if I'm moving a character left and right, Move to the right. 23 steps now. Yeah. I kind of like this. Obviously, I'll want to like resize, maybe put it down, but or reposition it. But I feel the second, I like this. I like this. This is good. Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, I think I finally feel like I've done enough. Now, obviously, what I want to do, the whole system, the intention of the system is to be able to, so whatever this grid is, I don't care, whatever it is. So we've done that. So I've done the thing, which is make the base tiles. They exist. So next, I'd want to set up my sets of 9. So a room will, at a minimum, always be 9 tiles. So that way, if it only has 9 tiles and it doesn't connect to any other parts of the room, and it puts walls all around it, there's at least one tile of room inside of it. So 9 is the minimum. And so the next system I'm going to want to set up is that it iterates through, starts with this one, decides room or no room, no room, next, room or no room, let's do a room, next, room or no room, there's already a room here, don't need to do a room, already a room here, don't need to do a room or no room, you know what, room, already a room here, nah, already a room here, room or no room, let's do a room. Wait a minute, I'm outside the grid. Never mind. Undo room. Come over here. Yeah, I'm doing like flood fill. Yeah, it can be a wall. Tile can be a wall. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Come here. Do I want to be a room? Yeah, let's be a room. So it'll do this. When all these overlapping ones, it won't bother because they're already rooms, theoretically. So it'll just make sure it'll find 9 tiles around it, and it'll turn all those into rooms. And it just keeps going. It'll keep iterating. This is my idea, flood fill. We just keep going through boop, 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 until it's come up with, you know, whatever variety of room setup, you know, ends up being. I mean, that's a bit much. So we'll see. This could require some tweaking, right? Like maybe there won't be enough gaps. So that'll be more little values I can change. You know, percentages, you know, really it'll be like a percentage likelihood. What is the likelihood that when it gets here, do I want to be a room or not, that it says, yes, I want to be a room. You know, and if that isn't enough, I guess I could always add extra conditions, but hopefully that'll be enough. And then another, so I tried to set up this function. This was like my main ambition today, was to set up the base helper function, generate tiles. And so generate tiles can take whatever tile I give it, a room tile, a base tile, an enemy tile, whatever. We can tell it what function should it run after it generates it. This is what function should it run before it generates it, and all the parameters that go with that. So that's how those base tiles are being done. So in theory, I could just, you know, tell it, okay, now do walls. And if I did, it would just replace it all with walls. Except I'll change what this is. So this gen is okay. I probably should just call it pre-gen callback. You know, but yeah, so it's the pre-gen callback before it generates it. It's basically checking, do I put one here or not? And it could be anything, right? So for now, for the base tile, it doesn't need to check, it doesn't need to do a dice roll. For the base tiles, we always want to put one down. So all that it checks for is, all that it checks for is if a tile is actually there. So it's just making sure that it's not putting it on a place that already has a tile or something like that. Whatever. I can't remember. My brain's too tired. So then we'll do the same thing for walls. Walls, it's pre-gen callback. We'll check to see, is there a non-room tile adjacent to me? In this case, yes, there is. So it would put down, it would pass the test, it would be true, and it would put down that tile, the wall tile. Same thing, all of this has a non-room above it, non-room above it, non-room above and to the right. Here, non-room above it. Oh, it has, well, a wall. It could do, I'm considering a wall a room tile. It's just a wall is like a tile on top of a room tile, is kind of the way I'm thinking of it. So there could be multiple tiles on a single cell, basically. Which is interesting, and I'll have to account for that, but that's the idea. So it'll not put one there, won't put one there, but it sees that, oh, look, there's a non-room here, put it down. Same thing, it just goes all the way through until it fills all these out, and now that's our room size. And in theory, it would do the same for this, And of course, I'm gonna need to figure out how to connect those rooms. That will be fun. I'd want to do like a door. Again, it iterates through. We give it a rule. If there is a wall on the right and the left, or a wall above and below, and there aren't any adjacent non like if there isn't anything adjacent that's outside of the grid, then you can put a door here. So there's one to the left, one to the right, but adjacent to it is a non-grid tile, so no good. Here, there's a grid above, or a wall above, wall below, no non-grid tiles, so guess what? You can be a door. And then maybe there's like a minimum number of doors, like every room has to have one door or something. But they can have up to a certain number of doors depending on how many rooms there are, or something like that. I don't know. I'll probably just start with one door per room, and then, you know, if I'm like, this could be more interesting, we can sort it out. So then I would, the thing that I haven't yet thought about, and I don't want to think about it yet, but the thing I haven't yet thought about is how am I going to connect the doors together with pathways. You know, I could flip like some ideas. You know, I know where this one is, I know where that one is, and I could just say find the path, a path between them. I don't know. So that's that'll be something to figure out how I'm going to connect them. But for now, that's for future me. But in theory, that's how we do it. And same thing for enemies. We'd say, if it's not a wall, if it's not a door, if it's definitely a room, yeah, kind of like pathfinding. If it's not a room, then put an enemy for doors. Put an enemy there. Or like a, here, this is an item. So same kind of thing. It just goes through, it picks whether or not it wants it to be there. Yeah, something. We'll see. It's going to be interesting. You're going to go eat. Oh, eat well. Enjoy your food. Feel nourished. Thank you. I will not be here when you get back. You know why? Because YouTube, the VOD is going to cut off once I've been streaming for 11 hours and 55 minutes. YouTube will not save the VOD. I'll still be live, but the VOD will not preserve. And I don't like doing part 1s and part 2s. It bothers me. And I don't like streaming after the VOD because then it's not saved, and that's no fun. So unless you're back very soon, I probably won't be here. But it's been a pleasure. Yeah, so that's what's in store for me is now starting to add layers onto it. Now that I have that base layer, starting to add more on top of it so we can actually have the level. I might even, you know what might be a fun next thing to do too would be to add the character and how the character is going to move around on these tiles. That would be something. So yeah, I'm really happy with this. I'm super glad that I at least got something to generate and I have that base function. So for that, I am super happy. All right, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, we're gonna go have another stream to hang out with, so stick around so we can keep the game dev vibes going. By the way, if you are on YouTube and you haven't hyper smashed the thumbs up button, go ahead and press it. Why? Maybe you forgot, and I'm reminding you. You're welcome. Also, thank you. It means more people find out about what we get up to around here, join our jams, and good things like that. So thank you if you hit that thumbs up button. Oh, the ad started on Twitch. Great. Thanks, Twitch. Damn it. Come on, Twitch. Alright, well, while Twitch is in ads, let's look for someone on YouTube. Okay, who's live? Refresh it. I gotta make sure it's actually up to. Sometimes if I don't refresh it. I Heart Funny Boys is on! I Heart Funny Boys is gonna be on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. Okay, but how long has she been live? She's been live 104 minutes. That's not that long. And she's doing good though. Oh yeah. We got it. YouTube and Twitch. We got somewhere to go. Let's do this. Great. I'll be back on Monday. If you're a member or a Twitch sub, Twitch, you can use Prime subs. You'll get access to that extra Monday member stream. I'll probably do art stuff on Monday, and then I'll save more of the code stuff for Tuesday. I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Okay. So to set, okay, I gotta set up the raids right. We gotta time them at the same time. It is correct to do so. Okay, so if you ever wondered how to do a YouTube raid, this is how you do it. You go to your live console here. You come down to the edit for your stream, customization. A lot of people don't notice. I feel like I need to make a tutorial video for all the game dev streamers out there who are like, you can do that? Like, yeah, you can do it and you should do it. I heard Funny Boys set it as a redirect, and not everybody has it set. Some people don't. They have it like opted out, so hopefully you can raid them. We can raid her. Yeah, of course. It's no joke. Thanks, Techian. I'm really proud of what I did. Oh, wait. I should commit. Grid generates real good and debug. Okay, great. I did it. I did it. I did it. All right. Now on Twitch, we're going to set him up. We're going to time him just right. So in one grand gesture, the raid will occur. Okay. Raid. Wait, make sure you type in her name right. It's always good. I heart funny. Okay, yeah. I heart funny boys. Shout out to Quomitter for becoming a member on YouTube. Appreciate you for that. We also had some raids here today. Particularly Oh, I thought I could drag that away. You can't do that. Particularly we had a raid from Freedom and Jetspo. Thank you both for raiding. I appreciate you. Epic Photon. Y'all are the best. And yeah. Oh, I made a grid. The grid works. What in the world? I don't know why I'm surprised. But I guess I wasn't sure, like, time-wise, if it was gonna work out. Like, if I was gonna run out of time or not. But it's there. And I can change it. I can make it whatever I want. What? Crazy. I'm so excited. I was kind of worried. Hey, I try. I was a little worried that I wasn't gonna make it, but we made it. Oh, I guess like a raid, double platform raid, hyper double. You don't have to type this in the chat if you don't want to, but you are free to. It is just a raid message. Spam it if you want. I won't be mad if you don't. But there it is. I don't think I said it in time. Okay, Twitch, here we go. Goodbye, YouTube. Good night, YouTube. Yes, I'm stalling while I end it. Good night.